If there's any one fact of life, it's that we all live our last day eventually. Depending on the person, the most beautiful and the most tragic thing of life is the finite nature of it. For most of us, we have no idea when we will really die, and that's a universal fear that people of all cultures may dread. During realizations like this, it may be important to think about what life means to you. Despite how stressful times may get, we all share experiences that make us human. We experience joy, sadness, terror, and love. Oftentimes, we do this through the connections we make. Being communicational creatures by our nature, sometimes these connections can become so special they quite literally feel larger than life. But what if you knew you were going to die soon? What would you do? Would you attempt to experience things in life that you never got to before you can't anymore? Would you do nothing at all and simply accept what is coming? Would you try to make sense of why this could possibly be happening to you? Or would you want to leave something behind for those that you love? Or for anyone that may stumble upon it? Well, deep in the far reaches of this massive land we call the internet, somebody did just that. While it hasn't been stumbled on by very many people, those that have found it are in awe of what lies inside. It is considered one of the most disturbing websites on the entire internet. It is also considered one of the most mysterious websites on the entire internet, with the contents inside being a total enigma to anyone that has attempted to figure it all out. Tonight, we will take a vast journey into the early history of the internet. We will attempt to finally uncover the truth behind this website. That off the surface seems terrifying and nonsensical all at the same time. But trust me, we will make it make sense. Tonight we will tell the tale behind the website, deathandhell.com. The way in which I accidentally stumbled upon this website was the same way I accidentally find most of our internet mysteries, while searching for anything. I discovered this Reddit post. Searching for some volunteers to go and find the meaning of deathandhell.com. On this post, the website was described as having an extreme amount of occult and religious symbolism, as well as being organized into a multitude of sections, most of which being really disturbing, but not making any sense. Some people were even doubting the legitimacy of anything that was being said, as this reply illustrates. His ramblings are nonsense, and his form of Satanism or demonolatry does not exist in the annals of history, and he has very basic knowledge on magic, so all I can guess is that this is a creepypasta / ARG of some kind. The overall impression to these Redditors was that this page was extremely disturbing, but the occult practices mentioned did not exist in the real world. Regardless if I thought this was real or not, this was all enough for me to visit the website, and it certainly was not what I would have expected. Before you can see the rest of the website, you are greeted with a lengthy message all about what this website is supposed to be. In the 18 months before my death, I proceeded to set forth the keys to death and hell. This process, I envisioned a snapshot of the world as it appeared to me at that time. Literally a cut-up, a cut-and-paste sculpture taken from various articles, science fiction, cultural and political events happenings in the realm of a culture. Flame wars on the Z-list, my life, my world, my email, etc. So it was just a cut-up of these things. Somehow from this cut-up leaked out the most beautiful vision of infinite compassion, and this vision came forth and stood forth even amongst all the horror. It shone through so bright, really true, and undeniably real. There was more compassion and love for me than I'd ever dreamed or imagined. It was like a garden paradise all around me, blooming with beauty and love. It was there all the time, this unbelievable garden, and it opened up to me. My life has been like heaven in so many ways. I am grateful I had an opportunity to see this possibility, and I want to share it with my fellow sentient beings. Even though death and hell may look like it is all dark and black and all horror, right there, glimmering on the other side is infinite compassion. Right there. The clear light is shimmering through the void. It's not that hard to see if you just open up your eyes and look around. My wife, Andrea, Agadi, and the love we were reflecting back and forth between each other is so magnificent and powerful that it was like we were facing death every day, celebrating our love every day. We were facing it because that was the way we lived, but for me, maybe it took the imminence of physical death to bring it into full clarity. As my own death approaches steadily, I am blessed and deeply moved by the enormous display of affection and love from my daughter Heidi. Heidi's love is a limitless ocean that has healed me so much from the pain of life. Though she is young, 17, and losing her dad, she shows all the signs of blooming into a spectacular woman of insight and compassion. I am surprised and grateful for the outpouring of tenderness. Seeing those around me, and especially my only child, offering me such unconditional love and compassion changes me, heals me, and reaffirms the silent knowledge of my heart. When my sister Laurie died, she gave me a greater understanding of death, and the communiques or transmissions that I've received from her, and my grandmother too, reveal much about the after-death state. Though my heart touches many who are in this life still, it reaches also across the boundaries to touch those who have gone before me. Their bravery fuels my own. It is in their path of stars and ghostly footsteps that I will walk in. These are the gifts I take with me. I will go caressed by kisses of Nut. I face death without fear. I leave for this world, the keys of death and hell, to unlock the secrets we keep from ourselves. But for any who would wonder, or wander, lost in Temple Dahmer, I want to declare that the real secret of deathandhell.com is infinite compassion. Those who know will know. The archetypal theriomorph is in the lotus, in eternal love and chaos. Infect bin Laden, 11/11/01. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Where is the mystery? This heartfelt explanation seems to have already answered everything, right? Well, in truth, this is only the beginning. Upon entering the actual site, you are greeted with a pentagram and a cube of icons all around it. As you can see, all of the cubes with images are clickable, and are what the contents of the website are. Beyond that, each section on this site is huge, containing an absolute slew of info. Upon clicking the icon on the top left labeled Liber Nephistorum, you are greeted with this. A primitive animation featuring eyes, teeth, and other things. But if you notice, some of these objects are clickable. Most of these clickable images lead to really disturbing results that I already can't present, featuring crude 3D art of nudity and, well, death. Although you can start seeing the maze that is this website, because even inside these images, there are more images that can be clicked, the most notable of which actually does lead to a lengthy piece of text. This is where we begin to see that unexplainable yet disturbing nature of what is being said here. A lot of this article seems to be about sex magicians and other, much more disturbing sexual actions, most commonly being some extremely vivid descriptions involving necrophilia. There are pages more of this article too, and many times when one of these disturbing sexual activities are mentioned, they're said to be done inside the Temple Dahmer, which is also something that appeared on the initial message before entering the site. As you can see by going back to what looks like this section's table of contents, there are a lot of articles, all full of this disturbing type of information that all seem for the most part completely unable to be understood. And if you go to the next section actually titled Temple Dahmer, you will see much more of this same thing. The first section here talks about how murder is considered the most heinous crime in our society, but we all experience it every single day through media coverage. It then talks about black magic, and how it is amazing since you can manipulate people to do these heinous actions for you. This is probably the most straightforward passage on the website so far, but upon entering the next section, it feels like we're back to where we started in terms of understanding. Lots of other article sections here almost seem like edited advertisements or news clippings made to be as horrifying as possible. Now, since most of the other sections will also leave you feeling the exact same way, it would be a waste of time to go through each of them, tell you that they are disturbing and hard to understand, and then move on to the next to say the same thing. As a result, I did look through each and every one of these sections, and here are a few of the passages that definitely stood out. Inside the Necromemicon section, you're greeted with this passage that I found very interesting. Without discussion, on 12/28/2000, NWLink.com Hosting Co. pulled the plug on the world's largest satanic website, deathandhell.com, citing obscenity as the grounds for removal. Coincidentally, the site had previously been visited by none other than the US Department of Defense in an investigation of Infect bin Laden. It's of course impossible for me to prove that these things were really true, but I found it very interesting to spotlight. Overall though, the section that seems to hold the most direct information is the one titled Infect bin Laden, As you might have expected, it does give us some information behind the man of this site. The first section here is entitled Early Magical Experiences. Around the age of 5, I was vacationing with my relatives south of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Late one afternoon, I lost my plastic bucket and shovel, alien artifacts, in the surf, and watched from the beach as they were swept out into the Atlantic. My mother called me home for supper, and I remember whining to my mom about the loss of my bucket and shovel. My grandmother said, "Don't worry, honey, I'll have it for you tomorrow morning." I wondered what she had in mind. I heard she was the 7th child of a 7th child, and I'd heard rumors of my grandmother's magical powers from my earliest memories. Later that evening, I must have forgotten about the bucket and shovel incident. I rose at dawn the next morning, excited to be the first one of my family awake, and the first tracks on the beach. I ran down to the water's edge, and I will never forget the intense beauty of the sun rising from the bottom of the sea. My tracks weren't the only tracks on the beach. One set of footprints headed north, and I could see someone walking from quite a distance, far enough down the beach as to be only an almost indistinguishable figure. As I stood watching the sunrise, the lone figure approached. As soon as I recognized it was my grandmother, I ran to greet her. She was carrying the bucket and shovel. I knew they'd be here this morning, just like I promised you. From that moment on, I never doubted the power of magic. Infect bin Laden. After this, we have a section called Carry the Lantern High. This is a much lengthier section that goes into more detail on Infect's personal life. He begins it by citing the day, September 21st, 1977, where he met a woman and spent most of the afternoon at her house. He mentioned how there were multiple young women living there, and they had invited him to observe a tarot reading. He talks about how he'd been feeling uneasy all day and declined. He discusses how at some point one of the women came downstairs looking distraught. When he asked what was wrong, he stated that a young girl would die in the house that night. This was something that he tried to shut down, as he assured her that tarot cards would not make something like that come true. Later on in the night, he mentioned having a sexual encounter with one of the women there, but during this, she suddenly became very distant, stating that something is going to happen tonight that will change your life forever. Infect was very uncomfortable and mentioned that he was going to leave. She said that it didn't matter if you leave or not, your life is never going to be the same after tonight. And supposedly, right when she said this, the door to the room creaked open by itself. Infect was very disturbed and left after this. He did mention that he was high and he had put this stash in his car. He remembered that his sister was supposed to be visiting him that night, and midway through his drive home, he was pulled over. At this moment, he assumed that this was what those premonitions were leading up to. He would be pulled over with a bunch of illegal substances, and this would surely change his life forever. However, when the officer arrived, he just told him to slow down and left. He was spared. As he continued driving back, he saw an ambulance pass by that for some reason particularly disturbed him. He found this weird due to the fact that since childhood he had become pretty desensitized to ambulances, always assuming they held people he didn't know. The next morning, he had found out that his sister had been the one that died, supposedly at approximately the moment the door opened by itself. Within 2 weeks of her death, he wanted answers, and so he returned to that house, only to find a vacant lot and a pile of ashes. Like a bizarre southern ghost story, the house had mysteriously burned to the ground and the strange woman had vanished. I saw one of them a year or so later from a distance in a crowd, but I never saw either of them again after that. He then mentioned 2 separate incidents of friends very close to his sister that mentioned what seemed like her contacting them from beyond. The reason that this was so notable was because of a pact they made to each other when he was around 12 years old. Whichever of us were the first to die, we would do whatever we could to leave a sign for the other one. It seems like those signs were left. Infect even supposedly had a series of dreams and visions hoping that all these experiences were just neurons misfiring. Otherwise, he'd have to pay for all his crimes against nature. If you are the first to go, leave a sign to let us know. Infect bin Laden. Carry the lantern high. There's also a section titled Draft Dodger. This was supposedly written by a psychotherapist to a Vietnam War drafter who had some comments to say the least about Infect. He mentioned seeing him when he was a junior in high school, where he was supposedly frequently absent. He was also a heavy drug user at this time, using a lot of hallucinogens and advocating pretty heavily for the drug experience. This letter also goes into him as a person in the years after high school, where it is said that he reports visual and kinesthetic hallucinations to some degree all the time, even when he has been off acid for a month. It mentions how he was put into psychotherapy for a year, but had no change in attitude regarding the drug scene whatsoever. For these reasons, this person thinks that Infect could not accept a situation that requires discipline, and so he does not recommend that he be qualified for military service. Outside of these entries, the rest of this section is filled with photos, whether that be his own art, him, or even his partner. This section certainly helped quite a lot in giving some background behind the person that is Infect, and while it definitely might have explained why he got interested in all the things he did, it doesn't explain much else. At this point, I had a few main questions. Assuming that Infect bin Laden was not this person's real name, was that name truly inspired by who I think it could have been? Since the man had been dead for 2 decades, who was running the site now? It is still open, so there is to be somebody upholding the domain. And lastly, is there any way or anybody out there that could help me figure out what essentially 90% of this website is actually talking about? It also doesn't help that I'm not exactly the most knowledgeable on occult practices or Satanism in general. Regardless, these types of questions pretty much leave me exactly where it seems everybody else that had visited these sites were. But I didn't want to give up. Was it possible for me to find the answers that I so desired? The first thing I wanted to do was simply search up Death and Hell on Google, just to see if there was any other places online where it was talked about. Perhaps unsurprisingly, this really didn't help out too much, as pretty much every single entry was religious in nature, so I decided to search up Infect bin Laden to see if I could find anything different. In doing this, I did. Most of the results still weren't really useful, but I did find a multitude of Reddit threads about him. Really though, most of these seemed to be questions about him and about some other man named Mark DeFreitas. Lots of these threads didn't even feature any replies either. However, there was one final thread that would finally give me a lead, and it was a massive one. This thread was a linked over blog post about a practice called Psychedelic Chaos Satanism, posted onto the Satanism subreddit. To the few that saw this, it seemed to resonate with them quite nicely. Somebody even said that they totally were a Chaos Satanist, and asked the OP if they could use this term. In response, the OP says, "I didn't invent it. My late husband did. Infect bin Laden." His online sarcophagus is Death and Hell. If you were to dig through his cryptic and disturbing prophecies there, you would find references to Chaos Satanism, Latter-day Satanism, and Psychedelic Chaos Satanism. He is the originator as far as I can remember. That's right, the owner of this account was the then partner of Infect bin Laden himself. Upon this discovery, I reached out to her. I had no idea if I'd get a response or not, but I sure hoped I would. As I sat around waiting with bated breath, I wound up getting a notification on my phone. As it turns out, I did get a response. "Hello, I can talk with you about..." As she responded to me, she accepted my request, and truthfully gave me more information than I ever thought was possible. As I said, I was not previously knowledgeable at all with the occult, and so as a result this website was definitely even more difficult to understand than it already may have been. Through these exchanges, I was able to receive a lot of context, both about the scene in Infect's area, as well as much more about his story as a whole. Without further ado, I suppose I will just get into all of this now. It's time to tell the true story of Infect, his views on everything, and to supply the proper context to this all. As far back as 150 years ago, the seeds for what now would be considered occultism in a modern form was being planted. In particular, in the early 1900s, a man named Aleister Crowley started a group called the Ordo Templi Orientis, which itself was a spin-off of another group called the Golden Dawn, who are a secret society dedicated to magic and mysticism. The Ordo Templi Orientis was also full of British people into the concepts of magic, and together they created a system of thought that mixed Eastern religion, Egyptian philosophy, and other things together. Speaking of magic, Crowley is also responsible for coining the use of the term magic, spelled with a K, which is primarily how it is spelled in occult usage. Around the same time though, there was another man who was also planting some very important seeds, particularly in Infect's case. Austin Osman Spare is considered the grandfather of chaos magic, which is a term that is all over deathandhell.com. Spare invented sigil magic, which involves creating a sigil as a way of communicating with your own unconscious mind. The concept doesn't necessarily have to be inherently supernatural either, as it may sound to be. In fact, there seems to be conflicting views surrounding sigil magic as a whole. Some people truly believe that they can affect the fate of the universe with this form of magic, but other people see it as more of a psychological thing. By shaping your own behavior and attitudes, you'll come to interact differently with the world and thereby see the effect of your magic. Infect's partner, who we will be referring to as AJ, falls into the second camp, but nonetheless considers it to be a powerful practice. In the 1960s and 70s, chaos magic in a modern form was solidified by a man named Peter Carroll, who wrote a number of books about the subject. His chaos magic is seen as being a take on Austin Osman Spare's views, but which included quantum physics and math. A group of study revolving around Carroll's work would eventually be born too, known as the Illuminates of Thanateros, which is a combination of the Greek words for death and sex. This group still has activity in Germany, and in fact supposedly attended many international gatherings and was considered a very high-ranking member. Another very old magical concept that was very important through all this was that of gematria. The gematria is a form of cipher that assigns numbers to all the letters in the Hebrew alphabet. The roots of this idea began possibly as far back as the 8th century. Essentially, old Jewish mages were trying to find a connection between language and math. They thought that if they could find it, then it would unlock secrets to our world and somehow prove the existence of a higher power. Going back to the aforementioned Aleister Crowley, in 1901 he wrote The Book of the Law. This book was supposedly written while he was on a honeymoon, and he asked his wife to transcribe what he was channeling. This took place over 3 consecutive days, where according to him, between the hours of noon and 1 p.m. for all 3 of them, he was visited by the voice of a god named Iwis, which he heard over his left shoulder. He said that he was also able to get an impression of the being's appearance, describing it as having a body composed of fine matter and having gauze-like transparency. The 3 chapters of the book were supposedly spoken by 3 separate deities. Regardless of if you even think something like that is possible, or was the result of some sort of insane drug trip, or both, the book went on to become incredibly influential, and the subject of debate and endless investigation all the way until now. Even among Crowley himself, he's recognized the possibility that this voice of Aiwass was just a product of his own subconscious repressed self, though he doesn't see it as likely. Regardless, this book is a riddle, with the challenge being to try and find a new gematria, one based on English, not Hebrew, with the book promising that whoever shall crack the code can then understand all the riddles of the book. Generations of people have attempted to crack the code to no avail. But just when AJ was first meeting Infect, he had supposedly just been receiving international recognition for creating a gematria that cracked this code. And going back to the site, one of the sections is entirely dedicated to this whole process. Infect would be congratulated by specialists who had dedicated their entire lives to cracking this code. One of them, named Ian Orange, knew Infect beforehand from an internet group in the late 90s known as the Z-List, which is also mentioned on the site a multitude of times. This group was run by a man named Marique DeFrades, which is the reason why I kept finding his name whenever I searched up Infect bin Laden. Followers of Infect became known as Zensiders, and they gained significant notoriety after this event. As for Satanism itself, despite being a term that has been used through a huge portion of recorded history, predominantly by Christians, there did not seem to be much organized practice, specifically entitled Satanism, until around the 1950s. The man who undoubtedly popularized this practice in a modern sense was Anton LaVey, who was quite the controversial person. He created the Church of Satan, which became known as the first organized church devoted to Satan. It's important to note that this religion does not literally believe in Satan's existence. Instead, he basically serves as a symbol and archetype who represents pride, carnality, and enlightenment. While this religion was a first in recorded history, it has since become very controversial to Satanists after it. The Church of Satan promotes this belief that everything is immoral, and it also enforces a very individualistic mindset, which goes against many forms of Satanism that would arise after it. The largest form of modern Satanism today is the Satanic Temple. This form of Satanism is much less individualistic, as they themselves put best. The mission of the Satanic Temple is to encourage benevolence and empathy, reject tyrannical authority, advocate practical common sense, oppose injustice, and undertake noble pursuits. They have 7 fundamental tenets that they abide by. 1. One should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason. 2. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. 3. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. 4. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forgo one's own. 5. Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. 6. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify and resolve any harm that might have been caused. 7. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. The Satanic Temple seems to make a specific effort to outwardly partake in protesting governmental affairs, particularly when it comes to separation of church and state, as well as other things it sees as immoral, since unlike the Church of Satan, this religion explicitly does believe in right and wrong. For these reasons, they will often challenge hate groups and are seen often defending women's reproductive rights, among other things. AJ believes that Infect would have genuinely liked the Satanic Temple. Finally, we have Chaos Satanism. In Psychedelic Chaos Satanism, 2 more things that are frequently mentioned on his website. For these ones, AJ specifically wrote about what she saw as the meaning behind these, as they're a definition that she said was coined by her own husband. Really, they do pretty much live up to the name, as it's comprised by the use of psychedelics as well as the concepts of chaos and Satan. Psychedelics taken out of the right condition are something she, and presumably Infect, described as the surest way to initiate a sublime or spiritual experience. She describes them as interrogating our theories of mind, creating more questions than answers, and opening a doorway for the imagination. They are powerful tools capable of invoking transcendent experience in the right setting, or profound mental disturbances in the wrong. Chaos theory is essentially what we mentioned earlier with chaos magic. It's the idea that has to do with the fate of the universe. It argues that there is an element of chaos in the fabric of reality, and as we were describing with chaos magic, those rituals seek to control your fate in one way or another. Finally, there is Satanism. As we've shown multiple times with Satanism, they usually do not mean that these people literally worship Satan. Instead, in this case as well, Satan is a symbol, a form of protest against the evils of organized religion. When you put all 3 of these concepts together, you get Psychedelic Chaos Satanism. But what about Infect himself? What I've done so far is learned and given a base of retrospective on the things that, in a large way, made up who he was. These things were very important to who Infect was as a person, and already, as you can see, they clear up certain things on the website. However, this of course is just one aspect to who Infect was as a person. From the person who was engaged to him, let's hear the true story of Infect bin Laden. In 1952, Infect bin Laden was born. While growing up, it quickly became apparent that he was a very intelligent, though very outspoken young man. He was described as being a radical. He was an anti-capitalist, anti-authoritarian, pro-LGBTQ+, and a strong defender of environmental protection. He was actually born into what should have been a fortune. His father was a millionaire, but this was because of war profiteering. Infect despised this and never accepted it in his life, calling it blood money. As the website described earlier, he was also into psychedelics from a pretty young age, though he reportedly never ever touched alcohol. He grew up during the boom of counterculture in the 60s, which no doubt was very influential to his life at the time. He even became very close friends with Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead. As he described on the website, he experienced a few specific occurrences during his youth and up until young adulthood that changed his outlook on everything, specifically through his observations of his grandmother and the death of his sister. He was also very into martial arts, having 5 black belts. He ran a martial arts school as a teacher, teaching mostly Wing Chun. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, there was AJ. She was raised by very religious parents, which really began to hit its forefront by the time she became a teenager. It was emphasized constantly that she could not have sex before marriage and that sex was bad. Love was good. These sentiments of sex equals bad and love equal good were dialed into her head so often that it began leading to extreme stress and confusion, especially around this age. She was thinking very often about it, perhaps like lots of people at that age do. This wasn't hid well from her parents, and the scoldings only got worse. She began accepting the fact that she was going to be a sinner. The divide between sex and love also widened as a result of these influences. She also began realizing that she could only be attracted to men that she couldn't love. She experienced falling in love, but when that happened, the sexual attraction disappeared. This all created a huge deal of pain for her. This whole manner of thinking forced upon her pretty much introduced her to the world of kink, which is very ironic looking back. She named these kinky, perhaps taboo sexual interests, bad sex. Around the age of 18, she rejected religion entirely and thought of herself as an atheist. Around the same time, though, she found out about a lot of these aforementioned practices. She lived in a pagan commune for some time where she first began to study the concepts of magic. In 1991, she would move to Seattle to further study and explore magic and other things like it. And around this age, her vision of magic was different than it would wind up being. She really did want to believe that magic was a tool that could genuinely change the universe for her. By 1995, she was naturally in a much higher state of knowledge regarding all of these things. While hanging out with a group, she first laid her eyes upon Infek. She heard him talking all throughout that day and reveled in how intelligent he was. By the end of that night, she was sure that he was the smartest man she had ever met already. Over time, she gradually became much closer with him. As she went to his home, she couldn't help but notice just how many books he had. She mentioned how they were in every single room, in every single spot. These books were about a wide range of subjects too, whether that be science fiction, religion, philosophy, and much more. She also mentioned that he had artifacts from all over the world. In her own words, she described it as a crazy museum of chaos and beauty. As time passed, she fell for him and he did too. The most incredible realization of all was another ironic one. While engaging in what she described as bad sex, she finally was able to experience the concept of genuine love. She finally did not lose her love for him as this happened. She also didn't lose her attraction to him either. In fact, for the first time ever, everything was able to be augmented. It was a beautiful paradox. In their life together, she also described him with those exact same words. She mentioned that he was a very loving father, a very loyal person, and a very talented gardener. On the other hand, she also mentioned that he had a very dark side. He had a lot of personal demons, and this notion took face on what seemed like his life philosophy. He taught AJ that no one is all bad and no one is all good. Everybody contains angels and demons. The difference is, Infect was not afraid to ponder his. He was really open to it. He unmasked them and understood them. This was something she would truly understand the longer she did know him. Infect was able to harmonize his darker tendencies by involving himself in the things he was passionate about. This included martial arts, writing, and well, kink. He was a very hardcore sadist, but in the years he knew AJ, he never laid a hand on her or harmed her in anger. A few years into the relationship, Infect was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Following this, Death in Hell in its own primitive form was born. Staying true to the welcome message, Death in Hell really was that snapshot of the world as it appeared to him at that time. It was full of criticism towards the government, criticism of consumer culture, religion, and so many other things. The cryptic nature of this site was also purposeful, so I was told. It showcased his personal philosophy and his personality in a way even if a lot of the writings weren't even really from his perspective. It was his sarcophagus after all. Criticism on the state of the world as a whole seemed to be the main theme here, and he wrote a lot of it as a joke in one way or another. Supposedly, he would often be laughing hysterically as he wrote. While the concept in terms of trolling wasn't really much of a thing yet, AJ herself mentioned that he would surely be considered a troll by today's standards based on the things he did. He had a very love or hate relationship online at the time, and if someone annoyed him enough, he would even create whole articles about them on the website. One of the common things he would do was to purposely switch specific words in existing articles or websites on the internet. At some point, he found an article all about a prostitute explaining how she thought of her customers, who were commonly referred to as Johns. He took the term sex worker and changed it to working sex magician. He then took the word John and changed it to vessel, which is a concept that we saw get put to use on one of the very first things we saw on the website. The result was extremely cryptic to read from an outsider, but once you understand, it's almost simple. Lots of this site would be full of this type of tactic. Another thing the site really focused on was predicting the future, and typically, perhaps also understandably, this future was often pretty bleak. Even though this site was being worked on in the late 1990s, there were a lot of predictions about the then relatively new phenomenon of AI. He predicted that as AI advances, it would undoubtedly begin getting used for pleasure by people, which spawned another nickname, the Hot Vessel Cadaver, that is also used all over the site. Around the year 1997, he began going by a very specific nickname online, Infection. Soon enough, this would wind up changing to the name that we know now, Infect Bin Laden. But what was the true reason he chose this name? Well, around the same time when he started going by it, AJ asked him why he was choosing to use this name. He told her about some guy in the Middle East named Osama bin Laden. Around that time, he originally saw him as being pretty ballsy since he was outspoken, making tons of commentaries about the US military. At the same time, Infec also prophesized that bioweapons were going to be a large part of the future. Infection was a reference to this, as it was referencing the infection that would result from this. On the day of 9/11, Infec was now bedridden at home in hospice care. AJ was by his side every night, having to wake up every 3 hours to give him anti-nausea meds and pain meds. During one of her brief moments of sleep, she heard Infec calling for her. As she got up, she saw him pointing to the TV, which she completely thought was just a movie at the first glance. When she asked about it, he said that something terrible was happening. As the weeks went by, news came out and direct action from the US was on the way too. These events disturbed Infec to his core. While he lay powerless on his bed, he explained how he feared for the US and his entire family. He spent most of his time after that thinking more about the future. He thought about all the terrifying prophecies he had made over the years, and was sure that they were going to pass, even if he wasn't here to see it. Sadly, just a few months later, he would pass away. So with everything we have gone through, let's visit this website once more. What was once one of the most off-putting and disturbing things I'd seen, suddenly is quite different. Don't get me wrong, lots of the subject matter is still very disturbing and darkness is one of the keys to this entire place, but everything certainly doesn't feel the same anymore. When you really dig into the site again with the knowledge we have gained, you can see so many of the things that we mentioned come into fruition. Even if we can't pick out every reference, I can see the strategies of taking existing articles and simply replacing words to give them a new effect, the prophecies of the future and various other things. I can see how this site was a sarcophagus, the culmination of a love story of life, of death, of comedy, of fear, of good, of evil, and of so much more. AJ even gave me a list of notes that she wrote about what she felt the site meant all the way back in 2001. Mainstream media is all the bad disguised as good. Deathandhell.com is all the good disguised as bad. Deathandhell.com is a meme bomb set to explode in the future. Deathandhell.com is a spontaneous, symptomatic response to the condition of mankind. Deathandhell.com is an exercise in belief-generated reality tunnels. If you embrace great evil with pure undistracted love, shortly you will find a wounded child, heart in hand. Knowledge of darkness begets more light, as the soul is illuminated by understanding, not ignorance. Condemn not your suffering, as the deepening of spirit is always a gift. Let's revisit something I said much earlier too. If you knew you were going to die soon, what would you do? This website truly did serve as one man's answer to that question. Within the walls of Death and Hell, it seems that these articles served as a way for Infec to do something he spoke of often, to explore the depths of depravity. Whether that be his own, the depravities of the everyman, or the depravities of the world. Something else was that though he may not have ever realized it, he may have accidentally created his own Book of the Law, the very thing he solved. He might have created it once more in a new form. Because as much understanding as we have gotten from this journey, we'll never be able to understand absolutely everything on the entire website, and that might be okay. While being his sarcophagus, its cryptic nature is going to make it an endless source of fascination, as it already has been for 20 years. After the death of Infec, AJ's practices in magic began to fade away, as quite naturally, they began serving as a reminder of the pain she had gone through, so she began doing other things, such as returning to school. While studying philosophy, she began studying performance art too, seeking a way to create visuals to the philosophy she had. She even briefly moved to Europe to become an English teacher. She also was able to fall in love again, almost a decade later. She's described her current partner as being similar to Infec, but certainly not the same. He's also into satanic things, art, and horror, but she mentions how he is free of the worst demons that Infec had. Since 2010, they have been married, and AJ has described the present as being the happiest times of her whole life. In 2019, AJ would publish a book entitled, "You Might Be a Psychedelic Chaos Satanist If," described as being an illustrated book of political adult humor that addresses the ethical shortcomings of organized religion through a critical counterculture lens. It is comprised of 41 pithy remarks, which characterize this seemingly radical position in such a way that open-minded readers may find themselves sympathetic, especially in these times of great moral crisis and postmodern confusion. However, it is also the final chapter to this entire saga, serving as a representation of Infec, and how this magic lives on through her. As for still remaining questions, namely there was the question of who owns the website since it is still up to this day. Well, that too would be none other than AJ. She mentioned the fact that she originally purchased it in 1998 as a gift for Infec. She even mentioned the desire to update aspects of the site since everything is so ancient now. As it may be obvious from Infec's intro letter to the site, AJ will strive to keep the site up for as long as she lives due to the love that they shared. After she's gone, she hopes that some of his followers will keep the place running. She even revealed the fact that he did not ever want this site to be twisted or ruined. On his deathbed he told her, "There can be no congregation. Don't let them ruin it. No church or cult of me, please." As this saga comes to a close, I find myself reflecting. We are living in unparalleled times, with an increase of digital footprints for the individual as the internet continues to become more and more mainstream. I was wondering about what my own version of deathandhell.com would contain if I were to ever create my own sort of online sarcophagus in a similar vein to that. But it was during that thought where I realized that might have already happened. What are the odds that after I'm long gone, aspects of this here channel find themselves still floating around, waiting for people completely unfamiliar with us and our entire living lives to experience them? What are the odds that someone accidentally stumbles upon a social media account of yours long after you're gone, and they explore it, learning about the trials and tribulations of a human being that never had anything to do with them? More curiously, how would you be perceived? That's unfortunately not something I have an answer to. I never knew Infec, and while I may have gotten to speak to the closest person to him, that fact still remains. In that sense, all I could do was perceive him based on what I read and saw, and similarly, that reigns true for everybody watching here too. And I'm sure that there are already a multitude of different conclusions that you can make on him, based on what the site was all about and what I was able to learn about him. Likewise, I'm sure that some of these conclusions will be really positive, and some of them will be really negative, which in reality would likely live up to his own personal philosophy in life. And if there's one final thematic takeaway to leave this all with, it's that while the future can be horrifying, filled with unknown answers and questions, please take the time to look at what you have going for you in the moment. The incredible interests and hobbies you have, the beautiful relationships you have created, the impact you have made on others, because you never know how much time you have left. On the internet, there are plenty of ways to keep yourself entertained. It's nearly impossible to run out of content. One of the main methods that people choose to keep themselves entertained on the web is live streams. The genre of live streaming blows up more and more day by day, as it looks like everyone alive is getting on their grind of streaming their games of Warzone, chill 24-hour streams, and the streams we can't mention or show here, but you know what we're talking about. Our topic tonight goes far beyond everyone alive, as even the dead want to get in on the live streaming action. As always on this channel, we're always looking for a good internet mystery. It's our bread and butter and what made us get this far in the first place. The problem is, a good internet mystery is hard to find. One night while I was scrolling through Reddit, I found a post talking about a creepy 24-hour live stream. The stream featured constant access to the inside of an unknown coffin. The site is called seemyrot.com, and I was immediately morbidly interested. The idea of watching a body rot over its entire decomposition process all live all the time is exceptionally macabre. The original Reddit comment I initially stumbled across mentioned that the website is no longer active and redirects to an Australian coffee company. Of course, my first instinct was to check the website, and to my surprise, they weren't kidding. The website is now owned by Seemyrot Australian Coffee, which I presume is a local coffee company. Without the website directly in front of me, the next best thing was to start Googling. My first step was to Google the name Seemyrot. That yielded some interesting results. A lot of the comments are modern Reddit posts talking about it, with nothing major to be found in them. The most common comment I saw was people simply remembering its existence. However, I did manage to find some forum posts from when the site was still active that shed some more light on the website. One of the main websites I found is a forum board from 2004 on straightdope.com. The OP basically is asking the same thing that I am, of, is it real? However, since this was from when the website still existed, the information they have is better than what we have. According to OP, the website had a disclaimer about the body being a woman in her 30s. Most of the comments under this post are guaranteeing the OP that this whole thing is definitely a hoax, and that the supposed livestream is just a GIF. One of the comments also mentioned that if the corpse was there for a year under the lighting that it's under, it would look way worse than the way it does, which helps me determine when this website may have opened up. That mention also sets the date of See Me Rot starting around 2003. However, Straight Dope was far from the only forum website talking about seemerot.com. A forum on bookcrossing.com from 2006 also has a series of posts about See Me Rot, unveiling some more interesting results, and these posts were also happening as the website was still actually up. The main post in this thread mentions somebody who knows a police officer, and one of the other guys working with this officer actually knew about the site See Me Rot. When discussing the possible legitimacy, the OP comments about how the officer friend thinks her forehead slipped a little bit. It doesn't end there though, as on the other side of things, a reply to this post mentioned how her head was really red/pink, probably too much so. Another person also mentions how the site states that the camera was put in the coffin in 2003, and at the time of this comment it was 2006, which he found odd since the skin was still so fresh, which lines up similarly with what we heard on the last forum. By this point, I didn't want to surface dig anymore. I wanted to at least see a still image of this body or of the website homepage, something to give me visual context. I did find an image that was allegedly the corpse on the website, but as of right now, there was no way to verify that. Images of this website did not exist on the surface, but it had to be somewhere if there were this many posts talking about it online. If the website wasn't up now, I'd have to try my luck sifting through the internet archives on the Wayback Machine. The Wayback Machine isn't perfect, and sometimes doesn't catalog everything, but it was worth a shot. The first results on the Wayback Machine go all the way back to 2003, which would line up with what we have learned. The link on the Wayback Machine worked really well, and we are clearly able to see the front page of See Me Rot. In the corner of the page, we can see an image of the livestream, which does not look like the one that was floating around on Reddit and other places on the web. We also get to see a live foot cam of the corpse, which was never mentioned on any forum or comment I saw regarding the website, so I'm assuming that it didn't make it as far as the headshot of the corpse and was removed shortly after. The top of the page also features ads for adult entertainment, which was fairly common around the internet, especially back then. This very first screenshot also gives us an explanation on what exactly See Me Rot is. Welcome to seemerot.com. This site is dedicated to all who have gone before us. 2 months ago, we attached the world's first live coffin cams to the interior of our subject's casket. This was done after friends and family had seen the deceased for the last time. We then traveled over 2,000 miles with the casket to the family's chosen burial place, undisclosed to protect the gravesite. Having arrived at the graveyard, a small ceremony was held, after which the final preparations were made to our transmitting hardware and lighting units. All went according to plan, and the casket was lowered just after lunchtime, April 15th, 2003. Cam tests were carried out at the site, and the grave was sealed. We then set off back to our office in the heart of Seattle. From our base in Seattle, we control light and refresh rate of the camera equipment. We are working on a lighting problem 8503, please bear with us. We trust that you find seemerot.com a fascinating place to visit over the coming months. We anticipate a final transmission on or around July 2004, due to decomposition of the casket and ultimate cave-in of the staging area. Thanks for stopping by, and be sure to check out the archive photos in flip movie format every month. Should you wish to discuss plans for your own coffin cam for family and friends, please contact us for pricing details. The entire thing is extremely eerie, the way it discusses the corpse like a prop and happily encourages people to message them to join the coffin cam's movement. Wildly enough, the Wayback Machine has pages and pages of See Me Rot's website, and with all of this, it doesn't seem to be as mysterious as initially thought. It would be impossible to go through every single page and discuss it ad nauseum. I wanted to see some sort of natural progression of the website, so the next year I chose was 2005, which would give it just enough time to come into its own, and maybe it would even feature that infamous picture that floated around. The 2005 screen grab doesn't look too different from the original, but it does actually have the image we've seen before. This easily solves where the image came from, which is a relief. It is genuine to seemerot.com. The text is less important this time around, as I believe it just updates what's been happening in the website's lifespan. What absolutely stands out is that the picture on the front page corner, it's still moving. I saved the image on my phone, and yeah, it was refreshing a live stream, which confirms this entire website is completely fake. I may have believed it just for a second, but from the start of it, all I ever saw were mentions of the website alongside people calling it out. Like we saw, the people across the internet rarely believed this, not even 2004, only a year after it appeared. It looks like everyone across the internet wasn't kidding when they said they weren't buying the coffin cam. But even with all this information, I'm still not completely satisfied. From the beginning, I was told the whole thing was an internet tourist trap, and now that I'm here, all the warnings still make me want more information. What was the point of the website since it isn't what it claimed to be? Even if it's not a corpse, who is the person in the GIF? I decided to keep looking deeper to see what I could find and stumbled across a website called hoaxes.org, a site where plenty of infamous internet hoaxes are tracked and debunked for everyone, and they actually discuss See Me Rot. This article ironically also was published in 2004, and it discusses pretty much everything what we know now. The article puts a heavy emphasis on the adult ads in the corners, which I initially ignored as just a weird internet website staple. This person's theory is that the ads are there for a more specific reason. Either it was an easy sponsor, or the ads directed to the creator of the website's very own adult entertainment page. This article even goes the extra mile of determining what address the website was registered under. I'm not going to show the address, but it adds to the adult entertainment theory greatly. The address leads to a district of stores and companies all dedicated to adult entertainment. It mentions there isn't a specific suite of the business, but since it's surrounded by other adult shops, using deductive reasoning and a little bit of assuming, it's safe to say that this website was indeed just a really strange way to sell the creators adult entertainment. Whether or not it featured them, was directed by them, or just sold by them, I'm not sure. Is it possible this article is reading too far into the little ads that line the top of the website? I'd say it's possible to an extent, but even with the small amount of research they were able to do into this site, it seems like this is the most plausible theory. The why of this is probably more confusing if it did so happen that the website was designed to sell adult entertainment. Do rotting corpses make people want to buy that kind of stuff? Honestly, I've seen enough strange stuff on the internet that I genuinely don't want the answer to that question. A question that does remain unanswered is the identity of the person in the role of corpse. The website claims that the corpse is a woman, and it definitely fits that bill from the one shot of it we have. I reverse image searched this to death and looked through dozens more articles and posts about this online and have not found a solid answer. Most of these posts aren't concerned with the identity of the corpse due to the fact that the website's concept itself tends to draw the most attention. Here at the channel, we want every question answered, and unfortunately this one seems like it will remain a mystery. My theory, and the one that seems the most plausible, is that it's just a friend of the creator. Maybe it's an adult actress that knew the creator, if that last theory is actually what's going on here. The truth is, I have no clue who this could be, and I don't think we will ever decipher their identity. Another big question of this entire endeavor is just what happened to SeeMeRot.com? Where did it go and why? Using the trusty Wayback Machine, it looks like in 2013 is when See Me Rot as its original concept stopped being updated. It lasted around 10 years and didn't seem to fool too many. The first website it redirects me to in 2013 is a forum board called omg69b.com. The archive was corrupted and I wasn't able to see exactly what was happening, but it marked the end of See Me Rot. Scrolling through the years past 2013, it looks like the See Me Rot URL was used for plenty of adult entertainment sites judging by their names. At one point in 2014, it was registered under undieguys.com. One of the links tried to take me to a pop-up adult site, and that happened multiple different times. These don't fully prove the theory of the site being a gateway for this stuff. It could just be that the creator decided not to renew the license, and the only people that wanted it were adult entertainment sites. But I presume it is possible a few of these smaller sites could have been run by the See Me Rot creator if their adult background is the truth. This was the story of an incredibly fascinating internet tale. This website was certainly one of the strangest things I've seen online in a while, and created a journey across the web that I was not expecting at all. SeeMeRot.com just feels so old school internet with the concept, web design, and all around strange feel. That would make sense because it genuinely is from the dawn of the accessible internet. It feels like something my friend would have shown me on the bus going home from middle school. It has that urban legend / internet hoax vibe down perfectly. If I was a kid around this time and knew about it, it surely would have freaked my friends and I out, and we most definitely would have checked back constantly to, well, see them rot. A lot of these articles were extremely quick to call out the website as a hoax, but I wonder just how many people were really fooled by this experiment. Recently, I've spent a lot of time reflecting on things, whether it's regarding my personal life, my experiences, the world at large, or something entirely different. It feels like I've been even more introspective than usual. When it comes to all this, one of the main things I've been reflecting on so much is just simply the internet as a whole. With my age now, I'm genuinely part of a generation that was able to grow up alongside the internet. And though the internet has certainly evolved even in my time on this planet, that fact is still incredibly striking to me. This giant online space has been a part of me since basically the very beginning. Since I was a kid, I was already plugged into it, watching YouTube videos, searching up things I was curious about, and seeing things I wish I didn't see. But something that stands as even more striking than all of this is thinking about what I missed. A time where the internet wasn't so giant. A time where the concept of going online was not at all just something that was to be taken for granted. It was something special, a time where there was less control. Whenever we decide to cover an internet mystery, this feeling usually comes up, especially if it's regarding an old website like Death in Hell and See Me Rot. Even if you don't visit those websites yourself, I don't think it's hard at all for you to agree that when you just look at those sites, things just feel different. Even though those places are incredibly disturbing and strange, somehow still despite that, I'd find myself getting so envious of the time where the majority of the websites looked like that. Even though I've been exposed to the internet for as long as I can remember, that was not something that I could ever experience, but I wish I could have. But what if there was a way? Thankfully, today there do exist many archival sites, one of which even being called the Old Net, in places like the Wayback Machine, essentially giving you the ability to take any existing website and see what it looked like all those years ago. But there's one place that takes these possibilities even further. Today there exists a site called Wibby.org, which is a very special ability. It only indexes sites that do not use JavaScript, the programming language that a stunning 98% of all websites in the world use today. To add on to this, Wibby also has the ability to randomize and send you to a completely random website. Again, due to just how common JavaScript is, when it randomizes and sends you to a website, it will almost always be someplace that is ancient by internet standards. Places from long before the internet was monetized or commercialized. Places that I'd always longed to see, but now in a way, I can. That's pretty much what this video is going to be about. As you can tell, it's very, very different than usual, but basically what I wanted to do here was live up to the title and just explore the old internet. Something even more exciting about this is due to the fact that not every old website was as bombastic as a See Me Rot or a Death in Hell. In taking this journey that we are about to foray in, maybe you will find that there are some true takeaways that we can make regarding the internet as a whole, and even some deeper things to ponder. Without further ado, let's simply get started. Tonight, we're just going to explore the old internet and see what things looked like, at least in as close of a way we can see these days. The very first site I landed on was titled Ray's Random Birdie Info. Seems simple enough, and well, it is. On this website, you can see a ton of miscellaneous info regarding birds, including things you'd want to know before owning one, especially the random stuff. But it also includes a ton of other information and stories about Ray's own birds. One of the highlights on the website is a section called Stupid Bird and Owner Tricks, which includes a ton of true stories from Ray's birds, including stories about how their bird, who was originally named Chaos, named himself Cheap. Really, this site is full of things like that, and as you can tell, it certainly lives up to the title. It's just one person's blog full of something he's very passionate about, and it even has a section about Ray specifically as well. All in all, it is simple, but very endearing. There is no big mystery or weird thing about this site that makes it feel off. It's genuinely just an ode to a wonderful type of companion. Info about the site states that it was established all the way back in 1994, and it appears to have been last touched in 2009, at least from what I can see. This site includes a multitude of links to other places, most of which sadly don't exist anymore, but it is really sweet to see this place still standing after all these years. For our second site, here is Internet Explorer is Evil. This is exactly the type of thing I hope to find too, because look at these animations. Anyways, as you can tell, it very much lives up to the title, giving a plethora of reasons as to why this would be the case. The poster was calling it bloated, invasive, and it even began mentioning how this type of behavior is going to lead Microsoft to monopolize the entire internet. However, it doesn't end here. There is a humor section that makes a ton of tongue-in-cheek jokes about Internet Explorer, and then there's also a miscellaneous section full of rants. Craziest of all, it is still being updated to this day. From the time of recording, there was an update as recently as November, and all these years later, it truly doesn't look like much has changed. These rants are full of more cynicism regarding the internet, except of course for the modern day. There's complaints about the sluggish nature of Windows 11 and other things such as how this user can't support Google anymore. There's information about the creator of the website as well, with a section featuring even more strong opinions about stuff. That's about all there is to it, but to me it is interesting to see a live account from the time of somebody seeing the internet beginning to change. The third site I found seemed to just be called Housefly, and as I arrived, I was just greeted with the phrase, "You'll catch death out here, hurry in." Accompanied with that is very simply just 4 images, each of which being clickable. Right off the bat, I could tell that this was going to be some sort of art project, but I was very eager to play along and see what exactly it had in store. I decided to click image 2 first just because it was a door, and inside of it there was a poem. Also on the page was some foreboding art and a 3D animation that said, "Is anyone there?" and it was clickable. Upon clicking that, we have another poem as well, as some more old school looking 3D art. When clicking this one, things get stranger. There's now an eerie face with 2 spinning chairs. After reading one more poem, you are then sent back to the start as it appears that the room is complete. The rest of the rooms take a similar route, as they all have strange art and poems. One of the ones that really stood out to me was this one. It has an illustration of what appears to be a woman's face with text in the background repeating the phrase, "No one likes me." But if you click the face, it begins crying and everything becomes more and more intense. After that page is over, there's a full-on animation of a crying face with a cat in the foreground. This art project definitely appears to be more personal, as some of the poems are very specific, and that picture of the cat makes me wonder if that is the pet the creator of the site lost in the past. One more thing I must mention is that this site actually is not nearly as old as everything else featured here, as this site was actually made with the NeoCities engine, which is something I wanted to briefly mention. NeoCities is a web creation engine created in 2013 with the goal of reviving the old, unmonetized era of the internet. It was inspired by GeoCities, which was a hugely popular web hosting service founded in 1994 and eventually purchased by Yahoo in 1999, where it quickly began disintegrating until it was finally ended in 2009. In talking about the old internet, there was no way that could be done without mentioning GeoCities. It was completely free to use and unmonetized and served as one of the most powerful symbols of this era. If we ever do another deep dive into the old internet, we will try and figure out if there's a way to surf old GeoCities sites. Next up, I found something much more simple, a shrine to the NES game Kid Icarus, as the site itself says. Kid Icarus is one of my favorite NES games. I played it a lot and beat it quite a few times. It is often called the companion game to Metroid, and the two games do share a similar graphic and music style. Unlike Metroid, Kid Icarus' setting is not outer space, but a mythical world based somewhat in part on Greek mythology, although many of the monsters are unlike anything you've ever seen before. It has that same sort of dark and gloomy atmosphere of Metroid, which sort of gives it a gothic feeling. Kid Icarus is also one of the most difficult games for the NES. This shrine is meant to showcase one of my favorite and most unusual games. And that's exactly what the site does. There's a section all about the characters, the enemies, music, and there are even sections about fan art. Once again, similar to the first site, it's heartwarming to see a place created by one person just showcasing a singular passion. And speaking of singular passions, let's check out Jeff's Robots, a place where Jeff is clearly very passionate about robots as he seeks to collect them. You can tell this one is old too, because not only does it have a copyright from 1997, it also says that this site is best at an 800 by 600 resolution. It also features more very, very charming 3D animations, one of my favorite staples that some of these old websites used to have. The collection of robots truly does seem to be vast too. A site that I found incredibly fascinating upon taking this journey was one called amcho.com, and the reason why is because it is a very old place, talking about the concept of the internet. As the headline says, "What can the internet do for me?" And as you can see, this website lays out some of the important things the World Wide Web can do for you, starting with email. This is probably the least hyped part of the electronic revolution. It is also the easiest to understand, and is also probably the most useful. Think of email as a clever fax machine. With a fax, you can send and receive pages of information. You can do the same with email, but without having to print the pages first. For example, instead of printing out your order to a supplier and then faxing it, all you need to do is click a few buttons on the screen and the message can be emailed, not to a public fax machine, but directly to the person who will deal with your order. When you receive an email, rather than having to rekey all the information, it is already on your computer. All you need to do is copy and paste it into any other application, such as a report in a word processor. Email messages can be forwarded to whoever needs to deal with the message next. It then talks more about the internet and websites as a whole. If it wasn't worth it, all the large companies would not be there. The larger companies are there because they can see a possible source of profit and are afraid of missing out on the bonanza. There are many stories of websites that are making a fortune. These, I think, should be taken with a pinch of salt. The sites that are probably making money are those selling pictures on a pay-by-view basis. Maybe the quality is better if you pay for it. Possibly the search engines are making money through advertising. But probably the greatest benefit is to existing businesses that use the internet as a tool to improve their existing business. Read the story by Michael Schreiner of how Microvision computer products use the internet to make the business grow and become more profitable. The main reason for most companies being on the internet is to provide information about themselves and their products to the general public and their customers and suppliers. Treat your website like an entry in the yellow pages, but with the added advantage of being able to answer many of your potential customers and suppliers' questions before they need to phone you. Some companies are using the internet to save costs. If you think about it, if you are answering the telephone and most of the questions are similar, then putting the info on the web must be a lot cheaper, on the condition that your target audience has access to the web. Examples that come to mind are train timetables, freight transport. At the bottom of the site, we can see when this article was written, August 1997, reviewed in 1998, and in 1999. And to me, it was just a really captivating read. Just seeing the internet being described in this way puts so much into perspective. Thinking about it in terms of evolution and seeing firsthand how it was thought of when it was fresh. Next up, we have a site all about Furbies. Except it's not about buying them or talking about how cute they are. No, this site is about Furby autopsies. It mentions how they had a particular Furby for about 3 days. 2 of those days it was spent sleeping, and then after that, his batteries ran out. After the batteries were replaced, the Furby supposedly began acting really weird. His eyes were stuck half open, it was making a weird buzzing noise, and resetting it would not help at all. At some point it even began smelling, so this left only one option. Dozens of experiments with trying to unjam and reset and reboot him were unable to restore him to healthy operation. Tulaka was definitely a terminally ill Furby. So we did what any bereaved Furby owner would do, we cut him up and took pictures. So in case you ever wondered, here is a step-by-step guide of how to give a Furby an autopsy. This autopsy took place in 1998, meaning that this is likely around when the website was created too. And it's just so weirdly macabre, even though we're talking about a toy. There's a section about the Furby's guts, its cause of death, and much, much more. There's even a frequently asked questions section full of questions like, does Furby learn? Do you hate Furbies? Does Furby hear, see? And last but not least, can a Furby catch fire? For our final website for the time being, we're going to talk about one that, in all honesty, is pretty tragic. A site all about a son creating a tribute and trying to help his dad. This is SaveWalterWhite.com. Walter White apparently is a high school chemistry teacher and someone being described as annoyingly smart. And I feel like we all know somebody like that. His son also was in high school and decided to try and see if he could raise funds for surgery. A truly noble and sweet act. As we can see from this paragraph, we can tell just how deeply they all care about each other. Walter White in here seems like a true family man, someone who would never ever hide anything from them. A man of total honesty. Weirdly, when you try to donate, it actually takes you to AMC's website. I mean, how random and weird is that? Do they think Walter White is an actor or something? Well, there you have it. We've just explored the old internet, at least to the best ability that we can for now, and the results really were telling. As we saw, the majority of the websites were technically pretty mundane. We saw a site about birds, an art project, a video game series, robotics, an essay, and Walter White. And throughout all of this, it put into even greater perspective just how much things have changed, confirming many of the things I said at the start. We saw a time where the internet was seen as exciting. It was seen as a place for creativity, for hobbyists to share their passions with the world, and of course, for people in all reaches of the planet to communicate with one another. It was a place that, to me, seemed in a strange way to almost mirror, though very rapidly, humanity's evolution. Many lifetimes ago, living was all about hunting for food and survival. The world was huge, mostly untouched, full of mystery and unknowns, and there weren't any rules yet. But as time passed, things evolved. Rules were created and enforced, monopolies were born. I think in a way a huge part of the allure to the internet was to escape what the world had become. The internet was a symbol of freedom when it was born, but that simply is not the reality that we live in anymore. Much like how the world changed over time, so did the internet, except much, much more rapidly. Nowadays, the reality of the internet is becoming much closer to real life. A small selection of companies are now in control of the majority of all content readily available for us to see, and because of this, though the internet is much larger today than it was 20 years ago, it certainly feels smaller, doesn't it? All of what is being said here feels remarkably bleak, and in some ways it is. There is definitely an element of fear I could completely understand being felt when thinking about the internet's evolution in this way. However, there may be a light, even if it is a small one, at the end of the tunnel. If there was one other thing we saw throughout this journey through internet time, it was that a shockingly high number of these websites were still being updated. That raises the question, how many of these classic old internet websites are still out there, still being given the same type of love that people gave websites decades ago? I have a feeling there may be more of them out there than you think, and though they are frustratingly and sadly difficult to find, it is relieving that this bygone era does still live on in a way. As this video comes to a close, I want to end it on a question. For those of you that did get to experience this old internet, what are some of the fondest memories you have from this time? If we could turn a subject such as this into a discussion or recollection, I think that would be very fitting. Fairly recently on this channel, we discussed the old internet and what that freedom meant for the communities that used them. We talked about this ancient internet with a lens of inexperience since we didn't actually live through that era of the internet. The video had me thinking of the internet that we actually did grow up with. When my generation were kids, we were subjected to some of the spookiest images and stories the internet could offer. It's now become sort of a dark joke that a lot of us were violently traumatized by having unlimited internet access, and this video isn't going to get into the absolutely horrid things that we experienced, like sites like Best Gore. It also so happens that creepypasta retrospectives aren't anything creative anymore, as plenty of creators have talked this to death. But since they were such an integral part of our childhoods and eventually led us into making this channel, we wanted to throw our hat in the ring. So this time we're giving ourselves a break from the horrors of true crime and the research that goes into something like an ARG. This video isn't to debunk anything or uncover some massive secret to creepypastas. This is just creepypastas, how we remember them. It's the early 2010s, and my friend at summer camp asked me if I've ever heard of the Slender Man. I was about 10 and only just recently began exploring the internet freely, so I'd never heard of anything like that, but even the name just scared me. My friend pulled out his phone and started playing this game called Slender the 8 Pages, and I was terrified, walking the woods looking for the titular 8 pages, all the while being stalked by the Slender Man, a tall and skinny blank-faced creature donning a suit. This was my first interaction in the world of creepypastas, and I was terrified, but hooked. I immediately began doing research on this Slender Man and found the iconic images that first made their way onto the Something Awful forums created by Victor Surge. These first 2 images of Slender Man are still haunting. The artistry that went into these just for a small paranormal Photoshop competition on Something Awful is astounding. I remember watching countless hours of videos on Slender Man. I became completely obsessed. I drew the 8 pages and hung them around my room. It was ironic that I was so obsessed with Slender Man and still was absolutely horrified. My friends and I swore we saw Slender on countless occasions. I remember one rainy day on my grandmother's farm looking out into the cornfields on the phone with my friend and seeing the corn stalks blow in the breeze and seeing Slender Man among them. Of course, this wasn't real, and it was just my obsession taking wind and me seeing something that I wanted to see. But that didn't matter. As far as my friends were concerned, Slender Man was real and something we needed to look out for. This is the brilliance of creepypastas and how they present themselves as something set in reality. Even though I knew where Slenderman originated from and knew he couldn't possibly be real, I still believed somehow. Creepypastas around this time became the modern version of cryptids. It was 2010 and Bigfoot just wasn't cutting it anymore. Now that I'm an adult and dissecting spooky things on the internet for a living, it's fun to look back and see how well some of these old creepypastas hold up. And in my opinion, Slenderman absolutely still holds up. Slenderman did have some very horrible and unfortunate spotlight in the mainstream media when in 2014, two 12-year-old girls held down and stabbed their friend 19 times as a sort of sacrifice to the fictional character. Fortunately, the victim did survive and is doing well today. This horrific event created some real-world panic, with parents being concerned about Slenderman and creepypastas as a whole being detrimental to their kids and would turn them into killers. But this is simply the same debate asking if violent video games make kids violent. Since this event brought public attention to Slenderman, we did end up getting a movie years after its initial popularity, and yeah, the movie stinks. I don't want to go into a full review here, but it is a painful flick, but honestly worth watching for just how bad it is. Creepypastas definitely didn't start with Slenderman, but his explosion in popularity made the genre go from niche to mainstream. I'm not going to sit here and act like he was all alone, as the next one I want to talk about is Jeff the Killer. Jeff the Killer is a teen who had the misfortune of being burned and then had a mental breakdown, leaving him with a bleach white face, sunken eyes, and bloody grin, wrapped in his iconic white hoodie. I always found Jeff to be more frightening when I was younger, and that all came from this image, which genuinely still gives me chills to this day. Jeff didn't get the massive explosion like Slenderman did, but he's undoubtedly one of the forefathers of creepypastas. I don't remember the first time I encountered Jeff, but like I said, that image terrified me, and I vaguely remember it being featured in a video I was watching, and I immediately turned it off. I would watch a lot of these videos and read the creepypastas at home, and started to do so in school as well, so I mustered up the courage while at school one day to read Jeff's story, and ignored that image as fast as I possibly could. The story freaked me out, and I remember looking out my window every night to check if Jeff was out there. If you couldn't tell by now, I was easily scared when I was younger and was quite gullible, but it honestly left me with so many more memories than just reading the stories themselves. I got really into the Jeff the Killer expanded media. I used to draw him frequently in class as well, and even dressed up as him on Halloween when I was younger. I still never grew the thick enough skin to not be put off by that image though. When creepypastas started to become something we looked back on, I read a lot of these ones I loved like I did with Slenderman. While Slenderman spawned a sprawling mythos, while Jeff was really only just an image and the story that accompanied it. The Jeff the Killer creepypasta absolutely does not hold up to today's standards and genuinely would only really scare a child. It's written so edgy and very, this is so scary, isn't it? It was laughable that I was afraid of it as a child, but the image did a lot of the heavy lifting, and as we all know, I was a frightened child. Unlike Slenderman, Jeff has a massive mystery surrounding him to this day. While from the start we knew where Slenderman originated, that iconic image of Jeff is still unsolved. It may seem like it's solved since the real image surfaces every year, but every year those images are debunked, as far as I know at the time of writing this. These next two are also some massive heavy hitters from this era, and I thought it would be right to lump them together because they both fall under a type of animalistic fear, those two being the Rake and Smile Dog. Starting off with the Rake, I don't have a very specific memory of when I found out what it was, but it was probably around the same time as Jeff. The Rake, like the others I mentioned of course, scared me to death, and that iconic image to use for the Rake is still quite unsettling. Being around 6 feet tall with a body that is a dark parody of a human body, with exposed ribs and sunken eyes, the Rake just spooked the hell out of me. We actually did an entire video about a subclass of cryptids called crawlers, which is the exact description for the Rake, and we spoke a lot about him in that video, which I would highly recommend. One thing that still bothers me about the Rake is that famous image. I swore up and down that image was a screenshot from a video of the Rake getting closer to the camera, but when we were researching the video about crawlers, I never found that original video. If you have any specific memory about this, please make sure to leave it below. The Rake's entire gimmick was giving you nightmares and lingering at the edge of your bed, and that mental image haunted me then and kinda still does now. As a 20-year-old man, when I wake up in the middle of the night to a pitch black room, my brain reverts to being terrified of what could lurk in the dark. And one of the first things I imagine is the Rake breathing slowly as it sits at the edge of my bed. As I said before, we do have an entire video of creatures like the Rake and attempt to debunk the sightings, so please check that out if this part of the video was intriguing to you. I do think the Rake mythos still holds up and presents itself as multiple sightings rather than one story. It feels more akin to the modern day cryptid thing I mentioned with Slenderman, and can be creatively used even in the modern era. The next one is smile.jpg, and this entire creepypasta was almost like a creepy chain email. The story hinged off of this picture with a dog smiling a giant toothy grin eerily in the corner of a dark room. Or the other version of a much more stereotypical spooky image of a blown out picture of a very demonic looking dog that is drenched in the color red. The picture itself is unsettling, but the background is what freaked me out. The story is that if you are sent the file image smile.jpg and don't share it, you will wind up going insane and dying. The story claims that the actual smile.jpg does not exist online, and the original version is only able to be viewed from getting the image itself in an email. Smile Dog is really similar to Jeff the Killer in the sense that the image is so famous, but there is no source. In the same fashion, the Smile Dog origin image gets debunked every so often, but never truly debunked, and hopefully one day the internet is able to team up and figure out this iconic image's origin. Smile Dog was never one that I had a massive connection to like the others I mentioned, but the image was and still is spooky, and the story along with it is as classic as they come, even though it was a typical chainmail story that took inspiration from The Ring. I still think it holds up fairly well. The next two I'm going to lump together as well since they are both video game creepypastas, those being Ben Drowned and Lavender Town Syndrome. Both of the stories I have with these are pretty similar as well. Starting with Ben Drowned, which was about a haunted copy of Majora's Mask on the Nintendo 64. The haunted cartridge featured a creepy Link statue that followed the player around the entire game named Ben. I believe at the time it was unknown if Ben was a ghost or some creepy AI, but I remember watching countless videos on it and tried to find one of the haunted cartridges on eBay, obviously to no avail. I do remember seeking out a fan-made Ben Drowned version on a ROM site and played it until the statue showed up, and then I chickened out and never went back to it. On doing some base research on whatever happened to the Ben Drowned story, apparently it was always an ARG and even lasted all the way until 2020. The next one hails from the original Pokemon Red and Blue, in the infamous Lavender Town. Lavender Town is one of the main towns that you have to go to in Pokemon, and it is complete tonal whiplash. As soon as you enter the town, you are hit with such spooky 8-bit music, which has become iconic, as has everything else in the original Pokemon. What made this town so off-putting, other than the music, was that it housed a Pokemon graveyard, which is so jarring in a game where none of your Pokemon actually die. They of course always faint when defeated. This leads us to the creepypasta, which is more like an urban legend, but it was always featured in discussions of famous creepypastas, and I had a major connection with this, so I figured I'd put it in here. As the urban legend goes, the original copy of Pokemon in Japan had a version of the Lavender Town song that for some unforeseen reason caused children to get severe headaches, cause harm to themselves, and even commit. Even though I knew it was only the Japanese copies, I had an American copy of Pokemon Green on the Game Boy Advance, and never finished it because I was so scared of falling victim to the Lavender Town Syndrome. I did eventually beat the game. Pokemon Green is of course a classic, and I am a diehard Charmander fan, but this, like the others, scared me to death. I knew a kid who swore that his friend died because he obtained a Japanese copy of the game and that Lavender Town got him, but that was just children making up stories, of course. The Lavender Town Syndrome is not real. There was never a single documented case of any kids falling victim to the cursed song, but it is widely believed that the inspiration from this story came from an episode of Pokemon that only aired in Japan and caused over 600 seizures in children, leaving 2 hospitalized. This also used to float around the internet, and the episode was obviously never aired again, and as far as I know, Porygon never showed up again in the Pokemon anime to avoid a similar thing happening. I think this spooky story holds up. It was debunked even then, but as a fictional urban legend, I like it, and it hinges on the horror of Lavender Town in an otherwise innocent game. The last one I want to discuss is the famous creepypasta 1999. This one details a specific channel on a local cable channel in Canada and its weird programming for kids. It centers around a man documenting his experience with the strange TV channel as a child and now as an adult, trying to figure out exactly what was going on. The channel featured a show called Mr. Bear's Cellar, as well as many others like Soup and Spoon with hand puppets that did strange things. But Mr. Bear was the main attraction. Mr. Bear was an extremely low-budget show of the titular Mr. Bear in a horrible-looking bear costume sitting and talking to the camera. In this specific episode, Mr. Bear urges the children to write him and he'll read the letters in the next episode. The main character writes to Mr. Bear and gets a letter back telling him to come to the cellar. The kid and his dad went to the cellar and found that the police were searching the place but never really knew why, until the present day. The story revolves around the main character searching for answers and found out that Mr. Bear was kidnapping these children that made it to his cellar and burned them alive in the final episode. These episodes were all kept by the local police station when they were investigating Mr. Bear. I loved this creepypasta as a kid, and it stands out as being the only one that didn't absolutely terrify me. I just thought it was a really well-written story. It has since become my favorite creepypasta. It isn't long and convoluted, it never devolved into nonsense like a lot of the others, and I believe it holds up the absolute best out of all the ones we discussed here today. With that, we come to the end. As stated at the beginning, this was a lot more casual of a video than normal. I wanted to remember these as I actually remember them, with less research where it feels like I'm reading from the Creepypasta wiki. I really wanted this video to be as raw as possible. Creepypastas were such an instrumental part of my youth, and I know plenty of you out there feel the same way. Creepypastas are our modern horror icons. The 80s had Jason and Freddy, and the 2000s kids had Slenderman and Jeff the Killer. Creepypastas introduced an entire new generation into the horror genre, and I think the next few years we'll see a lot of artists and visionaries use these silly internet stories as a jumping off point to make some amazing things. This channel was partially influenced by my love of creepypastas. I fell in love with internet mysteries, and the fact that I now get to explore them as part of my job is amazing. We made sure to give the old internet a ton of love, and since we didn't get to experience it, it does feel old, and I know we received plenty of comments saying that. But now that this age is getting older, it reminds me how much time has passed since I was trading Pokemon cards and reading these stories. Even though I'm older now, these things have stuck with me, and in my most primal moments, where I feel that genuine fear when the lights go out, these guys come into my mind before anything else. Reddit has always been a topic of discussion on this channel, whether it be the crippling sadness of Eric and Annie or the diabolical acts of the Reddit cat killer. We are constantly covering Reddit topics. With that in mind, we are also constantly on Reddit looking for great new topics to share with you guys, and I can now say that I have to browse Reddit for work is a pretty insane excuse. We stumble across a ton of different creepy and weird things while searching for topics, and a lot of these smaller topics were never long enough to flesh out an entire video. Think of this as a sort of sister series to our TikTok and 4chan deep dives. In this video, we're going to look at some of the creepiest Reddit topics that unfortunately didn't stand on their own, but still have such a spooky allure, we couldn't put off talking about them for much longer. So I think it's natural that we just get right into our first Reddit post of the evening, that being a parallel life. This Reddit post comes from an Ask Reddit thread simply titled Reddit, Tell Me Your Glitch in the Matrix Stories. This thread is 12 years old and got so big that it even started an entire subreddit with the same name, basically being full of a bunch of weird, unexplainable stories that seemingly prove we are living in a Matrix-style simulation. This Ask Reddit thread had 2 posts that we will include in this video, with the first of which originally being posted by you/tempttoassume. But unfortunately, this account doesn't exist anymore due to the OP not caring to post on Reddit after, and just wanting to get this story out. The story was lovingly reposted by Triumphant George, and thank God it resurfaced because the story is quite the roller coaster. It goes as follows. My last semester at a certain college, I was assaulted by a football player for walking where he was trying to drive. Note, he was 325 pounds, I was 120 pounds. While unconscious on the ground, I lived a different life. I met a wonderful young lady. She made my heart skip and my face red. I pursued her for months and dispatched a few jerk boyfriends before I finally won her over. After 2 years, we got married, and almost immediately, she bore me a daughter. I had a great job, and my wife didn't have to work outside of the house. When my daughter was 2, she, my wife, bore me a son. My son was the joy of my life. I would walk into his room every morning before I left for work and dotted on him and my daughter. One day while sitting on the couch, I noticed that the perspective of the lamp was odd, like inverted. It was still in 3D, but just wrong. It was a square lamp base, red and gold trim on 4 legs, and a white square shade. I was transfixed. I couldn't look away from it. I stayed up all night staring at it. The next morning, I didn't go to work. Something was just not right about that lamp. I stopped eating. I left the couch only to use the bathroom at first. Soon, I stopped that too, and I wasn't eating or drinking. I stared at the fucking lamp for 3 days before my wife got really worried. She had someone come and try to talk to me. By this time, my cognizance was breaking up and my wife was freaking out. She took the kids to her mother's house just before I had my epiphany. The lamp is not real. The house is not real. My wife, my kids, none of that is real. The last 10 years of my life are not fucking real. The lamp started to grow wider and deeper. It was still inverted dimensions. It took up my entire perspective and all I could see was red. I heard voices, screams, all kinds of weird noises, and became aware of pain. A fucking shit ton of pain. The first words I said were, "I'm missing teeth," and opened my eyes. I was laying on my back on the sidewalk surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots were freaking out. I was completely confused. At some point, a cop scooped me up, dragged/walked me across the sidewalk and grass, and threw me face down in the back of a cop car. I was still confused. I was taken to the hospital by the cop. Seems he didn't want to have to wait for the ambulance to arrive and give CT scans and shit. I went through about 3 years of horrid depression. I was grieving the loss of my wife and children and dealing with the knowledge that they never even existed. I was scared that I was going insane as I would cry myself to sleep, hoping I would see her in my dreams. I never have. But sometimes I see my son, usually just a glimpse out of my peripheral vision. He's perpetually 5 years old, and I can never hear what he says. This story is absolutely heart-wrenching and paints a very vivid picture of the events the OP saw in his parallel life. A lot of the comments beneath the post describe having similar things like this happen to them. Reading into it briefly, the study of dreaming, and especially dreaming while in a pained state like being knocked out or being in a coma, is very unexplored. This phenomenon happens quite often from what I can see, and multiple people across the internet describe a second life in a dream world, and when they wake up it's like they've been violently dragged out of their life and brought back to reality. The story does leave out some things as pointed out by some comments. The OP talks about his wife and kids as the loves and joy of his life, but really doesn't put much of that in the story. No descriptions of them or personal little tidbits. That could be because it's a short description of the event, or it's meant to be a non-fiction horror type of story. I don't necessarily think that the omission of little details means that this story is made up, but you'd think he would enjoy talking about his family that doesn't exist more than just some lines. Since the OP did just drop this extremely sad tale and never came back, we truly will never know. Dropping a single story and vanishing has always been a common sign with stage stories on Reddit, but this thread wasn't created by the OP and he would have had to stumble on it, which does spice things up a bit. Regardless of its legitimacy, it's extremely well written and manages to invoke a response on the people that read it to this day, reading multiple comments of people who were really broken up about it, and myself included, just feeling sort of empty by the final word. The next post we have for tonight is complete tonal whiplash. This video isn't all about the creepy and bone-chilling. We also wanted to highlight some just genuinely strange, and in this case, funny Reddit posts. This post is just titled, "Who is Japan's infamous Mr. Poop?" and automatically that name just had me dying. If you are as chronically online as me, this definitely reminds me of the bizarre phenomenon called Florida Man. The gist of it is the most outlandish crime or just civil interruption that just happens to take place. For example, a Florida man chugs 2 beers in under 30 seconds at Epcot, removes shirt, and almost falls from the Skyliner during a skirmish with police. There are thousands of articles just like this. The rabbit hole runs deep and each headline becomes more insane than the last. The reason I bring this up is because these Florida men are close to home. Florida may be the home of gators and Florida men, but it's also the home base operations of Debunk File. This story may seem ridiculous to you, but honestly for us, it's just another Tuesday. In Japan's Akihabara district in the summer of 2019, a strange string of crimes took place, described by witnesses as a man in his 30s wearing black pants and a blue backpack. The man fled the scene with his pants below his knees. This man is known as Mr. Poop, and the crime he committed? Mr. Poop fled each scene leaving, well, a pile of feces on private property. He left a stain outside an office building, a restaurant, a light pole, and a gap between 2 buildings. Businesses in the area had to put up signs warning people about Mr. Poop, and after 10 confirmed cases, Mr. Poop was never seen or smelled again. Mr. Poop was caught in the act a few times by witnesses and cameras, but was never able to be fully identified. What is known is that it is the same person each time. All of the testimonies and pictures led to the conclusion that Mr. Poop worked alone. I mentioned the testimony earlier, mid-30s, black pants, and a blue backpack, but this is so vague and could be literally anybody. From here, there is no information on Mr. Poop. He literally dumped on the floor and fled forever. This could be a form of protest, I guess. Maybe he was an old employee or just crapping in places he felt were bad. Or it could just be an insane crime perpetrated by a very unwell individual. Breaking the law is breaking the law, but if this is how you choose to do it, I prefer this to something more severe. Hopefully one day this shitty suspect can be brought to justice. The next post we have for you guys is an internet classic. It's just the OP asking where this infamous image came from. I've seen this image floating around forever, and it always freaks me out every time. It's definitely the eyes that sell the scare on this one. The comments are flooded with testimonials like mine, sharing just how old this image is. One comment even mentions seeing this on a floppy disk, which would make it an extremely early meme. The comments also mention many different ideas of where this could have come from as well, like different face mashup websites and early internet sites where you could do that sort of thing. The thread mentions multiple times of places where it could have been uploaded, and now it's just an adult site similar to our video about seemerot.com. I even saw one comment that likened the search for this image similar to Jeff the Killer, and fortunately for them, it was not nearly that hard to find the source for this image. I read every comment on this thread, and someone eventually did post the source. The image came from a software program from the 90s called Kai's Power Goo, and they posted proof of that as well. Kai's Power Goo was a program that allowed you to mess with all sorts of images in tons of wacky ways. So wacky, one of the images from there still manages to freak people out on the internet nearly 30 years later. Now, this isn't the exact image that we're all familiar with, as something is definitely missing, that being the chimpanzee eyes and toothless smile. Now, I'm not an expert on Kai's Power Goo, but it seems like something you could create in the program, or someone years later just had this original image file sitting on their computer and added the eyes and mouth. If anyone watching used Kai's Power Goo back in the day, definitely let us know. This next post is chilling and hits close to home. On the subreddit r/non-murder-mysteries, a user uploaded a lengthy and terrifying post about the origins of something mysterious he found lurking in his friend's fridge. The object in question is, according to the OP, the best sparkling water he'd ever tasted. The scary part is that a drink that is seemingly so good has no origin, and while reading this, as a TV static water enjoyer, I was horrified that if they couldn't find an origin, I'd never get to taste this. Their friends have no idea where it was purchased, and online there was practically nothing besides the distributor and a trademark application for the name Pure Sparkle. The OP of course checked major retailers like Walmart and Target and found nothing. The only regional info is that he lives in Ohio. The distributor's name is Protec U LLC, and they are located in Pennsylvania, but when you look up the address, the name Protec U doesn't exist there. The only thing that does exist at that address is a fruit importation company named Patagonia Organics. The last weirdest thing is the trademark for the name of the brand exists online, but looks like the filing for it was never started. So this all makes no sense. We've been sitting on some of these posts for a few months for this video, and reading it again while writing this video, it has been edited and appears to have been solved. The sparkling water was purchased at a Dollar Tree, but that's really only one part of the puzzle. As of right now, nothing else about it has been figured out. The address, companies, and trademark are all still floating in mystery limbo with seemingly no chance of solving. Next up, we have a Reddit post all about a mysterious old website, Gandalf.com. When you visit the site, you're greeted with an ominous but clickable image. When you click on it again, you get closer to the painting and it says, "Gandalf is busy, please go away." Clicking on it one more time redirects you to an email which appears to be inactive. That's all there is to the website. It's just a bizarre little interactive place, but it has caught interest for many years since people found it, mostly because nobody seems to know anything about the site. Its purpose is unclear, as well as anything else surrounding it. This is all made even weirder by the fact that 22 years later, this website is still up. If you look at the Wayback Machine, it shows that since 2000, this website has not even changed one bit. It has always been the exact same thing. Searching up Gandalf.com doesn't give you much at all except for another Reddit thread with more theorizing. And well, there are quite a bit of plausible theories here, so let's go through a few of them. The most popular theory I saw in the original Reddit thread was very simple. Somebody wondered if this is simply just an artsy version of an under construction placeholder, which were of course very common on older websites. While being very simple, it does make sense, even if there isn't any direct proof for that being the case. One of the other theories I saw said this: if there's been no updates, maybe it was a planned project that the creator never got around to, but doesn't want to lose the domain name. I haven't had my website functional in 5 years, but I keep paying for the name and then forgetting about it until I get a renewal notice. The comments also had multiple people mentioning the fact that they have really old websites that they just keep forgetting about or just keep up just because. And seeing all that makes this make sense too. The final main theory that I saw was very interesting too. In the early days of the internet, people bought popular domain names in hope of cashing in by forcing businesses and celebrities to buy the domain instead of suing for it. This was a get-rich-quick scheme in which people bought up every variation of domains that contained the names of popular businesses, celebrities, and brands. This actually had some limited success for people. With the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings movies beginning production in 1999, I would not be surprised if someone bought this domain in hopes of cashing in on the popularity of the films. Why they keep the domain is a mystery, but the timing is very much linked to the Lord of the Rings films, and I doubt that is a coincidence. This is another lead I find really interesting, and I think could make perfect sense. A commenter even chimed in and said that their friend was a success story of this scheme as he bought the domain for netflix.ca. By the time Netflix moved to Canada, they bought the domain for $125,000. Unfortunately, while all these theories do feel extremely possible, I doubt this is a mystery that we're ever going to get a confirmed answer for, especially since it isn't necessarily something huge. So as the years pass by and this simple yet alluring website keeps getting older, the mystery will only continue to grow. For our final post of the night, we wanted to bookend the video the way it started with another really freaky instance of the simulation breaking around us. This comes from r/askreddit, and it's just a post asking people about Glitch in the Matrix stories. One of the replies by desk_jockey26 is just super spooky. It goes as follows. My dad used to get up around 3 AM every morning for work. Starting at a very early age, I would wake up on my own and wander downstairs to see him before he left. One morning, when I was about 4 years old, I made it to the bottom of the stairs and noticed that the front door was ajar. I opened it up and saw my father in his favorite work shirt making his way down the driveway to his truck in his typical work outfit, plaid shirt and dickies. I swung the door open wide and yelled for him to come back for a hug before he left. He slowly turned around and just stared at me and started walking back towards the house. He was looking so strangely at me that it started to scare me, and I began crying and asking what was wrong. Just as he had almost reached me, a pair of arms encircled me from behind in a bear hug. I turned my head to see my understandably freaked out father staring at his doppelganger in the same outfit. The double took one look at my dad and ran down the driveway. Meanwhile, my dad yanked me in the house and locked the door. Weirdest morning ever. Never did quite figure that one out. I would not trust my 4-year-old memory of the event if it wasn't also witnessed by my father. He won't really talk about it these days, but my mom has since told me that he called out of work and she spent the day reassuring him he wasn't a nutcase. Stories about doppelgangers are always so uncanny to me and always just leave a bad taste in my mouth. Of course, the replies to this are asking for way more than what we originally got, and this was one of the OP's replies. I actually did talk to him this evening, was tempted to ask him, but he's sick with bronchitis and sounded pretty crappy. As a side note, however, he gave my sisters and I each one of his plaid shirts for Christmas a few years back. It was a sweet idea since we always stole his warm work shirts when we were cold growing up. Don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but I ended up with the favorite shirt mentioned in the post. Second side note, I continued to wake up with him until I finally moved out. Even in my early 20s when I was out partying, I felt like I still had to be home before 3 to see him off and felt really off if I missed a morning for any reason. Not quite sure why. There is a very cute sentiment buried under this story, and it is good to know he had nothing similar to report. The comments and me, of course, want more information for this story, and the OP said that he would update us, but unfortunately, that was 12 years ago now. I looked through his other posts and comments, and yeah, it looks like he hasn't been active on Reddit for over 12 years, so the odds of us getting a follow-up on this are very slight. This story, of course, is probably just a story. Or 12 years ago, RRP was replaced by something that looked like him, sounded like him, but just wasn't quite human. As someone who was there, the old internet truly did feel like an entirely different beast than what we have now. It felt like reading an infinite book, every website and page like picking up a rock and seeing what's living underneath. Admittedly, some of that was the sheer novelty of it all, making it seem more magical. But I feel like the corporatization of the internet really killed the soul of it. Pre-commodified internet is absolutely incredible, a true testament to human nature. It feels like the spirit of humanity enshrined in pixels. I could look at old websites for hours. My fondest memory of the old internet is a mailing list dedicated to an anime I used to love. It was the first time I ever got involved in a fandom, and I made my first internet friends there. We had a ton of fun, talked every day, shared fan art, fanfiction, roleplay, and just fun conversations. It all began to dwindle till no one replied anymore, and mailing lists stopped being a thing. I still remember them very fondly. Our journey into the depths of the old internet was a really special experience, and it appears we were not alone in this feeling that it gave. Seeing a place we all use every single day look so different was an eye-opening and nostalgic adventure, despite the fact that we unfortunately didn't even live through most of it. And due to the unbelievable success that our Exploring the Old Internet video had, it only made sense that we would continue this journey again. The reception, some of which we just read, was greater than we possibly could have ever imagined. If you haven't seen our original Exploring the Old Internet video, I would definitely recommend you to watch that before this one. It explains the background and idea behind this all, as well as what the resource we use for these does. It'll just make a lot more sense if you see that one first. At the end of the last video, we asked people to share what the old internet was like for them, thinking that maybe our video could serve as a place to come together, to recollect, and to discuss this distant memory. And in honor of that idea, perhaps this time we can unearth even more memories for you all. It is time to explore the old internet once again. The resort is a geek house in the mountains of Santa Cruz, California. We are a fully network-connected household of 7 housemates who employ the full power of the internet to nag our housemates about chores and otherwise organize our lives. We've been the resort since 1992 and online full-time since 1994. In the future, all houses will be like the resort. However, it is likely that the people in this future will be so busy forwarding mail to their housemates that they will forget to eat and will thus die. In clicking the Geek House link, it states that a geek house is pretty much a home comprised almost entirely of computer nerds, and along with that definition, it says that there are a number of these houses in the Santa Cruz area, and below this, it shows pretty much all of them that are known. I tried to click some of these other clickable pages for the supposed other geek houses, and unfortunately it seems that the vast majority of these links are dead, but I did find a few that worked. One of them was the abattoir, and wow, is this website colorful. Residents of the abattoir are heavily armed at all times and will kill intruders on sight. Happy New Year! Of the few other links I found, most of them were naturally pretty personal, with photos of these house inhabitants and not much else. But this whole geek house section certainly explains what the resort is all about. With the way everything on the resort site is written, you can tell that a lot of it is comprised of in-jokes and the things that only other people in the resort would probably understand fully. There's a place called Meet the Resort that explains the origins of this place and how it came to be. 7-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 2,600 square foot on 2-acre pool spa. 1992. Who wouldn't jump at a chance to live somewhere like that? The resort was formed when Solgood and Banshee decided that they needed to stop living in small houses and furthermore needed to establish a geek house of unparalleled magnitude. They had lived in the Parrington dorm for 4 years at UCSC and had lived in separate houses in Santa Cruz for a few years. Banshee really wanted to live in the woods and Solgood really wanted a geek house. So Banshee found this ad in the classifieds that appeared to have everything they both wanted. Privacy, forest setting, lots of space, lots of bedrooms, a pool, and a spa. Though their current housemates were rather displeased, they went ahead and tried to organize a motley crew to secure this wilderness retreat. They pulled in Fez, a friend from work who had gotten tired of living alone. They pulled in Pickery and Vag, with whom Banshee had spent much of the spring of '92 getting trashed. LaFole was a friend from Parrington looking for inexpensive housing. Angel was a friend from the UCSC computer system who wanted a housing change. With these 7 assembled and much bickering about who was to buy the toilet paper later, the resort was born. To me, there's just something really sweet about seeing a group of younger people dream of all living together, actually making that happen, and then opening a website to document all about it. And the fact that they still may be living there all these years later only adds to this. This is certainly one of the eeriest websites I've come across so far during this journey, and it's also a rare website that is clearly very new too. The contents of the site is just a YouTube link. The site is called spotthedrowningchild.com. The video in question also bears the same name, and in it you, well, do just that. The video in question has a fixed camera of a wave pool with dozens and dozens of people in view, except at one point, one of the kids begins drowning, which is spotted by the lifeguard almost instantly, who jumps in and saves the kid. Being posted on a channel called Lifeguard Rescue, I think this video was made to show how important lifeguards can really be, and it also shows how difficult the job can be. There were so many people in view that it seems very, very difficult to pay perfect attention to them all, especially when drowning can be so quiet. But this lifeguard saw it instantly and saved a life. The description of the video says, "Peer pressure in pools can lead to dangerous situations. The person who winds up being rescued is just trying to make it back to his girlfriend. Instead of asking for help, which would have been embarrassing, he decided to chance it." This is a good example of someone who goes vertical and can't make any meaningful swimming motions. Next up, we have Wobbletown. It appears as if this website is about a specific type of virtual pet. As we can see, there is a current population of 76 of them, all in different shapes and sizes. Clicking each of them also gives information about every individual creature, and even more interestingly, an entire different look to the webpage in question. Many of them appear to have been abandoned, and it looks like you can even feed these abandoned ones even if they aren't yours. In going to the Wobbletown manual, we can learn more. We don't know much about what exactly wobbles are or where they come from. They have been discovered for the first time when Brood, as he walked back home in the early morning after spending the night at the midnight pub, saw a weird looking egg near a pond in Dusk's End, Nightfall City. That night, Brood might have had one too many drinks. He didn't know if he was hallucinating. But then the egg hatched and a funny looking creature just came out. It wobbled as it tried to stand up. Soon after, Brood realized that there were many eggs all around this pond. He decided to call this place Wobbletown, and to tell all his friends about it so they can care for those little wobbly creatures. Below it, we can read that these creatures need to be fed about every 24 hours, and that they'll leave after 5 days without any food. It also shows us that this website was heavily inspired by Tamagotchis, which is something I was already thinking about. There's even a lab section of the site that gives you even more lore. If I'm being honest, I have absolutely no idea how old or new this website really is. With just a select amount of creatures there, this place certainly seems very hidden compared to most of the internet. It looks like it was most likely made less than 10 years ago, but maybe just like the Wobblers themselves, it's hundreds of years old, reaching beyond the internet entirely. Then speaking of online websites, here is Nightfall.org, one of the coolest websites I have found out of all of them so far. Nightfall is one of the oldest multi-user dungeons still alive, running continuously since 1993, while first opening to the public in 1990. MUDs are text-based multiplayer online games to check out the enormous landscape Nightfall has to offer. Connect to Nightfall.org at port 4242 using your favorite Telnet client. Have a look at our description of various clients or use the web client. If you want to get a feel without connecting now, the guide might be an interesting read, and of course you are welcome to check out our notes on the different races, guilds, and history past and present. For the impatient, the map of Nightfall is especially worth seeing. There's a short quick smart manual available as well as a rather extensive introduction to Nightfall and MUDs in general. As someone very unfamiliar with games like this, it definitely was a bit overwhelming, but the amount of information and depth available is simply astounding. There's tons of other sections too, one of which showing who is online right now. With an over 20-year-old game that looks like this, even though there aren't many, there's something really sweet to me about the fact that there are still people around playing it to this day. And you can even click these users to learn a little bit more about them. If you go back to the homepage and click the Don't Panic button, I realize that you can explore the game a little as a guest, so that's what I'm gonna do. As you can see, you're actually given a character selection screen, so I'm going to select North. And then I'm going to select Become Male. Now we are given multiple character options. I can be a dark elf, a demon, a dwarf, a troll. In honor of this channel's history, I'm going to become a gnome. After this, it seems that I would be able to start playing the game. Even though text-based games are primitive by their nature, I find a certain beauty in them due to the fact that you have no choice but to use your imagination through the majority of these scenarios. I'm not sure if this is a game I would actually sit down and play like that, but it's still something I respect and appreciate, especially because they don't really exist anymore. If any of these websites could serve as a reminder to what the old internet was like, this is probably it. Today I could lose myself in a world like Fallout, but back then, this was the world. It clearly has just as much depth, probably more honestly, but what we see in front of us is all there is, and all that anybody else playing with you could see as well. The world came alive through your imagination, and the online aspect was likely even more intimate. And once again, it still seems to be living on in a way, even if it is now small. Next up is a really important one. Here we have the true story of Idaho. This is an essay created for the sole purpose of proving that Idaho is not in fact a real state, and let me just say, it's pretty convincing. Do you know anybody from Idaho? Do you know anybody who knows anybody from Idaho? According to the 1990 census, there are over 1 million people living in Idaho. But if there are so many Idahoers, where are they? Some people have come forward and claimed that they were born and raised in Idaho, but every single person who made this claim have been shown to be frauds and charlatans. These Idahoan wannabes are invariably inconsistent with each other about the size, in square miles or square kilometers, of Idaho, about various town and village names, and even about the names of Idaho's mighty rivers. There's sections about satellite evidence, photographic evidence, the potato myth, and so much more. I don't know what made this man want to dig into Idaho so badly, but it was a truly hilarious read, and another moment that just made you think, how many websites exist anymore with the sole purpose of something this small and kinda just funny? At the bottom of the page we have a section that brings us back to Carl's homepage, and we can now see that he actually makes map art, many of which are actually being used on major websites. I can only assume that all the maps he made, none of them are Idaho. And well, if we're not going to Idaho, how about we just leave this planet entirely? If you ever wanted a place for that, we may have found one. This is Alien Ground. Really, it's a simple but super charming place. It's all about giving you some free gifts and wallpapers all relating to UFOs or aliens. And all of them are just really charming, old school 3D art. We've got some UFOs flying over houses, planets orbiting, gifts for your email, and Goku? Well, you can definitely say this place has variety. Finally, we'll explore eviloverlord.com, a place made by a true internet supervillain. This website is all about the top 100 things that this person would do if he was an evil overlord, but most of them are the small inconveniences that are of course so much worse than anything else. Things like, my ventilation ducts will be too small to crawl through, or I will never utter the sentence, but before I kill you, there's just one thing I want you to know. All the weird cliches would not be happening with this guy in charge. On the cell block A and B links, you get even more evil overlord scenarios. At the bottom of the site, it appears as if this website had won some awards in the past. It was given Cruel Site of the Day in 1996 and Worst of the Web in 1997. At the bottom of the page, we can go to the Evil Overlord homepage, which includes a message from the Evil Overlord CEO. So in case you ever wanted to study up on what it may take to become a true evil overlord, that is the place to go. If you're watching this right now, it's likely you've stumbled down the creepy video rabbit hole here on YouTube. Plenty of us have seen horrific things that have mysterious origins. Videos that cemented themselves as nightmare fuel like There Is Nothing, or my personal favorite, The Art Project, Transfiguration, which still takes the cake for the scariest video I've ever seen on YouTube. There are plenty that have terrified every generation that finds their way to them. And the most famous of these spooky videos is probably I Feel Fantastic. I know this won't be many of your first times ever watching the video, and I know even after every rewatch, it still holds such a terrifying mystique. This video is so famous that you may be asking yourselves, why we're even covering something so popular? Well, with something this big, there are bound to be people who are out of the know and even people who know bits and pieces of a fractured narrative that spans truth, lies, and a definitive conclusion. So in order to definitively put this all in one place, this is the story of Tara the android and what made her feel so fantastic. My first interaction with this video is probably identical to yours. I stumbled across it when I was in middle school watching a compilation of the creepiest YouTube videos.
Number 15. Obey the Walrus.
I don't have a specific memory of it, but I do remember being creeped out when I first found it, but honestly it was nothing compared to the other creepy things on the internet. It was something that sort of fell by the wayside. While things like creepypastas and ARGs held my attention, I Feel Fantastic just sort of stayed in its lane. I heard rumblings of an origin, but never knew much about what the video was or what it meant. I remember hearing that the guy who made it was honoring his dead wife that he either killed or who passed away very tragically. I vividly remember there being a specific theory that the wife was buried outside, since there was a small hill that you could kind of see in one of the other videos featuring Tara. This is all I really knew about the story I Feel Fantastic until Jiff urged that it would be absolutely worth doing a video on. From there we went down the rabbit hole, and here we are tonight. With our personal attachment explained and how we got here, I think it's fitting to get into the story. First, let's start at its public explosion. On April 15th, 2009, YouTube channel Creepyblog uploaded the video I Feel Fantastic. The video features the uncanny feminine android singing in a monotone voice in a super liminal looking house and flashes to footage of the forest completely with no context. The video features the android in two outfits, one in her more iconic striped sweater and another where she's laying down in a full black outfit. This video was quick to gain traction due to it being so unsettling from start to finish. The video came out with zero context about what actually was taking place, so the active imagination of the internet came face to face with something they now had to solve. Theories sparked to life about the context of I Feel Fantastic, and the main one I remember was the one I mentioned at the beginning, of the creator honoring or mocking his late wife that he either killed or lost and went mad creating the android. Another theory that gained a lot of traction was that the video was created by a serial killer and the clothes the android were dressed in were the clothes of the victims, and those quick flashes to a forest is where the victims' bodies were buried. These are all just theories of what could have possibly been going on inside this liminal space-looking house, but of course that doesn't add up to much. When you go to search this video up today, you'll also see something peculiar. This ultra-famous video that had been on YouTube for so many years is now gone. With the video so famous, there are of course re-uploads everywhere for it, but people have also been left recently wondering what happened to the original upload and why it would have been removed now of all times. Around the same time that original I Feel Fantastic upload was posted, there were also several other videos of the same robot posted by other channels, and these ones mostly had the android in different poses and different clothes, with the one that creeped me out the most back then showing the android weirdly sprawled out on the floor in a black outfit. These videos never got quite as large as I Feel Fantastic, but still managed to become pretty infamous on their own as well, continuing to reinforce this super uncanny and mysterious atmosphere behind this house and this robot. While this now covers our personal attachment as well as an overview of the I Feel Fantastic story, this tale goes back much, much further than this. In fact, it goes back even farther than YouTube itself. So now it is time to get into the full history of I Feel Fantastic, its inception, its purpose, its mysterious creator, and much more. John Bergeron is a man of mystery, but he appeared to be a robotics engineer for as far back as we can trace on the internet. I searched high and low to attempt to find as many traces of him on the internet as I could, especially ones that aren't readily available or known. And with all of that, I think we can piece together the most complete story of John Bergeron that is currently possible. In 1996, John Bergeron created a post that served as the earliest source that currently exists showing his interest in robotics. Really quick before we get into it, to clear things up, these were all Usenet posts, which thankfully and amazingly, many of them have been archived onto Google Groups, which is why they look the way they do here, and why we still have any of this information at all. Anyways, here he was talking about a robot called Annette the Experimental Simple Android, which was for sale or for lease. He stated that he has designed robots previously, but that this one is going to be made specifically for entertainment purposes, which would be a first for him. It looks pretty realistic with eyes that moves, it talks and does limited movements, but it does not walk. It's intended to stand or sit in one place. It cannot do complex tasks like driving a car, it's essentially a unique software-controlled toy. We'll add limited options for extra money. We'll sell just the talking head for a Halloween display or conversation piece. Starting price $1,900 USD. Thank you for your interest. On April 22nd of 1996, John would post something else about Annette. It mainly featured the same talking points from before. It was an entertainment android which looked very realistic, except this time we can see a select few exchanges from other people who seem very interested. About a year later, everything would change and we would get our very first mention of Tara the android. Tara the android. I've designed and built a more affordable type of android. It looks strikingly realistic, like a human. One possible use is a unique conversation piece for parties. It can already talk and can also frown. It is limited to relatively simple activities, such as entertainment. It cannot do precise or complex things, it's not made for doing work. It does look very good, and optional extras will be developed soon. This is not a cheap toy, it is built to last. Almost nobody else has one of these. It has many other possible uses. I will consider any requests for adding options to it. If you are interested, please let me know what you would like it to be able to do. There are some limitations. It needs to be plugged into AC electrical power and cannot walk around because of the expense of making it keep its balance, etc. It should be considered for use in only one place. The price, while lower than you might think, is still in the thousands of US dollars, although I will rent it to avoid a large initial cost. Please contact me for more information. A few days later, John would contact Jim Brown of the Dallas Personal Robotics Group, a group from which, what I can tell, did seem to be among the largest when it came to people that shared this particular interest, and is a group that is still around to this day. In John's posts, he mentions Tara and what she's capable of, but also asks some questions. I have a couple questions for you. One is that I'm looking for a good speech recognition system. Another is that I plan to start a business with this type of androids, and I might need a dealership to distribute them or some other situation. This should be a popular and successful design. I welcome any comments or questions. From here on, it does appear that Jim Brown would continue to answer and help out John Bergeron with any of the questions he may have. And he helped advertise his robot a little too, putting Tara on their webpage of robotic pictures. In 1998, we would have the very first instance of John Bergeron's creation being posted to a website, this one being AndroidWorld.com, a place that would get updated many times throughout the years and a place that still exists to this day with Tara on it. During this primitive time, we can finally see an image of Tara and what she looked like back then, albeit not in the best quality. We also have a description of Tara, but it is very short, saying that she's about 5 feet tall and not available for sale yet. Around this time, John began mentioning Tara in more sexual possibilities. A few of his posts began mentioning her as a homemade sex android, and he also mentions making the face and hands much more attractive and human-like than before. I actually found a few comments making fun of this as well. A little later on, it appeared that the second ever website posted about Tara was an adult website, one that has not been archived, for better or for worse, I suppose. In 1999, John would open up a personal website all about Tara, this one going back more to what he was saying before about her and being in a good amount of depth. He describes her as one of the world's few real lady androids and mentions that she is designed to have accessories added very easily if you would like. He also describes how exactly he was able to make her and what limitations he was dealing with simply because of the times he was creating her, which is really interesting and helps put into perspective how impressive some of this stuff is. This website would update in a few months, becoming even more detailed, and this time it would be much more thoroughly explained as to what exactly his mission really was regarding Tara. Androids are commonly used in theme parks like Disneyland to entertain people. Tara was designed to be a more affordable version for home use. This could start a new trend, the personal android trend, just like the personal computer trend that has become so internationally popular. Cheaper versions, like just the head without the face mask, could be used for educational purposes to practice robotics and computer programming. With different options added, uses include museums, trade shows, haunted houses, and it makes a great conversation piece. What Tara can do. The computer program, which automatically controls everything, varies the timing of the speech and movements in a random lifelike way. Settings can be changed and saved to the disk to customize it to different uses. Tara talks by moving the mouth in synchronism with the pre-recorded words. Eyes move back and forth. Tara is made for entertainment uses, business promotions, and other simple tasks. Speech recognition will be added to the software in the future. An interchangeable face could be made which looks just like an alien from outer space or any other appearance. Hairstyles are easy to change since its hair is a commercially available wig. What Tara cannot do. Can't walk around, it would cost too much for balance and guidance. Not made for doing work, even simple things like dishwashing would require complex hand control, vision, and significant computer programming. Tara cannot hurt anybody. Hands have individually jointed fingers and thumb. Only the fingers can be hooked up to an actuator so it could wave hello but not pick up an object. Even the teeth can't bite hard because they are made of a stiff type of silicone. Start a company? I built this prototype by myself for less than $1,000 in parts, including some used parts, not including my labor. Free videotapes will be sent out to the first few serious inquiries, with no obligation. These tapes will show Tara talking and moving. I've made a couple of previous versions of this android, so most of the bugs are worked out now. I will videotape this latest one as soon as I can. I am located in Vermont, USA, but will consider moving if necessary to get a company started. If you might be interested in starting a company, please email me by clicking here. Thank you for your interest. Below, we're finally able to see some images of what Tara looked like at this point in time, as we have 3 different designs of her face, 2 of which featuring different hair, and the final one having a mechanical eye. One thing that is also extremely important is the location of John, that being Vermont, which will become important later. In June of 2000, John would go into more detail about his desire to become a trendsetter, and to start the personal android trend. He mentions how much success Sony has had with their then new robot dog, and thinks that this is showing that the personal robotics market is growing stronger. This message also mentions a separate robot he had created, which supposedly had the ability to shake hands with a person. This message shows extreme confidence in his plan and abilities. He thinks that the affordability of his robots are going to make them go big, but mentions that he still can't do it alone. In 2001, a website in GeoCities was put up called Android Builder, and this place would show more details about John Bergeron's creations. In it, we can find a multitude of them, including some of the non-Tara ones. The first one is a robotic hand project with removable skin. This is the robotic hand project, which is made mostly from metal inside and has a removable glove, skin, hand, giving it the appearance of a human hand, made from synthetic rubber. It is computer controlled and life-size just like a human hand. It is the latest project to be completed. The videos show the hand picking up a couple objects between its index finger and thumb. This hand now has a rudimentary sense of touch by force feedback. DC motors draw more current as the load increases, which happens as the hand's grip tightens on an object. As the description shows, there was a video of this robotic hand in action on his website, but unfortunately there doesn't appear to be any way for us to watch it anymore. Also on his page we can find what he calls the very first robot with a mechanical appearance he ever made. This one also supposedly had a video that is no longer available, and according to the descriptions, this initial robot was seen shaking hands with somebody, no doubt being the same one that was mentioned previously. Tara's section includes many of the things that we saw on the website last time, but with some new uses that had not been mentioned until now. Uses: 1. A display for theme parks, trade shows, advertising. 2. Research for computer vision, processing or AI human interaction, etc. 3. Home use for entertainment. Tara has an electric personality. You can be in complete control of this android. 4. Security. One human operator can remote control several androids while remaining safely in a more secure location. Male and other android appearances possible. Provides deterrence and a friendly appearance. 5. Music videos or live music performances, especially if modified first. Once again, this website is advertising everything Tara the android is capable of, with the hopes to sell her to people, but below we have even more options that can be available for an additional cost, showing in more detail just how far John had come by this point and how much more advanced Tara was becoming. 1. Vision head. Interchangeable head with miniature video cameras in its eyes. A TV monitor can display what the android sees with its eyes. The TV monitor can be in another room or hooked up to a VCR. Essentially ready to go now, see below for pictures and details. 2. Vision processing. So the android can follow motion with the vision head. It can watch people / whatever's moving in a lifelike way. This option requires additional software to be written and needs a different motor controller board to work with it. 3. Basic arm / hand movement. Moves arm and elbow, then when hand is raised it flaps the hand back and forth to wave hello. The videotape offered on the main page shows one of Mr. Bergeron's mechanical robots shake hands with a person. That arm / hand movement is similar to what could be added here. 4. Advanced arm / hand movements. Specify what you needed to do and we can discuss details. See main page for a prototype hand that can pick up small objects between its index finger and thumb. 5. Facial expressions. This is planned to be a standard feature in the next version. It requires a new head and matching new face skin. 6. AI. Can accept keyboard input from the users. Tara responds by talking out loud. This is like a two-way interactive discussion, more lifelike. 7. Hairstyles. Different hair colors / lengths / styles available anytime. 8. Hearing. Speech recognition uses microphone in its ear so you can carry on two-way interactive discussion with it, no typing. This would be very rare, possibly the second one worldwide. This requires additional programming and time to complete. Male or other face, movie stars, etc., on interchangeable head, which can also have facial expressions, any appearance is possible. 10. Languages. Tara can be programmed to speak in any language. 11. Other. This can be customized for specific uses. Email your interests. Finally, during the section titled Vision Head, we can finally see another image of Tara in her full, terrifying glory. In this image, we can see that she's wearing the black hair that appeared in some of the other Tara videos floating around on YouTube. Finally, we see some purchasing information showing that the price has risen drastically. By this point, it appeared that Tara was getting really impressive in advance for its time, especially considering that she was homemade. She appeared to be a jack of all trades with the ability to speak smoothly, to move her body on her own, to listen to you, and to do even more things that you may request. All things to make her seem as human as possible, without actually being human. She seemed to be an incredible piece of technology, but these specific abilities no doubt led to the very uncanny nature of her that likely creeped people out regarding I Feel Fantastic years later. Now here's where things get interesting, because it appeared that new information and events would majorly slow down. For a few years, it appeared that all of these websites we went over would for the most part stay the same. I didn't find many more noteworthy email exchanges of John at all, when previously it seemed as if I would find something big every few months. In very late 2004 on GeoCities, we had the site Android Music Videos, and right on the front we have some screenshots. Screenshots that are without a shadow of a doubt from all of those videos we have seen on YouTube, including I Feel Fantastic, and it appears to have some sample links of those videos too. It also has another description of Tara on it, this time saying this. Tara can sing, but not do much else yet. Watch for upgrades that will be done as soon as possible that will add a lot of excitement to the next videos. DVDs are available here on AndroidWorld.com with 5 music videos. CDs also available with just music. CDs have 6 songs, 1 being an instrumental version. Tara will not be doing any live appearances, at least until the hardware upgrade is done. Going to AndroidWorld.com, by this point John's section has now been majorly updated. The Tara Android. Tara was built by John Bergeron back in 2003 and 2004. John was trying to bootstrap the Android industry just as I've been trying to do. She is a bit primitive, but that is to be expected given the tiny budget available to John. In 2004, John made a music video of Tara singing. Some folks think it's creepy, but I think it's just a little spooky. You can buy this music video here for $11 in the United States and $19 outside the United States. I currently have no email address for John Bergeron. Clicking the DVD link, it says that John has produced a 15-minute DVD of Tara singing, where it is now instantly clear that this is in fact where all of those videos came from. The YouTube uploads were all just rips of the DVD because all the separate videos put together on YouTube always wound up being 15 minutes long. Fascinatingly enough, this website also showed probably the oldest instance I can find of somebody recognizing that Tara may be a little creepy. Thanks to a Medium article from somebody who had more stones than I did, we were actually able to find out what happens if you try to buy the John Bergeron DVD today from the Android World site. To somewhat of a surprise to me, it is still able to be bought, and a few months later it appeared on this guy's doorstep with this case. The case and the disc shows that the DVD is from 2004, and the metadata from the video files also show that these videos were created in 2004, 5 years before they were posted to YouTube. Now this is where things get weird, because after this, it seems as if everything just stopped. In early 2006, the Android Music Videos site was updated very briefly, and then it was never touched again. The Android World site is still active as we've seen, and you can still buy his DVD there, but John's section there also hasn't been updated since around 2005 either. The birth of YouTube was right on the horizon, and ironically, the legend of I Feel Fantastic couldn't be quieter. As it turns out, the I Feel Fantastic upload from 2009 actually was not the first upload of that video to YouTube. In May of 2006, a video titled The Future would be uploaded by Elias Adsum, featuring 15 seconds of Tara the android in her black outfit, and at the time of recording, this video still has just 900 views. The select few comments on this video were already mentioning how creepy this already was. In August of 2006, a video called Fantastic Hey 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 was uploaded, this one appearing to garner over 20,000 views, and many more comments calling it creepy. This video still wasn't viral yet, but it was definitely starting to gain some infamy. In April of 2007, the Android music videos site would actually create a channel where they would upload one of the Tara videos, the one that happened to creep me out the most back then. This one has 10,000 views still to this day, so it did not necessarily explode either. Videos of Tara would continue to be uploaded for the next few years, with all of them getting small audiences that did nevertheless seem to be creeped out by what they were seeing. Of course, everything would change in 2009 on April 15th to be exact. While we have already talked about this video at the beginning, now that we're viewing it through the Wayback Machine, let's think about why this specific one may have exploded. To me, it seems like it would be a mix of two things. Luck would have undeniably been a factor here, but I also think that this video's description added a ton to the allure here too. In ancient Greek mythology, Pygmalion was a highly accomplished Cypriot sculptor. Though skilled at imitating the human form and well acquainted with its subtleties, he became disgusted by it when he witnessed the proprieties prostituting themselves. These women were punished by Venus for their lack of worship with a coarseness of skin and a crudeness of nature, and were forced into prostitution. Seeing this, Pygmalion the sculptor was repelled and could no longer appreciate women. Seemingly alone, Pygmalion sought to create for himself a perfect, pure, unsullied companion. He used his particular skills to this end. He created a statue bride. What you are about to watch is a mysterious video. Its origin is attributed variously and almost certainly spuriously to various abstract artists or surrealists. The truth is, what we are seeing and what we perceive to be strange and disturbing is actually beauty to its creator. Perhaps what we're reviewing is the work of a modern Pygmalion. To him, her toneless voice, the paleness of her skin, and the comparative vibrancy of her lips may indeed be the very embodiment of a perfect woman. Consider the mindscape of the creator. In whose mind does this appear beautiful? In whose mind is this pure, near worshipful? Are we missing out on his perspective? Who are we to be afraid or to judge them? He may well love her fully, perhaps even more fully than any of us could have hoped to be loved. In the mind of her creator, she is a near goddess, the perfect representation not just of femininity, but the peak of human potential, a perfectly satisfactory being. How does that kind of unconditional love feel? Well, how does she feel? Fantastic. This description very clearly presents the robot in a way to what we are seeing is wrong and super creepy, especially with the references to Pygmalion. A description like this, one that is descriptive in this way yet also almost abstract, had to have added to the already creepy allure of this video, and makes me think that it's a huge reason this upload was the one that blew up. Because of the vague nature that the creator of I Feel Fantastic is described, it did not take long at all for people to start speculating. In the Wayback archive that I found of this video, I was already able to see a comment saying, "The woods was where she buried her creators." And as the video kept getting larger and larger, becoming one of the most viral videos on all of YouTube, no word from John was ever heard at all, even years later, which really makes one wonder what could have happened. The only peculiar event that has happened since all of this was in 2022, when, like we stated, the original I Feel Fantastic upload was mysteriously taken down. But why was this the case? Well, the video was actually copyright claimed by Terabyte Music Distribution Service Limited. At first, I was wondering if the Terabyte name was created by John as a reference to Tara, but the more you dig into this copyright claim, the weirder it gets. Searching that term up, the top result is Terabyte Music. They seem to be a music distribution service that anybody can use, sort of like DistroKid or a TuneCore, but much smaller than those, and it appears to be based out of the UK. From reading about this service, it doesn't seem like there is any sort of relation to I Feel Fantastic at all, so why did they take it down? At the same time as this, a Vevo channel for Tara the android appeared, and an I Feel Fantastic upload appeared there. In just a few months, that video got nearly 1 million views, and in the description it had a link mentioning where to go to stream the song. But this is where things get weird. If you go to that Vevo channel now, there's no uploads at all. If you try to click that link to stream the song, it is also dead, and by now the I Feel Fantastic video has been re-uploaded without any more copyright issues. All of this just begs the question of what was going on. As for theories, it's no secret that YouTube has a huge history of copyright abuse on their platform, and it is a pretty common theory that this is what's happening here, especially since John's activity was essentially nothing for so long, and because the company in question really doesn't seem to have that much information on its site at all. If you go to their YouTube channel as well, all the uploads have hardly any views, which seems to support the suspicious nature of this company. Is it really likely that John Bergeron, someone who has been untraceable for more than a decade, would only answer to this pretty much unknown music distribution service of all places? I did see one other theory posted on Reddit that I think may make the most sense if you choose to side with the company not in fact being fraudulent. Not sure if this is actually the answer, but my first thought was the song I Feel Fantastic by Jonathan Coulton. Some Googling revealed this as a result. Perhaps the video was taken down by mistake as they thought it was the song. I don't think this situation is something that I think we'll ever get confirmation for, but it is possible. Regardless of if this is what happened or not, it's still a huge shame that we had to lose so much history all because of something like this. But what about John Bergeron himself? What happened to him? As we showed, he was incredibly active on the internet for over a decade throughout the 90s and 2000s, but it seemed as if one day he just sort of stopped. Could he have simply given up on his project after all these years, or was it something else? Well, articles revealed that in 2005, a John Bergeron, 65, died unexpectedly at his home Friday, July 22, 2005. John was born in Burlington on June 18, 1940, the son of Conrad and Rose Greiner Bergeron. He had worked for IBM for many years, retiring in 1995. Going to his Find a Grave confirms this. The location lines up, the name obviously lines up, and even his job field seems to make sense. It also explains why his activity seemed to pretty much vanish one day. This seems to be pretty much an open and shut case by this point. But that article revealed something else. There was a John Bergeron Jr., his son, and he is still alive. If you remember, Android Music Videos was last updated in 2006, which would have been after John Bergeron Sr. died, and that could lead credence to the theory that John Jr. was the creator all along. This update, however, is so minuscule that I'm not even really sure exactly what the update was. There was also the YouTube channel of the same name who posted one of the Tara videos, and while we can't 100% confirm that this channel would have also been owned by John, it is definitely possible. Weirdest of all is the Android Builder site, which also had an update in 2007, except this one is noticeable. The website shows all the same information as before, except for some reason right in the middle of it, we just have this image with the caption, "Here is a low-res picture I made, resembling a circuit." If John Bergeron Jr. was truly the creator after all, it means that he would have pretty much suddenly vanished off the internet in the mid-2000s after being incredibly active for a decade. During that time span, it appeared that outside of robotics circles, his ambitious Tara project never really gained the steam that he was completely expecting and hoping for. As we saw, John seemed to be incredibly confident in the genius of his Tara creation. He saw a budding field, he thought he was good at it, and most of all, thought that his products would be groundbreaking. But as the years passed, for one reason or another, it just doesn't seem like this was able to work out that way. As we saw, it also appeared as if the purpose of Tara began changing too. For a while, she seemed to be known as a do-it-all robot, a full-on realistic entertainment hub that was highly customizable, but then closer to the end it seemed as if her purpose was beginning to be some sort of musical entertainment, something that was still incredibly unique for the time, but something that was definitely less grand than the original plan. But then, in the YouTube era, it finally did explode and became known worldwide. But perhaps this was for the wrong reasons. Instead of the explosions being because of the genius of his product, because of how cool it was and how bad people would want it, it exploded because of how scary it was, how uncanny she moved, how horrifying the creator must be if this was his creation. He was all of a sudden thought to be a freak or a serial killer. When you put everything like this, would it then make sense that someone who was so active on the internet regarding his creations would now suddenly disappear? I think it adds up. And if John Bergeron Sr. was the creator, it would have meant that he was truly devoted to his creation until the very end. He was active pretty much every single day advertising his robot, updating his robot, believing fully that she could change the world and that she could make a true impact. And well, even though it took a very long time, it absolutely appears that she did make that massive impact, even if it didn't happen in the way that was expected. She will forever be known as one of the most famous early internet figures there is. Someone who in her own terrifying way was groundbreaking. He would have never gotten to see any of this happen. If John Bergeron Sr. was the creator, it is also possible that his close family, possibly his son, could have had access to his websites explaining away the updates that were made after his death. While one would assume that they would have updated the sites to say that John Sr. had passed away, it is still possible that the updates we got could have been just these. At the end of the day, I think unless we legitimately get a family member of theirs to come out and clear the air, we are not going to fully know if it is the son or the father that created Tara. Evidence really does add up in both ways without a full clear-cut answer. The only constant we may ever have is the creation itself. Tara, a figure who scared millions of people, but perhaps you now see her in a different light. Was the creator of Tara really a demented man showing off his killings? Of course not, and after all of the context that we were able to supply regarding Tara and her backstory, when I view this video it also becomes a lot less eerie, lots of that definitely being because of the mystery factor no longer being around, at least for the most part. This creation was the work of one man, a constantly updating and changing passion project, possibly even the life's work of somebody who really cared a lot about robotics. All of it, from its birth to its ending, was captured on every corner of the internet. We saw how far it came when it started, we saw its evolution, how much its core concept changed as to what it could even be capable of. We saw how much he got made fun of as he continually tried to improve his creation. We saw either a man's devotion all the way until the end, or a man letting go of a decades-long passion project despite everything it had gone through. This journey through internet time and space wound up lasting decades, and at the end of it all, I found a new appreciation for an oddity that I thought was all but figured out. I learned about somebody who I never would have known anything about otherwise. And honestly, if that isn't fantastic, I don't know what is. The year is 2000. A mysterious woman has just opened a website on GeoCities. It arrived without a name, just a content section that told you everything you needed to know about it. Its purpose? To share this woman's undying urge and plan to get her limbs amputated. To this day, this website is known by almost no one. The people that do know of it were mostly the ones that were there while it was active. Of these people, it appears as if next to none of them knew what happened to it. Today, the site has been cleared as GeoCities dissipated all the way back in 2009. And tonight, we're going to go through this entire website and attempt to uncover everything about it. With this website in question no longer existing, there was only one way to find it, that of course being the Wayback Machine. Visiting that, we can see a number of archives starting at the year 2000, with the majority of them being around the years of 2000 to 2002, presumably being when the website was active. There were a few straggling archives though, with the most recent being in 2018. Going to these, they all give the same message of the requested URL not being found, which makes sense. In digging through all these, I saw that the very first archive was from June 16th of 2000, and the last archive that actually worked was from April 6th of 2001. The differences between the initial website and the version in 2001 are pretty minimal, with the only changes being new updates, so we're going to use the 2001 archive throughout this video. When we finally see the site, we're greeted by that list of contents that fill up the entire website. The first one is titled,
About me, Carol. I am soon to become a real DBE amputee. Hi, my name is Carol, and I'm a 21-year-old college student studying to become a teacher of exceptional, disabled children. I'm a high myope, and I wear glasses with thick plastic lenses. Although I used to wear contact lenses at times, I've decided to give them up altogether in favor of my glasses. I'm also a bona fide DBE, double below elbow, amputee wannabe. Yes, that means I really do want to have both my hands and both of my wrists amputated about 8 inches below my elbows. It was only recently that I have finally come to fully understand the extent of my desire to become a real DBE amputee. When I was 3 years old, I met a young man who was completely missing all 4 of his fingers on his right hand. Ever since that time, I have been absolutely fascinated by amputees, most especially women amputees who are missing their hands or their arms and who wear hook prostheses. Ever since I can remember, I have constantly dreamed and fascinated about becoming a real amputee myself. especially a real DBE amputee who wears twin body-powered prostheses with matching Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. Since I have previously thought that my obsession about becoming a real DBE amputee was unnatural, i.e. wrong, immoral, indecent, etc., like coveting thy neighbor's husband or coveting thy neighbor's goods, I always used to hide my feelings from everyone. I say used to because my whole life has now changed quite significantly. Just this past August, Rob, my fiance, we were planning our wedding for July 14th, 2001, introduced me to his former girlfriend Debbie, a real DBE amputee who wears beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. Debbie, who is about 5 years older than me, had to have both of her hands amputated about 10 years ago as the result of a tragic accident that happened when she was carelessly playing with some fireworks. She and I quickly became good friends, and I soon revealed to her my desire to become a real DBE amputee and have a pair of beautiful stainless steel prostheses hooks instead of my 2 real hands. I really want to be just like Debbie. I now fully understand all the challenges that I will have to face as a woman who will have 2 hooks instead of 2 real hands, and I can't wait to begin facing them. I am absolutely 100% positive that I will be able to meet and overcome all of those many challenges. I have already planned how to get my double below elbow amputations at the same time. My twin amputations will occur as the result of a tragic accident that will completely and permanently sever both of my hands about 8 inches below my elbows, so that no doctor will be able to save and reattach my severed limbs. My tragic accident will happen just before my graduation from college in May of 2001, which will also be just before my 22nd birthday. So I'll celebrate both my graduation from college and my 22nd birthday in the hospital as a new DBE amputee. A few short months after that, I hope to begin my career in the field of special education as a new teacher who not only is a very high myope who wears beautiful glasses with thick lenses, but who also is a new DBE amputee who wears beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. Yes, I will be a disabled teacher whose job will be to teach disabled children. I know that most people will say you're out of your mind after they have visited this website. I can fully understand their opinion of me. Of course, I must totally disagree with them. I'm not asking anybody to agree with my decision to become a real DBE amputee. All I'm asking is that everybody understand that I want to live my life just the way that I want, and that I want to live my life with just the body that I want. I honestly do want to live the rest of my life as a real DBE amputee who wears beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. My new life without my hands is awaiting me. Sincerely, Carol, soon to be a real DBE amputee. P.S. It's only about 60 days until I should become a real DBE amputee, and it's only about 120 days until I should be able to start wearing my beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. I can hardly wait.
From the writing being completely in all caps, to the statement that this would supposedly occur because of an accident, to the fact that a date is planned as to when this would be happening is all extremely alarming, especially with the context we have. How would this accident occur? Well, let's see if the rest of the site can provide that answer. The following section is entitled,
When my wish to become a real DBE amputee comes true.
And inside it, this is stated.
When my wish comes true, I will finally be a very happy DBE amputee wearing twin prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks, just like Pam, Melanie, Blanche, Mary, Denise, and Cynthia. I want hooks, not hands, just like Melanie Ben. I want hooks for hands, just like Blanche Shapiro.
Unfortunately, this archived site doesn't show any of the images on the site anymore, but through some of the later sections, it's clear that these were all celebrities and athletes that were amputated. The next few sections enforce this, as they're all about desires and things that this woman wants from the amputated celebrities that she is clearly very fond of. There are quite a few of these, all being the same thing, with those statements to go along with presumably a picture of these people that we can't see anymore, except for the Cynthia Dussel-Bacon post, which we cannot see at all. After all these, we finally reached our next write-up, this section being called Becoming a Real DBE Amputee.
I've already been preparing myself to become a real DBE amputee, and I've also been preparing myself how to live the rest of my life wearing beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. My parents always taught me that a real positive mental attitude is essential in order to successfully achieve my goal. Ever since I was 3 years old and met my first real amputee, a young man who had completely amputated all 4 of his fingers on his right hand as the result of an accident with a power saw, I've always been absolutely fascinated to see or meet anyone who is a real amputee. Ever since I was 7 years old and met my first woman arm amputee, a 12-year-old girl who was a congenital ray amputee who used a beautiful Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hook prostheses. I have continually dreamed and fascinated about becoming a real arm amputee, a real DBE amputee who would wear beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. When I was fortunate enough to become very good friends with my fiance's former girlfriend, a real DBE amputee, as the result of an accident when she was only 15 years old, who wears beautiful twin Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hook prostheses, I finally came to the realization that besides my primary goals of becoming a teacher of exceptional disabled children and getting married to my fiance Rob, the other really important goal in my life is to actually become a real DBE amputee and to successfully wear beautiful twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. As the result of my close friendship with my DBE amputee girlfriend Debbie, and as a result of the extensive amount of reading and research I have done relating to amputees and prosthetics, I'm indeed very well prepared to accomplish my new goal of becoming a real DBE amputee. I know just what to expect when I suffer the accident that causes me to become a real DBE amputee. I know just what to expect when I'm in the hospital to have surgery on my stumps. I know just what to expect during my initial recovery time, and I also know what to expect when I finally have to wear twin body-powered prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. Quite honestly, I really truly believe that I'm prepared to become a real DBE amputee as anyone can possibly be. Believe me. I have also been diligently preparing myself to live the rest of my life as a woman who must use twin prosthetic hooks in place of 2 real hands. All of my clothing is now free of all buttons and all other difficult to use fastening devices, and all of my boots and shoes are the kinds that do not have any laces, so that all of those items can be easily put on and removed only using twin prosthetic hooks. I also have completely given up wearing contact lenses, which I only used to wear occasionally, in favor of wearing glasses with a stainless steel frame that will match my twin prosthetic hooks. I do not have to worry about wearing jewelry except for my engagement ring that I'm presently wearing and my wedding ring that I will soon to be wearing. Both of those rings are made from white gold, so they will match my twin stainless steel prosthetic hooks. I plan to eventually have both those rings modified so I can wear my engagement ring on my right hook and my wedding ring on my left hook. Then, my 2 beautiful rings will make my twin stainless steel prosthetic hooks look even more beautiful. I have also been constantly practicing using my substitute hooks, just using the index and middle fingers of both my hands as though they were real prosthetic hooks, to do just about everything that I normally would do with 2 real hands. For example, getting dressed and undressed, taking care of my personal hygiene, eating, reading, writing, cooking, using common tools, ironing, vacuuming, doing other common household chores, carrying things, driving, etc., etc., etc. Unfortunately, there are 2 things that I would really very much like to wish for when I finally do become a real DBE amputee, but they are 2 things that I know cannot possibly come true. First, I would like to wish that nobody beside myself, not my parents, not my friends, not my relatives, not the medical personnel who will help me, not anybody would have to suffer at all as a result of me becoming a real DBE amputee. And second, I would like to wish that there was some way that I could donate both of my amputated limbs to someone, like Pam, Melanie, Blanche, Mary, Denise, Cynthia, or anyone like any of those really unfortunate women who need them and who want them. If only I could trade places with any real DBE amputee woman who would be equally thrilled to trade places with me. If only I could have been born a real DBE amputee baby instead of a normal baby. If only I could have the body of a real DBE amputee woman without having to resort to a planned accident, as I am unfortunately forced to do. If only I could get my desired twin amputations just like any kind of elective plastic surgery. However, since the only way that I can become a real DBE amputee is to voluntarily amputate both my hands myself, then that is what I must do. I definitely will become a voluntary DBE amputee sometime during May of 2001, so I'll be able to spend the rest of my entire life wearing beautiful twin body power prostheses with Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. I can't wait.
With both of these lengthy posts being read, some of the characteristics become even more clear and strange. The rest of the website also follows a similarly repetitive pattern, as after this lengthy post, we have a bunch more posts about disabled celebrities, which serve as examples for things that Carol wants when she loses her limbs. At the bottom of the site, we can see the message, "This website was updated on March 25th, 2001. This is all very shortly before that planned date for the accident to occur, and guess what? This is all we would ever get. Very soon after this site would completely shut down. At this point, we were left in the dark about as much as the people who were there that saw this site when it was active. Why did this site disappear? Did she go through with the amputation? Where is she today? Is she even alive? Honestly, my first idea on how to begin this search was to look up one of the many repeated phrases she kept using throughout her posts. I thought that I'd either find what she was talking about or I'd find people talking about these posts. So in Google I searched up Twin Dorrance No. 5 Stainless Steel Hooks Prosthesis. And it looks like I might have found both. A Hosmer prosthetic model 5X hook was what I saw a few times. It's made of stainless steel and seems to cost about $450. As for some discussion online, I also found some. All the way back in 2003, I found a discussion on the Straight Dope message board. Here we can see that a user named Earthworm Jim says, "Whatever happened to that webpage about the woman who wanted to become a real DBE amputee who wears twin body powered prosthesis with matching Dorrance No. 5X stainless steel hooks? I can't seem to find it anymore, though I can find one or two reference to it at cruel.com and Something Awful. Did anyone keep up with that, or did the page just quietly drop off the net?" This already seems to confirm the fact that the site suddenly dropped off the web, but what's even more telling is that it seems that nobody really has an answer. The most it appeared that they could find was what I did, the prosthetic products she might have been talking about. Next up was Reddit, as it looked like there were a few threads made about this oddity. A lot of the most common replies didn't necessarily state what happened to her, but rather why she might have felt this way, pointing to a mental health condition known as body integrity identity disorder. This condition is very rare and seems to still not be very well understood. It's characterized by an intense and persistent desire to become physically disabled in a significant way. For people that have this condition, it is said to feel like a particular limb doesn't belong to them. They may have a healthy arm or leg that they don't feel is right for their body and want to have amputated. It is also said to usually begin by early adolescence. All of these things definitely check out, from the behaviors themselves to the backstory that Carol supplied of when this feeling began. One of the other really common statements I was seeing on Reddit was one that I was also thinking heavily about. A lot of the wordage throughout these posts seemed kinda fetishistic. If you've met any hardcore fetishists, you know how they talk about these things. This absolutely pings it. Deeper in this comment thread though, it appears as if we struck gold. Somebody actually found another instance of her appearing online on a completely different website. The site was called Anata. What remains today is just a curated archive by its creator, but the site appeared to be a place for creative writing. In this curated archive that was picked out, we have a table of contents, and in that table of contents, we can see this story, the long-lost hook files of Carol. Before the story begins, we actually have an editor's note. Carol's one previous Anata file, How I Got My Twin Hooks, is the third most read Anata file ever. This file is only beaten out by the lyrics file, a search engine trap, in Anata 60, 100 songs I never get tired of hearing. Does this mean Carol has thousands of fans, or does it mean that there are a lot of people on the www today searching for amputee stories? You know, please let's just leave both of those questions hypothetical, because I refuse to believe either one could be true. Nonetheless, we still had 3 more monster stories sitting here by Carol, and it just wouldn't be cleaning house without finally publishing all of them. P.S. If anyone knows whatever happened to Carol, let us know. It just might be the coolest postscript to anything that has ever gone on at Anata. Unfortunately, as this editor's note says, this person did not actually know Carol, so it appears that our hopes of finding her through this website are now gone, right? Well, not entirely. The story makes things extremely interesting for a multitude of reasons. Firstly, we have the date, September 5th, 2001. This was months after the original website disappeared. It also would have been months after the scheduled accident. The beginning of the story also mentions something extremely peculiar.
This story is part fantasy and part reality. I only wish that this story would have become a total reality.
Now, I'm not going to read this entire story because it is gigantic, but I will at least summarize it and mention what I see as being its most important aspects. The story is basically about her and Rob, how they met, and her plans for the future. But due to the partly fictional nature of it, it's hard to discern what could be real or not. Firstly, she mentions the origins of her interest in becoming a double-arm amputee, except this time the details are completely changed. In this version of the story, she had a babysitter who was a double-arm amputee, and she also mentioned being in the amputee groups at around the age of 18, which was absent on her site. Really, the only details that stayed consistent the entire time was Debbie, Rob's girlfriend, who was an amputee, and also Rob's extreme fascination with amputees. She even stated at one point that Debbie was a real person.
When I first met him, Rob was very interested in establishing a serious long-term relationship with a woman double-arm amputee. His previous girlfriend, Debbie, is a traumatic DBE amputee who wears a matching pair of body-powered arm prostheses with twin Dorrance No. 5 stainless steel hooks. Unfortunately, Debbie had to move to the West Coast in order to keep her job as a real estate broker, and because Rob was unable to move out there along with her, I became Rob's new girlfriend. Although I was not a real DBE amputee at the time, Rob and I soon decided to date each other exclusively because we were both interested in women double-arm amputees, and we were both especially interested in women DBE amputees like Debbie.
While it is impossible to definitively tell what details could be true or not, this specific paragraph seems to be consistent in every single account that Carol shared, so I thought I would share it so we can keep it in the back of our minds. While that part is important, since the majority of the story is completely muddied by the disclaimer that was shared, it's not necessarily important to analyze it. She does mention the details of her accident in this story, but it is very unlikely that these specific details are true judging by the way in which they were written. What is important is the fact that in these stories, Carol shares the last names of both herself and Rob. She also shared some of the locations she would visit, which were mostly located in New Hampshire. With one being just barely across the border in Massachusetts. The search is now on. My first step was to simply search this full name of Carol on Google, and we got a few results. I found a Carol right away with the matching name on Facebook, which seemed extremely promising since she would be in her early 40s today, and I figured Facebook would be a logical spot to find her, but this profile is completely empty. There's no about section, no profile picture, no age, so while it seemed extremely promising, I wanted to see if I could find something a little more definitive. I found a number of Carols matching her name on LinkedIn, but again, there was no possible way to prove anything at all with the results I got. Soon after this, I actually found a matching Carol who died in 2007. Since she seemed to be quite active online, could this explain why she seemed to have disappeared? Maybe. After this, I found the White Pages website, which I then figured could definitively help us here by possibly providing some more specifics about possible matching Carols. In searching her name there were 9 matching Carols. One was in her 50s, one was in her 70s, one was in her 80s. And there we go. One was in her 40s. This result stated that she lived in Massachusetts and also had 2 other aliases, which were different last names. Now that we had some more specifics, it was time to go back to Google. Since the main last name did not seem to be getting me anywhere in the searches, I decided to see what happened if I searched one of the other last names. Sure enough, this definitely did the trick. This Carol that I found was in her early 40s, lived in Massachusetts, and her physical features also seemed to line up with what she described, namely being the fact that she does in fact wear thick glasses. But is this enough? Well, I also found out that this Carol was a writer, and in searching for her social medias, I found out that she went to college between the years of 1996 to 2000. Now these results aren't perfect. In her original post it stated that she would be graduating in May of 2001, and in her original post it was also stated that she was there to become a teacher for disabled children. On our social media it was said that she went to college for English. In hindsight, based on what we learned, is it possible that her becoming a teacher to teach disabled children was in fact another fantasy, and this English major was what she was actually doing? I think it adds up, especially when we can confirm that Carol clearly enjoyed writing and made really lengthy ones on Anata. And while the date of her graduation is not flawless, it is still really close. For all of these reasons and more, I am very convinced that we have found our Carol, as to me there are way too many matching details here to deny. So with that being said, now is time for the $1 million question. Did she go through with the accident? No, she did not. As for Rob, searching for him through this method proved to be basically impossible. He had a much more common name than she did, with over 1,000 matches on white pages. But without an age or really any piece of information at all besides his name, his search was unfortunately over before it even began. So now that I have more than likely found the real Carol and discovered that this operation did not in fact happen, what the hell was going on this whole time? Well, there are a few theories we can work with. As we stated, Carol went to college for English and is in fact a writer, with it being very evident even back in 2001 that she was writing stories about this situation. Could it be possible that the entire thing was some sort of creative writing project? It could certainly explain why nothing in fact happened to her limbs, and why certain details don't seem to perfectly line up. For instance, with these stories, we are led to believe that Carol met at least 3 separate women that were not only amputees, but had hook hands. This seems incredibly unlikely. Seeing an amputee in public isn't very common, and seeing an amputee with a hook arm is even rarer. I know for a fact that I've never seen anyone with one in my entire life, let alone 3. With the confirmation from her herself that at least some of the story was in fact fake, it's not a stretch to assume that the majority of what we have read this entire time could in fact be nothing more than a creative writing essay, especially with all the evidence we have now. However, believe it or not, I'm not actually fully convinced by this seemingly indisputable theory. We need to consider Rob's place in all of this. While much less is known about Rob, there are still quite a few things we might be able to figure out about him. The most overwhelming piece of information about him I can think of is this. Throughout Carol's story, almost all of the details are contradictory. The way she met Rob in her story is contradicted by other evidence. The origins of her desire to be an amputee are contradicted multiple times, but there is one thing that seems to stay completely consistent through every single account we have ever had about him. Rob had an ex-girlfriend named Debbie who was an amputee, and Rob was extremely interested in amputees. When I was looking online regarding this mystery, a pretty common theory was that Rob may have actually been grooming or taking advantage of Carol due to his own fetishistic interests. This theory could still involve Carol having BIID, with Rob heavily encouraging her to go through with these things. It's also important to remember that this blog was attributed to Carol and Rob, and when you look at it this way, many people seem convinced that Rob was actually the one writing a lot of these things, especially with the extremely descriptive, fetishized description of all the women in the story, whether that be the ones from Carol's personal life or all the celebrities. With the story seeming like it's coming from Carol, it's strange that with all of these descriptive anecdotes we went over, not a single one of them ever said a single thing about Rob. As a result, many people see these writings as possibly being Rob's fantasy of the ideal woman he wants. This could also explain several of the other things we went over earlier, with Carol still being active online but having no connection to any of this stuff anymore. It seems very clear to me that she has actively distanced herself from this situation. She is married today in a polyamorous relationship, but it does not appear as if she is with Rob anymore. And I couldn't even find any mentions of him on her social medias either. The extent and details to which this all went will probably stay unknown forever. But to me, the way in which everything on these sites were specifically written is not something that should be forgotten. It is an important piece to all of this. There is one more thing that could help this theory even more though. As we have gone over, Carol has distanced herself from all of this for many years. She is a writer, but she does not write about this stuff at all. But on Reddit, somebody found a blogger page from as recent as 2017 that has eerily similar writing to these old posts. The blog is called Hook Lovers, and almost every single post shows women with hook arms, and the poster's self-admitted attraction to these women. The blog goes as far back as 2005 and was touched as recently as 2017. In the 2017 post in particular, a post was made saying, "Everything you ever wanted to know about body-powered prostheses." There was also a story posted that was extremely sexual from the perspective of an amputated woman, which I can't share here. The owner of this blog is named RJ, but there aren't any details about him at all. Could this be Rob? There's no way to really prove this, but due to how similar the writing gets as well as the post in general, it really makes me wonder. While we may never get a definitive conclusion as to what exactly happened regarding this entire situation, it does appear to me that we figured out large portions of it. Carol was a real person, Rob was a real person, but thankfully Carol did not go through with the operation. The specifics regarding the writings may always be a mystery, but if the theory we mentioned was true, I'm glad these events aren't happening anymore. For Carol, this past she was entangled with seemed complex, complicated, and well, horrifying. So after learning everything, it's very relieving that she seemed to have escaped that. When people talk about the internet being a home for all types of content and people, a tale like this serves as one of the best examples of this possible. And while it may be off-putting, even disturbing, these are real people. People that could be your coworkers, your neighbors, and that to me is what I find the most interesting of all. In 2010, YouTube was a very different place. While it wasn't quite as much of a Wild West as it was when it first was created, this was still a time where for the most part the site was more casual. Charlie Bit My Finger was embedded in the minds of us all, Crazy Frog was all the rage, and of course this more casual attitude meant that some really weird content slipped through the cracks. Recently we talked about I Feel Fantastic, an infamous video that scarred many unsuspecting viewers that found it on accident when it blew up in 2009. But that was just one of the many bizarre mysteries in what I would call the golden age of horror on YouTube. These years from 2008 to about 2011 shaped an entire generation of people and are a big reason why channels like us are even around today. The scariest part about this all is when you think about what videos stayed unknown. What videos slipped so far through the cracks that they never even resurfaced at all? Well, I think I found one. In September of 2010, a YouTube channel by the name of Matt Pappas 1 appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it was just gone, just as soon as it came. But for the few people that did run into this page, the contents were never forgotten. So what was it exactly that made these videos so disturbing, and why did this channel disappear so quickly? Well, let's find these things out together. On September 21st, 2010, Matt Pappas 1 would upload its first video, and it was titled cactusslap.mod. Unfortunately for us, this video definitely lives up to the title. As we can see, this video is very short, clocking in at just 17 seconds, and it's also very matter-of-fact and quiet. He just takes this piece of cactus, presses it on his face, and takes it off. I will note that though this video is strangely quiet, there were some visible reactions made from what he did. As soon as he presses the cactus on his face, he does let out a small grunt, and when he takes it back off, he does visibly grimace. But then as he ends the video, his face is straight as can be, looking pretty much emotionless, which makes us wonder why he just did that. On the exact same day, this channel would post its next video, except unlike the last one, this was a much longer upload. This video was called leftbehind.mod, and it is considerably more disturbing. As the video begins, we can see that there is someone holding the camera and commentating, but something he says right at the start stands out as being extremely interesting.
This is Matt Pappas. He's going to nail his foot to a skateboard.
You filming?
I am filming. Why is he doing this? We do not know.
So according to him, I guess even his friend doesn't know why Matt is doing what he is doing to himself. As for what he did in this video, we can see Matt with his foot on a skateboard, and then he nails his foot into the skateboard and starts riding it. Again, as he was nailing his foot into it, he somehow had almost no reaction to what he did. His friend, who seemed not to know why Matt was doing what he was doing at the start, did make multiple worried comments after this, yet he still did record and follow Matt around for the rest of it, and he even asked him if he was going to put this on YouTube. At one point he seems to mess up on the skateboard, but since he nailed his foot into it, he didn't fall off, instead his foot just got gashed more. Towards the end of the video, it's now time for them to get the nail back out, except this seems to prove to be pretty difficult. It's here where we get a more close-up view of just how deeply this nail was put into his foot, as they now have to try to yank it out, eventually succeeding. On the same exact day, we got a new video, this one being called Take It Back.
I'm Matt Pappas, and I take it back.
This video was more like the first one, as he was alone and it was just 40 seconds. In this video, instead of using a nail gun on his foot, this time he hammers the nail into his foot, which was very hard for me to watch. And yet again, despite this gruesome act, there's almost no visible reaction from Matt. The next upload, In Your Shoes, is the first non-violent upload on the channel, and that's partly because this video seems to be a failed take that they just uploaded anyways. Matt introduces the video like last time, except the camera just goes down and the video ends. To add to more proof towards my suspicion, the next video has the same title and is slightly longer. This next video starts at what seems to be the middle of this action, because as it begins, a nail is already in Matt's foot with no introduction to the topic at all. Unfortunately, this one has the most amount of visible pain yet.
That's looking a little painful there, bud. That tape picking you up on the bottom?
Did you get any of that?
I got...
The final video is called Relativity, and it's just 9 seconds long. In here, Matt says relativity, and then appears to stick his hand into what I think is boiling water as the video ends. And that's it. That's the entire channel. Matt posted these 6 videos all on the same day, all showing him mutilating himself for seemingly no reason, and then he was never seen again, which may be just as eerie as the contents within the videos themselves. Naturally, this leaves us with a lot of questions. Why was Matt doing this, and what happened to the channel? Every single video was posted seemingly all at once, and then that was it. My first thought was actually regarding the upload dates. Were these uploads all truly done at the same time, or were they recorded previously and he just uploaded them all to YouTube later? This doesn't necessarily matter that much for the larger questions we mentioned earlier, but I still found this aspect weird, mainly for the fact that the majority of the videos involving him nailing his foot, but there weren't any previous marks on his foot in the later videos. What wound up being the giveaway to me were 2 things: his clothes and his hair. In the majority of the videos, his hair is very shaved and he's wearing this brown shirt and black pants. But in 2 videos, the first and last, he looks considerably different. His hair is much longer and he's wearing different clothes. Either these videos were recorded significantly before or significantly after. Of course, as I said, that doesn't connect too much to the main questions, but it could still help in building an understanding towards what was really going on here. Did he record all of them specifically for YouTube, or was he actually recording these injuries over a longer period of time and put them on YouTube later? With that all being said though, let's expand our searches to the rest of the internet to see if we can find anything else. I first wanted to try searching for his name, in the hopes that if I found him, we could answer the question of where he went after the channel suddenly stopped uploading. Unfortunately, searching Matt Pappas on the internet doesn't exactly do much. There's clearly a ton of Matt Pappases out there, and none of them I could find seem related to our guy at all. And without any verified location for where Matt was, even in his videos, we also don't have much to narrow down either. So unfortunately, I cut my losses on finding his identity that way. Instead, I searched up his username the exact way it appears on his YouTube channel. There still weren't too many results this way, but I was able to find a little bit more, mostly being in the form of Reddit thread discussions about the channel. The main thread I found was this one, mentioning an extremely disturbing YouTube channel where a man hurts himself in increasingly bizarre ways that has been inactive for years. This thread also did not necessarily give me any new information, but it did involve people theorizing over what may have been happening here. Many people assume that he was a masochist, and that's all that there really was to the channel. There were also a lot of people theorizing that he lost most of the feeling in his foot since, as we went over earlier, he gave almost no reaction to the insane things he was doing to himself. There is absolutely no way to ever prove this theory, but I suppose it is possible. There was, however, one more theory that I saw given here a few times, and it was actually something I myself was actually thinking as I watched every video on the channel. He was inspired by Jackass. there's one more thing that ruled the world in the year 2010, it was Jackass. While the show started all the way back in 2000, it was still a major cultural zeitgeist when Matt was making his videos. In fact, just a month after his videos were posted, Jackass 3 was scheduled to come out, the first Jackass movie in 4 years. For reasons just like the videos Matt posted, Jackass has been drenched in controversy ever since it first aired. In case you've never heard of or seen it, Jackass was all about a group of friends performing a series of insane pranks and stunts on each other. Some of these examples include being suddenly high-fived by a gigantic hand, being blindfolded while a raging bull is charging at you, getting trapped in a car with a bunch of bees, and much, much more. And granted, every episode of Jackass did have a disclaimer saying not to repeat any of the stunts shown, but this is the same sort of thing as the disclaimers that would show up before WWE matches. Of course, people were going to repeat them in some shape or form. In an article all the way back in 2001, towards the beginning of the show's run, it was said that a kid in New England and a kid in Florida set themselves on fire, and in Kentucky, a kid broke both of his legs attempting to jump over a car. The difference in this case, of course, would be the fact that Matt was a grown man, not a child. Still though, this connection seems very likely to me, especially with the way he would introduce each horrible thing he did to himself.
I'm Matt Pappas, and I take it back.
I'm Dave England, and this is the Bungee Boogie.
I'm Matt Pappas, and this is In Your Shoes.
I'm Giant Knoxville, and we're gonna be burglars today.
It sounds exactly like the beginning of a Jackass stunt and was the dead giveaway for me when I was watching as to what was probably going on here. Even with this likely answer now as to what was probably happening in these videos, the contents within them are still baffling. In Jackass sketches, even if they were absolutely insane and went too far, there was usually a gimmick, joke, or prank to them. A perfect example is that famous high five prank. The entire joke there is that instead of it being a normal high five with your friend, a giant hand suddenly comes out and smacks you. These pranks were absolutely mean-spirited, but in a weird sort of way, since everybody was so close to each other and knew what they were in for. It seemed to be accepted as just being part of the game. As this amazing comment suggests, they're like unsupervised children who have stolen one of their parents' credit cards. So despite how mean and even violent these pranks were, there seemed to be a weird sincerity to it all that somehow pulled it together and made people not want to look away, at least in the minds of many of its fans. In Matt's video, he just sticks a nail through his foot and that's it. There's no joke, there's no gimmick, that's it. Well, when he nails his foot to a skateboard and then rides around town, I suppose there is a gimmick there, but that's the only upload you could say that about. That aspect of him essentially hurting himself for no reason, with no payoff above all else, is what still shocks me the most about these videos. It's also what makes me more curious and worried about Matt and what may have happened to him. Also, though it seems very clear that he is trying to cash in on the phenomenon of Jackass, the fact that these videos were all uploaded in one day and then never again makes things more mysterious. Even if it was definitely for the best that he stopped these videos, if he was trying to cash in on the Jackass craze, why did he stop that quickly? Unfortunately, without any later instances of Matt being found online by me, I don't have an answer to that question, or any of the other ones I wanted to find. What happened to Matt? Sadly, I don't know. I can only hope that he stopped doing these things and that none of these things he did to himself in these videos caused him serious harm. I don't usually like leaving our videos off on this incomplete of a note. Normally I want them to feel conclusive, but with almost no jumping off points to take, I genuinely am stuck. Maybe if we all come together regarding this mystery and what may have happened, something can eventually be unearthed. If not, I suppose this mystery will remain as a stark reminder for what that golden age of horror on YouTube could so often be like. You'd see something shocking, weird, graphic, and what always made it worse was that nearly every time, you would have no context or answer. All you had was your own imagination. It's the reason so many people made theories about Tara or Blank Room Soup. And it's the same reason as to why this channel is so unnerving. When thinking of an old website, chances are high that you are thinking about GeoCities. This web hosting service, which originated in 1994, was at one point the third most browsed site on all of the internet. It is probably best known for these charming designs that express greater than words could the special revolution that the internet really was in its infancy. On GeoCities, perhaps more than anywhere else, you were able to see the true spirit and passion that humanity could express when given the freedom and excitement to. On GeoCities, you could just create whatever you wanted, and create is what people did. In 1999, GeoCities was purchased by Yahoo in what would unfortunately be the beginning of the end. Things were okay at the start, but as time passed, it became more and more clear that Yahoo wanted to move on from the service, and in 2009, that's exactly what happened. In April of that year, GeoCities was closed, which permanently destroyed the most amount of history ever on the internet. Millions and millions of web pages vanished overnight, never to be seen again. Luckily for us though, some of it was saved. There are multiple people that have made it a mission to archive as many GeoCities websites as possible, and that means that many of them have miraculously been saved. In this video, I can't randomly be shown websites in the way that Wibby did, but in these archives, there are thousands upon thousands of websites to randomly scroll past and explore. That's why in this edition of Exploring the Old Internet, that's exactly what I'm going to do. GeoCities had many hubs. There was Area 51 for websites about science fiction, fantasy, conspiracies. There was Hollywood for websites about film and television. There was Times Square for websites about computer games and RPGs. Every one of these sections had many more subsections, and these are just a few examples. While I definitely can't explore everything, I'm going to attempt to go through a number of these sections to unearth some more old websites that haven't been seen in decades. The website we'll be using throughout this entire video is geocities.restorativeland.org, and the second you get there, you're already hit with how huge this archive really is. There's all these headers like we mentioned previously, and under each of them is a giant swath of subsection links that lead you to all sorts of websites. Regardless, I want to see what this archive has to offer. Why not start at the first heading, Area 51, and why not subsection Dreamworld? That has to be good. The first website that really caught my eye is the unofficial website of The Shape, Michael Myers. Clicking into the website itself, you immediately start to notice the 8-bit sounding Halloween movie theme music. The website has that great old school feel that we'll become very acquainted with by the end of the video. There's a whole bunch of clickable links too. I wonder what could be behind some of these. I wanted to check out the link My Image Board, but unfortunately that link was completely lost, so let's check out the link Michael Myers. This area is super weird, the way the text is lined up, but the theories in here about whether or not Michael Myers was truly evil are classic. I love the what if scenarios this obvious superfan poured a ton of thought into. Why not one more link before we move on? My Mask Pics. It has to be what we're all thinking. Yep, look at that, it's a bunch of pictures of the website's author's very own Michael Myers mask. I wonder if this is a prop mask or homemade. Either way, it is really cool to see the utter dedication to the infamous shape all over this ancient site. We started in Dreamland, and I'm honestly curious what else it has since we're here. Man, it is just X-Files fanfic after X-Files fanfic. Why not try something else? Let's try something in the Hollywood header. I wonder what the bungalow subsection could be about. Well, this one caught my eye. Disney Girls homepage. The site isn't that much to look at on the surface, it seems, but let's give it a shot and click one of the links. As a Disney World regular, my absolute favorite part of the park was Tomorrowland, so let's start there. Well, there's really nothing here. Why not New Orleans Square? Well, this one has a clickable link to a part about the Haunted Mansion, which of course is one of the most iconic stops in all of Disney. This whole page is just a transcript for the ride audio, and at the top it says,
I've always had trouble remembering the words to the Haunted Mansion. Guess what? I'm saving you the trouble. Here goes, have fun.
I love the implication being that this person memorized the entire ride's transcript and wrote it down after a day at Disneyland. There's some clickable links throughout the script, and it's audio from the actual ride, which is super cool.
This chamber has no windows and no doors. And now a carriage approaches.
I wonder when this audio is from, if it was recorded by the author or from somewhere else. There's lots of pictures of the ride as well, again probably taken by the author. The lengths this author went to transcribe this entire ride on this website is astounding. I mean, the internet didn't exist like we know today, so there were no ride-throughs or anything like that, so this was memorized and scribed completely by memory. Alright, let's try one more link here. How about the star of the show, Main Street, USA, one of the coolest places in all of Disney. This one is a bit similar to Tomorrowland, but I love the inclusion of everything, and I mean everything. The shops, restaurants, everything. I'm sure there are plenty of Disney sites that used to be big on GeoCities, but this was the first that I found, and man, I am really impressed with the absolute dedication it took to put it all together. Taking a break from looking through the website, since that was only half of GeoCities, of course the headers and subsections were meant to lead you in the direction you wanted to go. Unfortunately, this has been translated horribly on this archive. The subsections will sometimes lead you in the right direction, like for example under header Hollywood subsection movie, I found a website all about Jurassic Park The Ride, the video game, which is not exactly a movie, but it's close enough. A lot of these websites and some of these subsections genuinely have nothing to do with each other. It definitely makes this archive a little bit harder to sift through, but honestly it feels more of a double-edged sword rather than just being completely obnoxious. Since everything is a little random and most of the websites have the name index, you get a lot more of a sense of exploration than you normally would. You genuinely have no idea what you can find, and that lends to that nostalgic feeling of stumbling on something a lot more than just looking it up directly. So, let's keep searching. Where to next? Let's head over to header Times Square subsection arcade. I'm sure there's plenty of awesome old school pages about retro video games, and hopefully the subsection is somewhat on theme. This site is just called Homepage. I wonder what that means. Oh yeah, it's genuinely just a website to save for your homepage. It's got all the links to everything you need to start accessing the internet, and even 30 years later, it really hasn't aged a day. You have hot links to the Weather Channel, Yahoo Mail, and even IMDb. The website is a little bit more customized to suit the author's needs, with links to WWE.com and some Star Trek websites. On the surface, this website honestly didn't seem like much, but it's so cool to see how little things have really changed. All the essentials on this website are still very much in use and something all of us use every single day. It really bridges the gap of that old school feel in the modern day. The internet was different, but honestly not as different as you might assume at face value. I personally thought that last site was a really cool relic, but I'm sure you guys are here for something a little more action-packed. And it seemed like the Area 51 header subsection realm might have that. A little less stationary and a bit more fun. Let's see what we find. I think I found exactly what we're all here for. This site is called Brian's Home, and you instantly start to feel that old school medieval / RuneScape vibe. The synopsis right under the title says,
"Welcome to all of you, friends and foes alike." No wait, just the friends. "You have found the abandoned outpost that I have chosen to make my home. Sure, it's small, but it can be quite a cozy place indeed when you light a fire in its place and add the fellowship of a few friends. Now there's no sense in having you all stand around outside the wall. Let me open the gate for you and come in at your will."
Under this message, all we have is the giant door, and lucky for us, it's clickable. I'm already loving this 3D art of this mead hall looking place. The text underneath reads,
"Now that you're ran out of the cold, I should show you around. From this room, you can access any part of this outpost. No, lad, you don't need to wipe your boots off. These are stone and dirt floors. I've set up this place for you to learn what you need to do to prepare yourselves to come to the Renaissance Fair. If you don't have any idea of what you are going to do, then you have a lot to do, and speaking from experience, you don't have much time to do it all. Before you sit down to do anything else, you need to see how much money you have that you can use for this. Garb is not cheap, neither is hardly anything else at the fair, though it is all at a very fair price. Then you should work up a decent accent and learn to speak with it for long periods of time. And lastly, you may find it entertaining to make up a character to play while we are at the fair. After all, it's kind of like a big play up there. But anyway, I'll leave you all to explore for yourselves. If you have more questions than I've answered here, just mail it to me. I promise I'll answer within a reasonable time."
This has to be the coolest and most well-themed site I've seen on the entire archive so far. A completely in-character guide to your local Renaissance fair. The website was seemingly really helpful, and the author Brian really went all in, even urging you to email him about any of your questions on how to really go all in on your first Ren fair. Below the text are some links, and thankfully they're all pretty much still active, so let's go to the armory. This link has some great information about medieval weapons, their affordability, what style they were, and which weapon might be right for you, along with some awesome images of actual blades. Below everything are links to long-forgotten sword catalogs. Why don't we check something else out? How about the Legend of the Library? This page has some links that take us to either a synopsis of King Arthur or Macbeth, to really get yourself in the spirit of the Ren Fair. This is by far the coolest site I've seen so far. It's not necessarily different from the others, it still is someone's passion project website, but the amount of theming dripping through the entire thing really makes it stand out. It doesn't feel nearly as juvenile as the other websites I've seen so far, it still feels homemade while also seeming like a website a Ren Fair would use to garner hype.
Some say all the world's a stage, and if that's true, the Renaissance Fair is the headlining act. Now on with you.
We have definitely looked through the Area 51 header quite a bit. It does seem to generally have the best websites, and we aren't finished with it yet for tonight, but I figured we should probably take a look at one of the weirder headers. The header Picket Fence is so vague, and the subsection Garden seems like it would mostly be about botany. Looking at these websites, yeah, it's just about the same nonsense on every other archive link. This one looks cool, Under Construction. It's not much of a website because it's genuinely under construction. It's not finished, and the saddest part is, it never will be. This site called to me very similarly to the homepage one because it's not some wacky site, it's just a sign of the times. I do vaguely remember in my era of the internet some websites being under construction, so even though this is not my era of the internet exploration, it still feels very nostalgic. I wonder if this website was ever completed. It was placed in the garden subsection, so maybe it was meant to be about plants. The Y2K aesthetic that oozes everywhere on all these sites is on full display here, complete with the bootleg-looking Lizzie McGuire. I'm curious as to how common this was back on GeoCities, and if you guys watching ever did this with your own personal sites. I've ultimately had the best luck on this archive with the Area 51 header, and the subsection Stargate seems like it could be something. Wow, what is this?
Yo.
As we're greeted by the page, we're met by
DJ Hot Money Smooth, Meaty Daddy, Ice Papa Smurf's cool page of shit.
As he shows a signature of himself, he responds,
Ladies, control yourselves. And dudes, quit wishing y'all was me, yo! Ain't room for more than one best in the world Captain Crunch.
He tells us to look around the website and to let him know if we're enjoying it, also mentioning that he'll update it. From here on, we can see the rest that this page holds. And every last bit of it is full of that writing style and personality. It's simply insane. At the bottom of the page, there's a log of updates, with one mentioning that he's got a position at Nobody's Scared, which is a link that is no longer available. At the very bottom, there is a copyright by DJ Hot Money Smooth Modi Daddy. You gotta be sure not to steal this website, because if you do, he'll bust a cap in your ass. Moving on, there's a section about some of his favorite artists, including Biz Markie and Johnny Cash, to name a few. A potentially insane section called Thoughts on World Peace was under construction, so unfortunately we could not see what that was. And man, do I wish I could have. His About Me page holds a bunch of actual images of the site author, most of them including his friends. Some of them have images of them at what appears to be parties, and they look college age. Another aspect to this that caught my eye in a strange way. A big aspect that makes all these old lost websites so fascinating to me is how they're essentially time capsules. They're moments that are likely looked back and thought of in specific instances by those same people to this day, and there's something special about that to me. I think we have time for one more website, and thankfully something in the Stargate subsection caught my eye. This is the Warhammer 40,000 unofficial chapter homepage for the Blood Angels. Now, for those who don't know, I am a massive 40k fan, and I figured now would finally be the time to talk about it. I saw multiple other 40k websites, but this one really stood out. Not only is it my favorite faction, but it has that very nostalgic roleplay feel, since a lot of it is written in character. There are quite a few links here as well. I wonder if any of them work. The only one of real interest that does work is the Vigil. It looks unfinished, but it was supposed to be the chapter gallery. The text says, all Blood Angels visit it as a part of their training when promoted to veteran. They are put through simulations of past battles, they take the role of past heroes, and they learn from past mistakes. This part of the homepage is dedicated to the glorious history. It includes a written history, image gallery, comics, and an archive of information even remotely related to the Blood Angels. There are some glaring grammar issues, but I don't know, for this kind of website it's sort of endearing. You can tell it was made by a younger kid in the early days of the grimdark setting. I really wish this website was finished. I'm sure it would have been a really cool stop for all the sons of Sanguinius. And for now, I think that's going to do it for this exploration into some lost, forgotten websites. As I've alluded to many times, it really is special to look at these places today. When I visited all these sites, I thought about the fact that these pages once were seen and viewed quite often, but now they haven't been seen in years, and something about that really stuck with me. On every single website we looked at, there was a charm, a carefree attitude, and a sense of wonder that was just so infectious when reading. Even though the internet today is so much larger than it was back then, and even though it's so much easier to contact people online than it ever was before, there was this sense of intimacy when looking into these old websites and the lives of the people that made it that I don't think will ever be repeated quite like this again. And I know I'm not alone in that sentiment either. Though the internet sadly moves further and further away from this era with each day passing, there are places that are attempting to bring this spirit back. NeoCities is a website that we've showcased previously, and it lives up to its name, essentially being the closest we can get to what GeoCities offered in the modern day. Archives like the one we showcased today and others can allow us to let this spirit live on, never to be forgotten. With all that being said, I figured it would only be appropriate to end this with a question. For those that experienced it, what was GeoCities like for you? What memories do you have from it that you still hold to this day? Did any of you create your very own sites on GeoCities, and if so, what were they like? I would love to see some of these answers down below. I hope that this comment section can also allow those memories to live on. In the beginning of September 2024, on the Austin, Texas subreddit, a post was made about a very strange discovery. Stone crosses in South Austin. Anyone know what's up? Went hiking with my sister and dog today at the Westgate and Stastny area, and we kept seeing piles of rocks made into crosses. We stopped counting at 11. Does anyone know what these are? One of them had animal bones mixed into it. Weird voodoo or just memorials? Below this, as we can see, there are a multitude of images about these bizarre stone crosses. They are surprisingly large too. In the comment section, the OP came back once more to share some more details. We didn't see anyone around, but there was a ton of trash back in the woods. It was creepy though, with cross after cross. Felt off. Definitely going to find new paths to walk the dog because I don't want to meet their architect. My dog is big, but she's a wussy. She'd knock me down and then run to safety. On the surface, this is very creepy. I know that if I suddenly saw this on a hiking trail, I probably wouldn't be coming back to it. But usually phenomenons like this wind up having a very logical answer. I was totally expecting these rituals to have some sort of historical significance or something like that turns this seemingly creepy mystery into something much more mundane. However, upon scrolling through the thread some more, I was met with answers that I could not possibly expect. Call APD 311 and tell them you think Rami Zawaida is back in the neighborhood. He escaped custody from a mental institution in June. I don't know whether he's still wanted. Good luck getting APD to do something. Google him and talk to your neighbors. Homeless man who terrorized South Austin neighborhood escapes custody. This is my comment in that post. Zawaida has been arrested in Travis County 6 times in less than a year, and all the cases have been dismissed or rejected. Zawaida's mother agreed. She drove from New York to Austin and spoke with Fox 7 last week. She said she'd been in town for about a month because she was planning on taking Zawaida back home with her. She said she was told city officials had come up with a plan for Zawaida and that he would be picked up, not jailed, but taken to a hospital, evaluated, stabilized, and then he'd be on his way to New York. Time passed though, and Zawaida was still out in the Greenbelt terrorizing a new neighbor. Residents hope for more action on homeless man with chainsaw. Residents in the Westgate and Stastny Lane area have been reporting sightings of a homeless man chopping down trees with a chainsaw in a nearby greenbelt. He's very profane. He's beginning to target me and my little dog, talking about murder, calling me obscene names, Westgate resident Debbie Horn said. She said she called 911 more than 30 times, but I just don't have any help. Just hours after Fox 7 contacted council member Ryan Alter's office, the district attorney's office, county attorney's office, sheriff's office, and the Austin Police Department, Zawaida was picked up and taken to a hospital. City officials said it was a voluntary commitment. Zawaida's mother said an order of protective custody would be filed. She said she hasn't been able to get in contact with her son since he's been picked up, but hopes he will call soon and agreed to head north with her. A city representative couldn't tell Fox 7 how long Zawaida would be receiving treatment in Austin. Upon searching for Rami Zawaida, I can confirm that these details are in fact true. Apparently, he has been terrorizing South Austin neighborhoods for at least 2 years, with some residents even saying that there is a definite method to his madness. He knows exactly how much to push before he pulls back. He knows what he can get away with.
Crosses made out of boulders. A sign, Rami Zawaida, is in the area. Residents have spotted him building sculptures, taking a sledgehammer to city property, cutting down trees in the greenbelt with a chainsaw and machete, and screaming at all hours of the night.
From what I've read, it appears that residents seem to be at their absolute limit regarding Rami, and are outraged at the lack of action continually taken against him. Going back to the Reddit thread, there are more people from the area sharing stories from this ongoing situation. Supposedly, he's threatened to murder people out on walks, and there are even rumors that he has killed stray cats. I live on about 1 block from where one of the crosses are. I just recently found a smart key outside of my home, a verified lock-picking tool, in the back patio area, and am truly concerned he tried to break in but gave up very recently. Last year around this time, he would specifically target my home and steal water from my downstairs faucet, carrying large gallon containers of the stolen waters on his bicycle. I filed a 311 report and I reached out to the APD district representative and left a message, but 311 told me I should keep calling. They have 14 days to respond to my concerns. Super great feeling. I am very, very uneasy and scared. With all these details coming from anonymous people, I of course can't confirm whether all of these things are true, but sadly it wouldn't be too far-fetched based on everything I've read, even regarding the stray cat allegations. His rituals do feature animal bones in them. While the public has been in a state of pandemonium regarding this escape, as of just 3 days ago at the time of writing this, I did see that Rami was taken into custody once again.
Homeless man accused of tormenting a South Austin neighborhood for years is backing up in the Westgate area, and witnesses said that Zawaida was behind it.
It seems as if he's gotten out many times and resumed this exact same behavior, so it remains to be seen if things will truly be different this time. I wondered why exactly Rami was doing everything he was doing, and I saw many people stating that for him it was a religious fixation. He believes that these woods are the hub of Satanism. He believes that Satanists leave the trash. While the situation is genuinely terrifying, it also ago we talked about a mystery involving a website called Gandalf.com. If you want to hear it discussed more in depth, I would highly recommend checking out our first Reddit video, but to quickly summarize it, it was a website with an eerie layout, and if you clicked this woman in the middle of it, it would say, "Gandalf is busy, go away." For over 20 years, this is all the website had to offer, and to this day it still sits in this exact state. Nobody really understands why this website exists, who made it, or why it's still up, and so it's been a mystery for many years. As a result, you may be wondering why we are covering it again, and that's because one of those massive questions has actually been solved. A few months ago, a Reddit user created a post about Gandalf.com, except unlike all the other posts, this one had a bunch of new information. By entering the website's domain into whooxy.com, they were able to find out that the owner of the website was a man named Dan Cowper. Gandalf.com was also far from his only website. He had a website called blamebush.com, and if you visit it, all it has is one piece of text that just says Blame Bush. However, if you visit it on the Wayback Machine, you can see that it used to be much more expansive. He has a website called dcowper.com, which also just has a single piece of text on it. This one says, "Welcome. Why are you here? No one else is." On one of his other sites, waveability.com, you can see the same pattern showing up once again. Finally, there is dancowper.com, which actually does have more than just a single sentence of text. This one gives us a few details of Dan along with a few photos. I was raised in the mountains of Southern California. Despite personal tragedies, I was able to build a web design company to support both local and international businesses during the web's explosive growth at the beginning of the millennium. The global economic rollercoaster has presented many new challenges. I consider myself a Renaissance man and have a strong background in computers, science, finance, law, and business. With this website last being updated in 2014, it is significantly more modern than these other websites we discovered. What's even more modern than that is that he actually has a Reddit profile too, which seemed to be last used just 3 years ago. That being said, it doesn't feature any details about Gandalf.com. I was able to find one of his email addresses during this dive, and I did send an email to him about Gandalf.com, but as of now, I still have not received a reply. If you recall, there were a number of theories that were consistently given regarding what this website's purpose really was, and with the new information we have now, perhaps we can rule some of them out. One of the main theories was really simple. It was basically that this website was a planned project that the creator never got around to, and the reason it's still up is because the creator just doesn't want to lose the domain name. We gave examples of Redditors mentioning how they had many websites like these and were only reminded of them every few years when they got a renewal notice, and they just renew it whenever that would happen. However, judging by Dan's other websites, I'm not so sure this was an unfinished project. It seems as if many of Dan's websites were purposely bare bones, and for that reason, it does make me believe that what we see on Gandalf.com is intentional. One of the other main theories we discussed last time was the idea of domain squatting. The theory was that since this website came out just a little bit before the Lord of the Rings movies, it was attempting to grab that Gandalf address before an official company did, so that they could buy it from him. As we stated before, this was definitely a common practice at the time, and as of now, I still can't prove or debunk this theory. There's truly no way of knowing if this is why the website was named Gandalf.com or not. With all of Dan's sites being around and with him being active online but never having answered any of these questions, I do share that belief that he probably just doesn't care much about the sites anymore but keeps them up just because. So while we unfortunately did not solve every single question regarding the mysterious Gandalf.com, we do finally have our answer for possibly the biggest mystery of it all, its creator. Last time we mentioned this mystery, it was likely to never be solved, but with this recent information coming out, maybe that can change after all. About 9 years ago, a poster by the name of AFH43 would create a Reddit account, and it very quickly proved to be one of the most tragic in the website's history. Things started pretty normal though. His first ever post was about sneakers, as we can see here. Many of his early posts were about clothing, fashion, and similar topics. There were posts about Jordans, Supreme hoodies, FL Studio, and even a roast on the r/roastme subreddit. Soon though, he began making posts on philosophy subreddits. They still weren't anything alarming, but many of them seemed to involve the idea of infinite data and things of that sort. Things seem relatively normal until this post. The theory of quantum immortality has driven me to a state of pure anxiety and terror over the last week. Is it true? Has it been debunked? I can't do this anymore. For those who don't know, quantum immortality essentially refers to a thought experiment that you will never wake up dead. The physicist Max Tegmark suggested that we may die many times in our lifetime. Each time this happens, our consciousness moves, slides, jumps, or shifts into the next timeline, very similar to the one in which we died. Basically, you would never really experience death since you would keep unknowingly moving into the next timeline, thus quantum immortality. In the comment section of the OP's post, many people were trying to calm him down. What has you so worried? The thing about quantum immortality is that, even if true in some sense, it never really applies to you, not this you. It applies to all the yous that might exist, an infinite number, and that one of them might, through chance, live a very long time, move to a robot body, uploaded to a computer, etc. From my perspective, it would still be me, though, would it not? Well, yes and no. It'd more likely be another you who has hitherto lived exactly the same life, so there'd be no difference between what this other you goes on to experience, and what you would have experienced if you hadn't died. But then, the you that died could get resurrected and you can continue experiencing consciousness that way, Science has billions of years to come up with a way. So what makes you anxious about the idea that it might be true or that it might not be? What makes me anxious is the fact that I don't want to be alive against my will. I don't want to live forever. Sadly, this would be far from the only post about the subject. Not long after this original post, this one was created. The theory of quantum immortality has driven me to a really dark place. I'm living in a state of pure terror. Is there reason not to believe it is true? Can it be debunked? The majority of the replies mention that quantum immortality is nothing more than a thought experiment, so it isn't worth getting this worked up over. But of course that answer was not taken. As the post went on, they seemed to just get more and more concerning. The possibility of quantum immortality is making my life unbearable. Is it a credible theory? It makes complete sense to me, and I can't believe I'm the only one losing my mind over it. Existential crisis. It won't stop. I need help. I can't do it anymore. I fear that because I am something in this infinite universe, I will always be alive. Quantum immortality. It makes so much sense to me, and it is ruining my life. What do I do about it? I need to rest. In this post in particular, somebody asked if the OP suffered from depersonalization or derealization, to which the OP replied, yes. By this point, commenters were getting really frustrated. He posted about his fears of quantum immortality extremely often, but whenever posters replied to him, he would never believe in or be able to take in their answers. Not long after all this, he would tragically make his final post. Quantum immortality. I'm killing myself soon. It's too much, I can't do it anymore. To this day, this is the final post that exists on his Reddit page, which naturally raises the question of if this poster is okay, and if he's even here anymore. Users on Reddit have been left in the dark for almost 10 years due to this final post, and as such, the poster has been cited as one of the most tragic ever on the website, with people hoping that he is still here, and maybe just isn't using Reddit anymore. Fortunately, I did find some answers. I'm using a Reddit searcher. I was able to find out that this poster actually came back a few years ago, but these more recent posts were all deleted for an unknown reason. His first post upon his return was in 2019, just 5 years ago. It was actually on the relationship advice subreddit. While recovering from a psychotic breakdown, I, 22 male, met the only girl, 22 female, I have ever fallen in love with. Due to my state, it didn't work out. I am considering asking her out again. I am AFH 43. A regular feature on those dark/creepy Reddit history threads. I am still alive. This is a very long post, but it essentially serves as a retrospective for what exactly happened to this OP, as well as, of course, this current situation, which is why it's on the relationship subreddit. He states that, nearly 3 years ago, I woke up one morning and my mind simply broke. I believed that because of quantum immortality, I would never be able to die and therefore would experience all of the greatest sufferings possible over and over and over again for all eternity. I felt there was no escape. It was like a panic attack of the highest intensity that did not end for weeks. Surviving an attempt only worsened my delusions. It was only once I started using antipsychotic medication during my stay in a psych ward that I began to put the pieces of my life back together and return to normality. He mentions falling in love with a girl around this time, but because he was still recovering, it was sadly just the wrong time and it didn't work out. He mentioned that he only finally started coming out of his shell after that relationship ended. My girlfriend was a pretty incredible person, and over the last year with her, I learned to enjoy life, to become free and uninhibited by anxieties. I became open, I became comfortable with myself and who I was and with the constraints of my existence. I made peace with my experience, with my delusions. Today I am happy and in control of my life, truly. As this post ends, he mentioned that because of this newfound sense of purpose and happiness, he wonders if he should reach back out to that girl once again. Since this post was deleted, I can't see what the replies were, but I'm sure many of them were relieved that the poster was still alive, though since the post has been deleted, that revelation has mostly been lost again. It's so relieving to hear that for the most part, things are looking better. This was in 2019, as I stated, but in 2022, there was one final update, and unfortunately, the news is not as good as this one. This last post seems like it was just posted to the OP's profile and it says, "I'm still here. Unfortunately, I'm still here. For a few years my life has been pretty good, but at the moment I'm having an unrelated breakdown and I'm in the hospital for other mental reasons. I wish I could take my own life, but I'm still too scared. Maybe it's worth facing it though. I'll have to face death eventually. I'm stuck in hell and my life is f***ed. I might turn to drugs to have some relief from this relentless pain. I just need to sleep and never wake up. Maybe that can be my reality. I just can't do this, I feel alone, I'm terrified and numb at the same time. The default state of my life is suffering." If anyone can help dissuade me from this, please tell me, but please don't make it worse for me. I'm in agony. Nothingness is a beautiful thing, I just want out. I know it will transfer the pain to other people, and that makes me feel horrible. I wish I didn't have these beliefs. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here right now. Since my last post, I've been diagnosed with OCD, and that explains a lot. I've been given Seroquel today to help me start thinking rationally. This may sound stupid, but this situation has to do with heartbreak and very specific and absurd triggering factors related to it. Maybe that sounds stupid, but I found love, real love, and now it might be over. I am suffering. I don't want to be here anymore. I wish this was physical pain instead. Again, this post was deleted too, and I'm not sure how long these two posts were ever even up or anything. As the post stated, he was in a hospital getting treatment, and he was recently diagnosed with OCD, which is something I did see theorized on some of the Reddit comments in the past. This is a very heartbreaking way to leave things off, but it's important to mention that recovery isn't always an uphill slope. Sometimes there will be really rough lows, and hopefully this was just one in the wider process towards a brighter future. The OP did get an important diagnosis that pieced many things together as well as treatment for it, which is some very important news. There were certain specific aspects to these posts that I did relate to, and if that's true, I'm sure I'm not the only one. If any of you have experienced times of extreme mental anguish, just know that even if it isn't a perfect upward slope, it is possible to recover, to still live your life to the fullest. We've talked about some very dark subject material tonight, but this post on r/Reddit from Dirty Empire 69 is just asking, what mysteries from the early days of the internet are still unsolved to this day? The top comment was asking about the origins of the Rickroll trend. For those who are somehow out of the loop, a Rickroll is an ancient internet meme that was used to bait people into clicking promising links only to be met with Rick Astley's 1987 hit song, Never Gonna Give You Up. The answer was not very far, as right underneath a commenter had a pretty confident response. It started on 4chan, the original was an anon on V linking to the GTA 4 trailer. Doing some basic fact checking, it looks like this user is 100% right. Cataloged by the Guinness Book of World Records and Know Your Meme. The first ever Rickroll occurred in 2007 on the video game board of 4chan when a user claimed to have a preview of the new GTA 4 trailer. Upon clicking the link, users watched history happen. From here, Rickrolling became one of the most widely known memes of all time. Personally, I still think the meme holds up much better than most late 2000s memes. The Rickroll was not the first bait and switch meme format either. Its origins came from a much earlier version called the Duck Roll. This all started when 4chan moderator Christopher Poole replaced all versions of the word egg with duck, so when someone mentioned an egg roll, you would get the term duck roll. The term duck roll led to a user making an image of a duck on wheels, and from there 4chan did their thing and made it huge. The bait and switch aspect was identical to the Rickroll. They would hook you in with a clickbait link, and upon clicking it, you are met with a duck on wooden wheels. Some aspects of the story are a bit mysterious. Why did Poole do this in the first place? The answer is probably just the epic sauce random humor of the era. As for why Never Gonna Give You Up was chosen in the first place, well, Vice Media was able to get an interview with the man who started the trend, Sean Cotter. Cotter was born in 1987, and when looking for a song to trick people with, he chose the top song of his birth year, and that happened to be Never Gonna Give You Up.
I first discovered Never Gonna Give You Up when I was looking on the internet. Songs that were popular when you were born. Among the songs that were on there was the Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley.
I genuinely was not expecting to find the entire origin of this meme. It's not something I ever thought of, and when we were writing this video, we came across this post and had no idea the Rickroll was so widely covered. It's an interesting and quite fitting origin for one of the most famous memes ever, and hopefully next time you use it, you think of the history that you are a part of. When you were a little kid, did you ever make YouTube videos?
How's it going, bro? My name is Vampire. Well, thank you guys so much for watching this episode. If you liked it, punch that like button in the face like a boss!
Well, I know I did, and I can tell you that I definitely wasn't alone in that. When I was in school, I knew so many people with YouTube channels. Whether they were Minecraft channels, general Let's Play channels, or vlogs, it seemed as if almost everyone I knew at one point or other had one, and I think it should go without saying that I was one of those kids too. I knew people who were inspired by PewDiePie, Captain Sparkles, and so many more. I knew people who proudly spoke about their channels, and I knew people who would hide them like the plague. But in some cases, people were making videos for other reasons. For some people, creating videos would serve as an outlet, and all the way back in 2007, a channel named BumpityBoo was doing just that. Online, I've seen this channel described in many ways.
We watched him essentially go through puberty and describe the nightmare that is his existence through interpretive dance. He's incredibly funny to me and just weird. He reminds me of myself when I was his age, just some weird 14-year-old uploading goofy shit to the internet. I think about him just about every 4th of July. What a legend.
It doesn't look like BumpityBoo ever attracted a very large audience, but the audience he did attract seemed to be very affected by the videos they saw. It appears as if they felt a true connection to him, even if it was through a screen. These videos are still talked about in online circles to this day, as being nostalgic, pure, and mysterious. I say mysterious because BumpityBoo has not uploaded a video in over 14 years, and it seems as if his small yet devoted fanbase miss him very much. Just looking through the comments of his final upload tells you all you need to know. So what exactly was it that made people feel such a kinship towards this seemingly average channel? And what happened to the creator of this channel? Let's find out. Upon visiting the channel, the first thing we have is the About section. Hello, I'm Jeremy Frederick Wilson, aka BumpityBoo. That's my nickname. I do not like speaking to people unless I've known them for a very long time or they prove themselves to be exceedingly trustworthy. Mainly I talk with my mom, my computer, and my 2 friends. I love my computer. I also love being organized, especially with folders in my computer. In addition, I am very fond of playing the French horn, reading poetry, doing interpretive dance, and doing independent research. I also appreciate the wonders of elves and elves. Yes, there is a difference to be explained in a later vlog, and I will believe in the important role they will play in the future of society. I am just beginning to vlog and like YouTube a lot. Thank you for your comments, views, and subscriptions. Out of curiosity, I went to an old archive of this channel just to see if anything changed. And besides YouTube's layout itself, fortunately it did not. This archive, which was from 2008, is able to show us how dedicated his fanbase was at the time. The newest video, which was added 2 days ago, already had over 1,000 views, which is pretty impressive for the time. As for the other stuff on this page, remember when YouTube had a friends list? Remember when YouTube had favorites and a bulletin board? I haven't thought about these things in a while, and I think this small trip down memory lane serves as the perfect prelude to the content itself. As for the content, let's begin with the very first video, Vlog 1, which was originally uploaded on August 26, 2007.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Frederick Wilson, but my mommy calls me BumpityBoo, and I guess you should call me that too. People always tell me that it's a silly and ridiculous name, but I think it's nice, and it fits me very well. Well, anyways, I start a new school tomorrow, and I'm really scared because I never really talk to people except people I know for a long time. Practically my whole life, or a minimum of 12.5 years. That's why I talk to my computer like this, because it knows me and I know it, and it's not a new person, so I can feel comfortable with it and tell it secrets and things like that. I think it's pretty nice. My mommy always tells me that I could do the same things with a real person if I made friends, but I don't really understand how to do that. What do I just do? Go up to someone and say, "Hello, I'm BumpityBoo." That doesn't really make sense. So instead of doing that, I just talk to my computer. The point is, though, that I am really nervous for school. So to make me less nervous, I memorized my schedule and I've already packed my backpack with all stuff for each class, and it's in order. I guess I'll have a locker, but I think I'll carry around my backpack because it's organized and in order. Like my computer. I have a very complex folder system on my computer. There are no loose files. All of them are in folders. Most of them are in at least 2 or 3, sometimes even up to 15 layers of folders. For example, I have a Jeremy folder, and in that I have a 2007 folder, and then in that I have folders for school, music, movies, and pictures. If I wanted to find my class schedule for my new school, I'd go into Jeremy, then 2007, then school, then general information, then scheduling and events, then schedules, then click on my class schedule. Some people say that this is a stupid waste of time, but I believe that it is very critical to my organization, comfort, and sense of self. Anyways, I'm just rambling, and I do that when I'm nervous. I'll talk to you, dear computer, after my first day of school. Goodbye.
As this video comes to a close, all I can say is, I feel you, man. This took me right back to that feeling I had when I first had to begin middle school. My first day of middle school was a total nightmare. As somebody who has always had anxiety, jumping from elementary to middle school and balancing all these new teachers and friends was a really difficult task for me, so I really understood what BumpityBoo was going through here. Underneath the video, unfortunately the comments aren't available anymore, so I can't see what people were saying at the time, but due to the support he has received in hindsight, I can only assume it was pretty positive. Just as I did, people must have been able to relate what they were seeing, right? Above all else, that feeling of authenticity and honesty is very sweet to look back on. The second vlog, An Ode to the Sun, begins showing us one of the most important aspects of the channel, interpretive dance.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Frederick Wilson, but you can just call me BumpityBoo. So, I've always loved classic poets such as Keats and Coleridge. And also my mommy was a professional dancer until recently, and she inspired me to begin interpretive dance lessons when I was 5. Today I will combine my two loves to make this masterpiece. I hope you enjoy.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh, how I love the rising sun. Watching it is really fun. Its color bleeding through the sky makes me incapable of suppressing a sigh. The clouds become purple and red as I stare out from my bed. Its light entering my window, preventing me from feeling low. Seeing your light is really grand, like playing a French horn in my bandstand. No wonder the elves love you dearly. I wish I could hold you much more nearly. But you are a burning ball of fire, and you would surely burn my attire. If closer to your warmth I would have to pay a toll, but even from a great distance it permeates my soul. We try to warm ourselves by burning coal, but sitting in your lights works much better. It's kind of like wearing a magic sweater, knitted by the elves, though none of those are on my shelves. Anyway, back to the sun, and even when the day is done, and you are leaving the evening sky, your warmth remains so we don't die. And really, I don't want to lie, but it's hard to say goodbye to the beautiful sun.
Honestly, this video really took me by surprise. I thought this entire video was going to be live and in one take like the first vlog, so seeing a fog effect and multiple cuts really had me impressed. Again, it's so sweet to see the way he talks about everything, whether that be his mom, his dancing, or the sun itself. I noticed that this video did receive a fair amount of dislikes this time, but once again, with no comments available, I can't exactly see what's being said. As the vlogs go by, it's clear that these seem to serve a very similar purpose to diary entries. Many of the topics within these vlogs are just mundane, everyday things that happen. There's rants about the beach, excitement about getting an extra cookie in your school lunch, and in vlog 6, we get some updates about Jeremy's school situation.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Frederick Wilson, but you can just call me BumpityBoo. I know I have not been vlogging lately, but I assure you, it is because of a good reason. Now you are probably wondering why I'm hiding under this umbrella the entire vlog. Well, while I was gone, I have been receiving a lot of feedback with suggestions on how I should make some new friends. And I will admit, the friend situation has gotten rather dire. So I'm taking some of your advice, and today I will mess up my hair a little. So now I will reveal my new look, my new style. I hope you like it, and I hope it makes me look, as kids in my grade would say, a little more hot. Well, here it is. I need you guys to give me a little feedback on this in the comments section, because I'm not going to actually try it out in front of kids my age until you guys tell me that you like it. And also, a girl in my class is having a big party on Friday and everyone in the grade is invited. That means that she's inviting me. And I really want to try out my new look for the party. So, tell me what you think. Bye.
As we saw, Jeremy kind of casually says that his friend-making situation is dire, but this is also the first video that he addressed his comment section, so I found that very notable. As for the hairstyle, did the comments suggest that he wear it? And how did that party go? Well, in the next vlog, we get our answer.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Frederick Wilson, but you can just call me BumpityBoo. Well, this is the first time that I really wanted to come out and talk about the party. It was a disaster. All these people were really excited about going, so I thought I should be too. I even made my mommy buy me these new pants, which really looked nice on me. They gave me this nice, tight feeling, and I really liked them. So I was wearing these pants that my mommy had bought me to the party, and I went to the party, saw these kids bumping and grinding, which I find very disrespectful, and I don't like it. So I went downstairs to see if I could pick up a game of chess or anything like that with the kid, but nobody was down there. All of a sudden, a group of the cool kids came downstairs, and they came up to me, and they didn't really say anything. I heard one of them sneaking behind me, but I didn't care to look. And then all of a sudden, my pants were down around my ankles, and they all were laughing and cracking up, and I didn't think it was funny at all. I just started crying, and I ran upstairs and sat in the corner next to the chaperone. I called my mommy, and she picked me up. I told her what happened, and she said we should complain to the principal. But then I knew that if we did, more kids would just throw me into lockers and beat me up. And I don't want that to happen. Well, that's all I have to say about the party. Goodbye.
On his following Halloween vlog, these tales of bullying continue. He mentions how he was bullied at school for his costume and how his mom only lets him go trick-or-treating during the daytime.
I went to school dressed up as an elf, and lots of kids made fun of me just because that I was dressed up as an elf. They took off my ears and fooled around with them and then gave them back. And I found it very disrespectful to me, my mommy, and the entire elfish race. My mommy only allows me to go trick-or-treating during the daylight because number one, I am scared of the dark, and number two, it lowers the chances that you will be hit by an automobile or attacked by a mean person. Still, my mommy will walk me up to every doorstep just in case of a bully hiding in the bushes that would attack me. When we got home...
Around this time, it also becomes more and more apparent just how interested Jeremy was in elves, as at one point he even states that the religion he followed was the Elven religion. On vlog 16, we would see something very noteworthy. The vlog itself came out on May 3rd of 2008, and it was actually his first vlog in months, marking the first time where there was a prolonged absence from the channel. The vlog itself is pretty standard, as it's just updating us on where he was the whole time.
I have not made a vlog for 3 months, and have not even signed on to YouTube for 2 months. I am flabbergasted that I lasted this long without a craving to vlog.
But the real noteworthy part of it all is here. This video's comments are available. Now we can finally get a good look at the types of things people were saying when these videos were releasing. There's quite a big range of comments. There were many people who were very supportive and sweet. Lots of the comments I saw were very polite and mentioned how much they liked seeing these videos, but there were plenty of other ones too. A pretty common type of comment I saw was basically assuming that these videos were trolls or fake somehow, with somebody even mentioning that these videos are similar to Lonely Girl 15. There were a fair share of mean comments too, which I suppose is to be expected from this era of YouTube. Weirdly, in many of the other following vlogs, the comments are unavailable again. In vlog 21, BumpityBoo reveals that he's joining a chess club and hopes there are other people to play there, and luckily for him, he did find one person to play with.
Well, anyway, I hung up flyers all around the school. And last Wednesday, which was our first meeting, nobody showed up. So I had to play with myself, which is much less fun than having someone to play against. But today, somebody showed up. It was so exciting. So we planned our first match for next Wednesday during lunch. I hope tons of kids come out and cheer us on. I'm so excited. Ta-ta for now.
I have to give a special shout out to Vlog 23 because this one is really funny.
I have to keep this snappy, but I have to tell you this really quick story. So a couple of days ago, my mommy told me that my cousin, Tom, and his friend were going to spend the weekend with us. It was the greatest news ever. I was uber excited. We would play chess, reenact Elven Wars, and frolic and play in the woods. However, a couple of minutes ago, him and his friend got here. And his friend was a girl. He brought his girlfriend. And they hold hands and put their arms around each other and all of that disgusting stuff. Yuck, 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 yuck. It's so gross. I can't believe my mommy didn't tell me he was going to bring this Victoria girl. Yuck. Now it's just going to be a really awkward stay. Oh boy, oh boysy. We won't be able to play any fun games or anything. Well, I have to go hang out with them now, and I hope that they both like chess. Well, so long for now.
On Christmas of that year, BumpityBoo would make another vlog, which for the second time happened after quite a long absence. In this one, he explains why he was gone for so long, and we get to hear of the extremely high standards he sets for himself academically.
It all started the first week of school this year. I had a mathematics pop quiz, and I received an 85 on it. An 85 out of 100, and I just thought that that was totally unacceptable for myself. And I decided, because of my poor performance, that I should punish myself somehow for it. Because an 85 is not a good way to start your high school academic report. So I did what everyone else would have done in the same situation. I grounded myself. And by grounding myself, I banned myself from using the internet for anything other than academic-based things. So YouTube was out of the question, and I had to discontinue my vlog until I could come back.
On New Year's Eve, he addresses all the resolutions he set at the beginning of the year to see if they were a success, and overall, despite everything we have seen, he says that 2008 was a great year for him. Following this video up, we hear of 3 more New Year's resolutions.
Number 1. Be a better son to my wonderful mommy. This one stays on the list because my mommy will always deserve better. Number 2. Spend more time creating poetry and working at interpretive dancing. My last real poem and interpretive dance was an ode to the sun, which was way over a year ago. So this year I've decided to spend much more time on it, and I'll begin making new videos of my interpretive dancing starting very soon. When I make progress, you will see it on my vlog. Number 3. Improve at Bikram yoga. As I said, me and my mommy have been taking Bikram yoga classes. I love Bikram yoga. It is a great workout that helps you build muscle strength and also improves your mind. So I have to work very, very hard at it this year, and I hope to excel in it. It will help me not only physically, but also mentally. Well, cheers to a happy, merry New Year's. To you, my wonderful listeners. So long for now.
In his Ancient Elven India vlog, he gives an update on his school life upon returning to it after winter break. This time we hear details about how much he loves his history teacher, and about how he thinks a section on ancient elves should be added to the curriculum. Finally, we make it to what is the most famous video on the entire channel, his 4th of July video. With over 100,000 views and several mentions of it when I was looking online, I can only assume this video was a bit infamous at the time. Unfortunately, this video's comments are also disabled like the rest of them, but within the video itself is the first interpretive dance in a while.
I know yet again, I've not been dedicating enough time to my vlog. However, today, I created a new interpretive dance and poem routine. I think that it is great. I hope this is the climax, the outpouring of all my creative juices since my last interpretive dancing video, which was over a year ago. Well, anyway, this poem is in the format of an English sonnet, and I really like it, and I hope you like it as much as me. Again, happy 4th of July! I hope you all celebrate it carefully and wisely. Well, here goes nothing. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, so many years before today, our founding fathers, with their signatures, sculpted the greatest nation, as some say, one that to this day still grows and matures. This our home, this our country that we love, which we all celebrate July the 4th. The men who made us completely free of British tyranny, which reigned south and north. Free from this, we join together in bliss to honor all those who came before us. But we do not just sit and reminisce. We look to the future as we discuss the bright prospects of our nation so dear, which must proceed with strength and lacking fear.
The vlog that immediately follows that one might be even more notable to me though, because haven't we all had a moment like this?
BumpityBoo! I know what you must be thinking. What on earth happened to his hair? Well, let me tell you, it is a big change. However, there is quite a story behind this. 1 week from this very day, I was enjoying my Bikram yoga class like I normally do. Well, I was in Bikram yoga class like always, and I began to realize I was getting very hot and sweaty. And my mommy noticed this too, and it's just not like me. And I could not even concentrate on the routines or the moves that I was supposed to complete. It was just dreadful. And, I mean, everyone in the class began to notice that I began to fall behind and I wasn't my normal self. After the class, my wonderful mommy and I decided, you know what, a trip to the local salon would not hurt me. So we went down to the local salon and asked the lady there for a little trim. The lady asked for no further clarification. I went down and sat in the seat, and next thing I know, she shaved my entire head. I was quite shocked, and my mommy and I were just amazed at what this lady had done. In the future, my mommy and I will definitely have to clarify a little more clearly, because this new haircut is just far too short. It's all spiky, and I can't even part it or do anything. I try and do my normal middle part, but it just won't work out. I've put so much gel into it, and it just still stays the same. I do not like it one bit. I will have to be sure to make sure my instructions are much more clearly next time I go to the salon. Well, it will grow back eventually, I guess. Ta-ta for now!
After this, we get a vlog with probably the wildest title so far, Musical Sexual Education. This is one of the longest vlogs on the entire channel so far, and it also finally has its comments open again.
Today, my mommy and I were driving to the local grocery store. As we were driving in our car, we decided to turn on the radio and tune into NPR, National Public Radio. However, we must have made a mistake when we were trying to change the channel, because somehow we got tuned into a so-called popular music station. I later discovered that the song we were listening to when we tuned in was Love Game by a new artist called Lady Gaga. Now I found some parts of this song very complicated, and this is mainly because of Lady Gaga's use of grammatical constructs. However, I found most parts quite interesting and almost touching. For instance, this part in the middle of the song. I'm on a mission, and it involves some heavy touching. Yeah. She is telling her listeners that she really wants to tell them a message. And she continues, you've indicated your interest. I'm educated in sex, yes. And now I want it bad. Want it bad. Here Lady Gaga is using her fame to draw attention to the importance of sexual education in the public school system. While her choice of syntax does slightly obscure her message, a careful listener like myself can clearly detect her meaning and pick up on it very easily. When I researched further, I learned that this is quite the common motive in many popular music songs, including Sexy Back by Mr. Justin Timberlake, a song which encourages schools to bring back sexual education into the curriculum. In the song Sexy Back, Mr. Timberlake says, I'm bringing sexy back. You other boys just don't know how to act. This states that he wants to bring back sexual education because kids these days just don't know how to act and how to conduct themselves. I know that my choice of vlog today was rather risque, and indeed it was. And I apologize profusely if I have made any of you the slightest bit uncomfortable. However, I just really wanted to tell you that I did misjudge this so-called popular music, and I want to recognize my error and the real value of the words these popular music singers do have. I also found, while researching Mr. Justin Timberlake, found that he was part of a group called SYNC, whose music I have discovered that I do quite fancy, and it is very enjoyable. Well, until later. Bye, 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 bye.
Overall, I found this to be one of the most interesting of all the videos so far. Throughout these videos I've watched so far, I don't think it's any secret at all that a lot of BumpityBoo's beliefs have been coming from his mom. And with the way many of the past videos went, I also don't think it would be too surprising to see him dismiss popular music, but that actually doesn't happen at all. The way the argument flows as if it's a school paper is also something I found pretty amusing. I think that there are a lot of things you could take away from this video here, so let's see what the comments were thinking at around this time.
Jeremy Frederick Wilson, the only one who can make me cringe and laugh at the same time. Seriously though, this is what happens when your parents shelter you from profanity and anything non-formal. Growing up without the knowledge of the darker parts of society is never good in the long run. As uncomfortable as this vlog made me, I want to applaud you for having the courage to get the message out to everybody. Bravo, Mr. Boo. Wow, I first saw this guy a while ago and I thought he was legit, but upon watching this video, I've concluded that he is a most masterful troll. Bravo. I can't look away. Also, for the people who comment meanly, I must say this is just a kid. Try to control yourself. Guys, he is a troll. He does not actually live this lifestyle. He doesn't have that voice. He is not that much of a nerd. He is making YouTube videos to gain negative attention, and he's being very successful. Come on, open your eyes. This type of person does not exist. There's just no way. Not trolling. Overprotective dominant mother plus non-existent father can lead to a bunch of personality disorders, in this case a mix of dependent and schizotypal PD. He's really far in and would need immediate psychological help from a competent psychologist, quite rare, to have a chance at regaining some of his social development and to leave his mother's poisonous protective shell.
In Odd Land Sign, the following vlog, it's suddenly December 31st, another very long absence. In this one, BumpityBoo tells us about being up with his grandma and dad for the holidays again, and eventually he shows off yet another interpretive dance, this one including singing.
Now I am back home, and I just arrived home yesterday. And I decided, in honor of the new year, that I thought it would be quite a blast to perform Auld Lang Syne for you. I will be doing a little interpretive dancing along with it. Well, enjoy your New Year's, be safe, and here goes nothing. December the 31st, such a fateful night, when one whole year comes to an end, when the clock strikes 12. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of Auld Lang Syne? For Auld Lang Syne, my friends, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of Auld Lang Syne?
After this, we get our coveted New Year's resolution video. In the last two, the resolutions were very similar to each other, but this one is very different.
This year for me, it was just a nice quiet day alone with my wonderful mommy. I think it was great to really just be alone and come together in celebration of the new decade. We snuggled together on the couch watching the lovely film Enchanted. I realized I had to post my 3 New Year's resolutions. Well, here they are. Number 1, join one of my school's dance troupes. I know I've got the moves, but I just spend most of my time performing in the pit on my French horn. I really want to have the spotlight on me and all eyes on me dancing, and just me on the stage getting my groove on. Number 2, perfect the Ganda Baransanza, aka Scorpion's Tail pose. It is quite the difficult yoga pose, but I really think with hard work I can perfect it. I will also need to improve on my stretching routine to give me a higher chance of perfecting it. Number 3, be invited to my first sleepover ever. This is the first year my mommy has given me the go-ahead for going to sleepovers. However, there's only one problem: the invite. I will have to work on making a good enough friend. Hopefully one day this year, I'll enjoy a wonderful sleepover with a good buddy. Well, that's all. I hope you all can hold your resolutions, and I hope I also keep all of my resolutions. And I wish you the best of luck and hope that this year is a very productive one. Well, that's all for now. Ta-ta for now.
In A Cold Beginning, BumpityBoo unfortunately reveals that he may have come down with a cold, but in much better news, he may have made a new friend.
Well, anyway, this week wasn't entirely bad. For example, on Monday, I went into my history class, and out of the corner of my eye, I spotted this new boy. I was wondering who this new fellow was, and my questions became answers when my teacher came into the room. The new boy happens to be named Cecil, and he just moved here from California. How exciting! And it turns out he seems to be a very nice kid. I had hung up chess club posters all over my classroom, hoping that the new year would bring new members to the chess club. The poster says, Chess Club. Join today and rejuvenate the great forgotten sport. Unfortunately, because of a scheduling conflict, the only other member of the chess club was forced to quit. So that left me searching for a new member. And it just so happens that Cecil saw the poster. He expressed immediate interest in the club. And he's planning on going to the first meeting next week. I'm so excited. I just put the poster up on impulse, and it seems to be an act of faith. Well, maybe I'll have a couple of good games of chess with this new boy Cecil. And maybe also, this new boy will prove to be my new best friend. Well, I'll keep you updated. So long for now.
It's been a very long time since BumpityBoo has talked about the French horn or his band class, and in the next vlog, we finally get to hear about it again, where BumpityBoo is given an exciting opportunity.
As I was going into band class, the band director told me to stick around and talk to him after class. And oh gosh, did I get nervous! You know how it is. The little butterflies start to flap their wings and create quite a hullabaloo in my little tummy. I started replaying the last few rehearsals in my head to see what I've done wrong. I love my band, and I love my band director. And I certainly hadn't done anything on purpose to infuriate this nice young man. But lucky me, at the end of class, my band director told me that he was pulling me aside with an offer. One of the songs in the concert is called Reflections from the lovely movie Mulan. And the director was offering me a solo in this piece. Oh, boysy, was I excited. Now, as he and I both know, the solo is a little bit boring, so he has given me permission to jazz it up a little bit.
After a few months of hiatus yet again, we get The Big Secret. With a title like this, before I even clicked on it, I was really curious. Lots of thoughts ran through my head, but what really is The Big Secret?
I know I have gone through a lot of changes recently. And my mommy has been very supportive with all of these changes that have been happening in my life. I've just not really been able to come to terms with all of them, and I did not want to come out on YouTube with them. A couple of weeks ago, I discovered and struggled with the fact that I am an IVF baby. In layman's terms, a test tube baby from an anonymous sperm donor. No, not like these sperm whales on my tie, but the bodily fluid. Search the word on Google or ask your mommies if you don't know what it means. I'm sure they'll be glad to tell you. I know mine certainly was. Well, anyway, it's just very painful. The most painful part about it is that there may be tens, hundreds, thousands of other Jeremy Frederick Wilsons running around the planet. All of us, not knowing the others exists and struggling with the pain of discovering that we were not created by a normal, hot and steamy coupling of lovers.
In just a few months, it's as if everything about these videos changed in an instant. What pains me the most about it is the contrast it has compared to every other video. In all of the previous ones, even when he would share really dark details about his school life and bullying, it was always shared with seemingly unbreakable optimism. In this video, that just isn't the case, but hopefully it is just temporary, a natural reaction upon first discovering news like this as a teenager. Thankfully, in the following vlog, it looks like the latter was true. He appears to be back to his old optimistic self, this time sharing details about an upcoming trip to his cousins. But after this, we make it to vlog 43, the final one ever to be posted.
Happy Halloween, everybody! Hello, my name's Jeremy Frederick Wilson, but you can just call me BumpityBoo. I hope you're all preparing for the spookiest day of the year. I love Halloween. It's just such a barrel load of fun. As you know, in the past, I've dressed up as an elf. I plan on making some changes to my classic elf costume this year as a demonstration of my deep respect for the elven race. But yesterday, my mommy came up to me with a brand new idea. This year for Halloween, I will be BumpityBoo. Get it? It's going to be a ghost costume. My mommy is just so clever. So this morning, we woke up super duper early. Did our normal invigorating yoga routine, which we do on basically every Sunday morning, and then got out the sewing machine, and we started working on my costume. All morning long, we've been listening to Monster Mash and other spooky songs and designing the costume, because it just can't be any ghost costume, you see. It needs to be BumpityBoo. So we made my costume outlined in lime green fabric, because that is my favorite color. Now we're cutting out signs because I love yoga, and French horn and chess pieces in different colors, and covering the costume with glitter and sewing them all over the place, because these are a few of my favorite things. It's just so swell. I'm uber duper excited to wear my costume to school tomorrow. I thought it would probably be against the rules to wear my costume to school on Friday, because it is a little bit too far away from Halloween, since Halloween is today, so I'm just going to wear it tomorrow. However, I did see some other children wearing their costume on Fridays. I'm getting a quick break from designing my costume while my mommy is making some treats for the local children who will be stopping by to go trick-or-treating very soon. Now, my mommy is making some yummy vegan cupcakes. We're going to give them out to all the trick-or-treaters. See, it's a healthy variation of a tasty treat. And we're just going to demonstrate that homemade food can be trick-or-treating candy. I see all these people giving out unhealthy snacks with probably around 200 calories per parcel. So now, my mommy and I are going to give out these healthy treats, which hopefully everyone will enjoy, and I hope the parents of the children will also be very happy. Now, my mommy and I will be trick-or-treating from 5 to 7 p.m. tonight, before it gets too dark, and also because of safety concerns. And then we'll be handing out the cupcakes to everyone that stops by. I hope you all have a safe, spooky, and happy Halloween!
And just like that, that's it. This would be the last time BumpityBoo ever appeared. While we consulted these comments one time all the way at the beginning, now that we have context, let's look at them one more time.
I remember 10 years ago when these videos went viral for being cringe and such, and I thought it was hilarious. But now I'm watching through these and it's really wholesome stuff. Feel sorry now for laughing at that stuff. Hope they're doing well. Please give us an update on how your life is going. I wonder where you are now. Please make an update video. Nobody in the history of YouTube has managed to pull our legs and pull a disappearing act as effectively as the person or persons who came up with the Jeremy Frederick Wilson BumpityBoo act. We're never going to find out anything more about him or them. They vanished as thoroughly as Kaiser Soze. It sounds like you gave up with that fake voice. Yes, this has been the thing that affected me the most by these videos. Life was hard for BumpityBoo, and you can tell he's increasingly more depressed as time passed.
People then and now wonder what happened to BumpityBoo. So let's start off by consulting Google. When you search his name, the first results you get are a bunch of Reddit threads asking the same question. The post that got the most attention out of them all was this one. In this comment section, we get info about something that was stated in some other places too. At a specific point, all the videos on this channel completely disappeared and then one day just seemed to return, as if the uploader privated everything and then brought them back. I saw some hearsay about when the channel was privated, but from what I can see on the Wayback Machine, in 2013, all the uploads were private, and by 2016, they were back again, though they could have returned much sooner than that. As for the sporadic nature of his comment section, what's the deal there? Why do a few uploads have comments while the rest of them don't? Well, to me this one is a very clear answer, and I believe it's something that actually happened a lot more recently. In 2019, YouTube, in compliance with the COPA Act, made its uploaders decide if your content was made for kids or if it was not for kids. Content made for kids would not have a comment section, and this was all done in an effort to protect children on the site. This is all important to know because if you don't select whether content is for kids or not, YouTube will just decide for you. From my perspective and experience on this, the majority of all uploads like this, where the main feature is a kid or the content itself is very juvenile, will be marked as for kids, and as a result, they won't have a comment section. One of the very few videos that do feature a comment section is an upload with the word sex in the title, which helped confirm this theory for me. If a YouTube video ever has the word sex in its title, chances are it will not be marked as for kids. However, the final video on the entire channel also has a comment section, and that could be a different case. It could either be a coincidence in that the final video just wasn't marked for kids, or the uploader himself came back and put the comments on for that one, but I don't have an answer for that. All I do know is that the reasoning as to why his comment section is mostly gone does have a very logical answer. The previously mentioned Reddit post in question also found a Reddit user by the name of BumpityBoo, but there's absolutely no confirmation as to if this is the same person or not, and judging by the few contents it has, I'm just gonna assume it's a troll page. In scrolling a little further down the Reddit thread, you can find this. He was shot in April 2013. He was a victim of a home invasion. This article shows a homicide case involving a man named Jeremy Wilson, and the Reddit poster also links an Instagram page to confirm this. So, is this really what happened? Is this really the answer to our mystery? Fortunately, it's not. The Jeremy Wilson identified by this Reddit poster did not at all match the age of BumpityBoo. In the article linked, it shows that this Jeremy Wilson was 23 years old upon his tragic death in 2013. If he was 23 in 2013, it would mean that BumpityBoo would have been 20 in his final upload and 17 in his very first upload, which clearly is not the case. But things don't end here. On this very same Reddit thread, this comment can be seen.
I know him in real life.
In fact, underneath that comment about the Jeremy Wilson homicide, that same poster replied to it too.
No, that's not him. I know him in real life and he's alive and just turned 30 years old. I can show you a picture of him and you tell me if it's him in real life.
This comment was naturally extremely noticeable to me, but according to commenters, this OP never really followed up. While this poster did not give any proof towards their claims and can't necessarily be confirmed, I still decided to send them a message just in hopes that they were telling the truth. Unfortunately, as of writing this, I also have not received an answer yet. The only other notable thing I found online upon searching BumpityBoo was this blog post, and it followed what many of those YouTube commenters said at the time. It's all about how ridiculous this channel was and how much of a troll it must be. So with our search on the web not really doing much, where does that leave things? What do I think happened here? Well, honestly, I don't think it's nearly as much of a mystery as it's made out to be. Remember when I mentioned the sheer amount of kids I knew that had YouTube channels growing up? Well, what do you think happened to almost all of those channels? They're gone. Those kids moved on. For many of them, it was just a childhood phase that fizzled out as they got older. Some of the people I knew deleted their old videos entirely. Some of them had a bit of hindsight to private them instead, and some of them abandoned their channels entirely, losing their accounts altogether. Like I stated previously, I was also one of those kids. On my old YouTube channels, I privated all my videos and just left my channel standing, and you're never gonna find it.
For me, before Debunk File, I had a YouTube channel that I spent years with, almost my whole childhood with. Over that time, I was able to amass about 500 subscribers, which I thought was absolutely insane at the time. But as time went on, things changed. I lost my passion and motivation to keep uploading almost every day on it, and Sep and I came up with an idea for a new channel, all about debunking mysteries throughout the world. As a result, I abandoned that old channel. Of the hundreds of uploads I had, I privated them all, and that is still the case to this day. I've never really thought much of that decision. To me, I just moved on to a new, greater channel. But do those people that watched me back then wonder where I am? Am I thought of as a mystery in a similar way to BumpityBoo? Or do people really just not care at all?
What we're both getting at with all this is that, at least to us, it seems clear that BumpityBoo's channel probably followed a very similar pattern to all of these. He was just a kid uploading some vlogs, and he kept it for a pretty long time, but one day, he just stopped. And I don't think there's any more to it than that. BumpityBoo's channel was such a nostalgic and at times tragic channel documenting the youth of a specific person growing up with the internet. These days, those positive memories surrounding the channel thankfully live on, but back then, the nature of the internet at the time was brutal. BumpityBoo gave many mentions of the bullying that he experienced at school. The internet was an outlet for him. As I said earlier, his channel seemed to serve the same purpose that a diary does, but even online, more bullies followed. People that assumed that him being himself was so ridiculous that it had to be a troll. But were they right? Was there merit to these claims? Was the way he was acting in these videos too over the top to be true? In this case, despite there not being any real evidence to support either side of this argument, I would also say no, and easily chalk it down to the more mean-spirited era that was seen on YouTube at the time. This is another one of those cases where I can say that when I was growing up, I knew multiple kids that acted extremely similar to BumpityBoo, and honestly, that was part of the allure towards these videos for me. It was the fact that I knew kids who were so similar to him. None of the reasons I've seen about why BumpityBoo must be a troll have ever been convincing to me, as most of the explanations either boil down to him being too much of a mama's boy, him reading off of a script, or him being immature. These are not very convincing arguments, so I'm glad that this aspect of the channel has mostly dissipated. While it's unclear as to how he really may have felt about them, BumpityBoo never even addressed a single one of the negative comments he received, instead staying true to himself in his videos. Similarly, despite the bullying he mentioned receiving and the awkward situations he got into, his optimism and his passions never seemed to fade. And I hope that today, wherever you are, BumpityBoo, that is still true.
Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked this video, make sure to like the video and subscribe to see what we put out next. If you want to keep up with us in between videos, make sure to check out our official Instagram and Blue Sky account. They're both linked in the description below. Make sure to stop by our Discord. It truly is the best place to chat with us and other debunk enthusiasts. If you really love what we put out, make sure to check our Patreon Debunk Plus. It's only $1 a month and it grants you full access to everything on there. Supporters get script PDFs, videos early, and other random stuff we decide to put up. My name is Jiff from Debunk File. See you guys next time. Bye.